National Signing Day. It's a momentous day on the calendar for every college football program. It's the culmination of dominating on one circuit to a challenge that will reshape the rest of their lives. The premier players in the country will make their intentions known.
I'll be attending Florida State University.
It's a day when recruits put pen to paper. The traditional powerhouses in college football will continue to stockpile elite talent.
At the University of Notre Dame.
Texas.
University of Oregon.
Georgia. Ohio State University.
But will there be any last-minute changes of heart?
This is a massive flip.
Name, image, and likeness has changed the recruiting world forever. So you're either keeping up or getting left behind.
At the end of the day, players are getting paid.
The moment these athletes have worked for their entire lives has arrived.
I'd like to commit to the University of...
And the race for the top signing class continues on National Signing Day. National Signing Day presented by Academy Sports and Outdoors alongside our Director of Scouting, Andrew Ivins, and National Recruiting Analyst, Blair Angulo. I am Emily Proud, and we will be with you for the next 7 hours breaking down one of the most impactful days on the college football calendar. Let's show you what's on tap for today's show because it is absolutely loaded. We'll break down every major college football program, interviews with head coaches, current five-star players from this cycle, and our analysts across the country. We have signing day ceremonies and a complete scouting report of every position. Now, we here in Fort Lauderdale are not the only ones taking you through this very important day. We have two more sets at our 24/7 Sports headquarters in Nashville, Tennessee. Grace Remington running the show there alongside Brandon Huffman and Bud Elliott. Also, Carl Reed and Smoke Dixon will be popping in from time to time. And guys, I'm not sure who approved this because it seems like trouble, but when they're not singing Third Eye Blind, we'll go to the Late Kick Lounge with Josh Pate and Cooper Patagna. We'll send it out there in just a little bit, but let's start in here, guys. To say that the world of college football has changed a lot within the last year or so is putting it quite mildly, but how does that affect what we're going to see today?
Well, out of the top 247, 95% of these kids are committed. I think there's some flips right here, potentially on deck. And it's just changed. It used to be February's National Signing Day was kind of the time when everyone would finalize things. We saw it a little with the early signing period. That kind of signaled, hey, things are accelerated. Now we look at this year, the hay is in the barn. The classes have been set. And now, the night before, a few days before, there's some last minute maybe negotiations going on, which could change a few different minds, alter some recruiting classes. So we'll see what happens. I think there's going to be some drama.
NIL has been such a big part of the recruiting process now. And then when you think about the transfer portal, when these recruits are looking at positions and where they might fit on a depth chart, they have to lock in their spot at a school. So that's why we've seen the recruiting process accelerated. That's why we've seen so many early commitments. And that's why signing day now has become more of a finish line than this big dramatic event.
Yeah, and while this day is all about building the roster, we realize that this is not the only time that happens. You mentioned the transfer portal. We'll be checking in with our experts there throughout the day. But these are some of the top uncommitted prospects. You heard Andrew mention only 95% of these guys are already verbally committed. I use the term verbally very strong because we could see some flips, but some huge names here we're going to be tracking to see who signs today, who waits till February. All of that will be coming up within the next 7 hours on this show, but we're going to send things out to Grace Remington in Nashville. Hey, Grace.
Yeah, thanks so much, Emily. I'm in Nashville with Brandon Huffman and Bud Elliott. Signing day this year has kind of become a reminder that we are headed toward a Power 2 conference sport with increasing speed as the SEC and Big Ten just take over the recruiting landscape. Check out some of these numbers. 11 of the top 15 classes this cycle are in the SEC Big Ten. 19 of the top 25 classes are in the SEC or Big Ten, with 60% of the top 247 players committed to those schools. So, Bud, what has led to this Power 2 dominance?
Emily, I really think it comes down to what the SEC and the Big Ten did in terms of recruiting those programs, right? It's not like Oklahoma and Texas weren't already recruiting well before they came to the SEC. It's not like USC and Oregon were not recruiting well when they went to the Big Ten. It's just that those conferences have gone out and really gobbled up some of the best recruiting programs in the country. And I do think moving to those conferences gives them a little more cachet on the recruiting trail as well.
And I think you also look at the fact that some of those conferences, those schools have been recruiting the land where the Big 12 schools were making the move to the SEC. Those Pac-12 schools moving to the Big 10. You look at Ohio State and the number of players from the West Coast on that team. So these schools were already ahead of their time recruiting those regions. Now that those schools are going to those regions, even more schools from those conferences are recruiting those states and they're trying to bring those top guys in. So you're seeing so much talent being isolated. Two of the last 3 Heisman Trophy winners from Southern California winning a Heisman Trophy in the SEC. So when you have that dominance in those 2 conferences, they're able to recruit nationally and take away from those other states that really need to recruit that fertile recruiting ground.
Now, even though it's 2 conferences that are dominating the recruiting landscape, when it comes to schools individually, we're seeing a wide distribution of where these 5 stars are landing. And Bud, you think that's a product of the NIL era?
I do, because I think now every school has an equal opportunity to compete for at least one top prospect. If they can get their NIL game together, they can go out, they can make a really competitive offer. No school out there can afford to sign all of the 5 stars, right? So I don't think we're going to have an era in which 7 5 stars are signing with one school anymore. I mean, you're seeing elite commits go to schools, like a Missouri, like a Colorado. Everybody, if they can get their boosters and pull together enough to make a serious offer at a player, we have 19 different schools with a 5-star committed to us. And that doesn't even include USC, Notre Dame, and Michigan, which are traditional powers.
And I think it's funny because he mentions Missouri and Colorado. And 5 years ago, you wouldn't have had those outliers like that, especially when neither were national powers and not winning 10, 11 games every year. But now you're seeing schools that maybe were considered the have-nots now becoming the haves. And then you had the schools that were considered the haves now because they're not necessarily playing the NIL game, at least with high school recruits. Maybe they're using it for the portal. They're now turning into a have-not. And so it's evening the playing field. And that's why you're seeing so much geographic spread. That's why you're seeing so many different players going to so many different schools in that top 32.
All right, should be an exciting day. 94% of the top 24/7 recruits are committed, but there could still be some surprises, and I'm talking about flips. Let's go over to the Late Kick Lounge where Cooper Patagna, Josh Pate have more.
Yeah, it's kind of what the days are about now, Grace. It used to be that we built up and built up and built up, and I would say, Cooper, probably 50% or more were uncommitted, and then you had all the hat signing day announcements, and now Grace just told you, as of this moment, we got 94% of the top 247 committed. And so it's about either formalities or it's about high drama, who's going to get flipped. And it's probably the latter category that you and I are more focused on today and probably is going to happen. But like, what goes into the anatomy of a flip? Whether you've had a kid committed for a long time or whether you're chasing a kid, these last 72, 48, 24 hours, what's that like inside the football complex?
Well, think about it. Jordan Seaton, 5-star offensive tackle, the number 1 tackle in all of the country, committed to Colorado. This is a guy a couple weeks ago committed to Colorado. Now a couple weeks later, it's Maryland making a charge late. Oregon's in there as well. So the anatomy of a flip is you never stop, right? It's relentless pursuit of the why. And what is the internal factor and what is the why with these guys? Ultimately, at the end of the day, why are they going to make the decision? Is it NIL, right? Is it other early playing time, player development, culture, legacy, circumstantial based off results on the field as well? So a lot of that goes into it. And guess what? And until the fat lady sings, it's not over, right? So these guys, this is why they get paid a lot of money to do what they need to do to lock in the signature at this date, December 20th. And you see a couple of these high-profile names still on the board. A lot of programs around the country still sweating it out. We just saw Dylan Raiola, probably the biggest example of that this cycle so far. One of the biggest flips we've seen in quite a while. One of the top quarterbacks in the country, committed to Georgia for a long time, transfers to Buford High School, which has been a house of horrors actually for Georgia in recruiting, and now all of a sudden flips to Nebraska. It's a big pickup from Matt Rule, but they've got Dylan Puglisi in the Georgia class still. I'm not sure this was the biggest shock in the world inside the industry, but when it happened, what was your reaction? Reaction was great get for Nebraska, and this is kind of college football, right? Dylan Raiola is now committed to his 3rd program throughout his recruitment. We haven't seen that a lot, especially with high-profile quarterbacks, and you know, you look at the transfer portal, how about 53% of FBS teams had a transfer starting quarterback last season? This is just kind of the way of the world. You talk about teams, there are 15 FBS teams with 15 plus incoming transfers. That was a number in 2022. That number doubled to 33 in 2023. So the roster building in terms of the balance between the transfer portal and high school recruiting, I think teams are getting more and more comfortable getting their players via the transfer portal. So high school recruiting is taking a little bit of a backseat. And, you know, Dylan Raiola's recruitment, I think 5 or 6 years ago, really would have raised some eyebrows. Today, in 2023, not so much.
Yeah. Some other big-time flips we've already seen. Before we talk about what could happen today, we've seen Justin Scott from Ohio State to Miami, Cam Coleman fairly recently, A&M to Auburn, Elijah Rushing, Arizona to Oregon. Oregon's been very active, maybe not done as of today, and Xavier Filsaime just in the past couple of days from Florida. That's a big flip for Texas.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, I talked about why these flips happen. Florida is a team to look out for today, right? Critical 24 hours. I talked about that. They've lost some guys, Xavier Filsaime being one of those guys. I talked about it being circumstantial. There have been some teams, Texas being one of them, that's been able to take advantage. How about Amaris Williams, right? Florida's still sweating that one out. A guy that's really kind of bordering on 5-star status. You got DJ Lagway. You got a couple other guys like LJ McCray as well. So Florida, a big 24 hours for them. You look down the line too. How about Cam Coleman, right? A huge get for Auburn. We'll talk about their receiver class later, but yeah, a couple of the top names on the board. I think we only have like 17 or 18 guys in the top 247 that haven't committed yet, right? So we're still waiting on those names, but outside of that, pretty much the hay's in the barn.
There are a couple of shark fins that just me personally, I'm looking for offshore today. I'm looking for the Miami fin. I'm looking for the Auburn fin. I'm fascinated at how they finish. I cannot envision us at 4 or 5 p.m. today having said it was a quiet day for Hugh Freeze. It was a quiet day for Mario Cristobal. Now, I don't have any guided knowledge as to where it's going to happen. Maybe you do. What do you expect from the Canes and the Tigers today?
Well, I think both teams are aligned, right? When we talk about align, like we talk about NIL, that is the era that we are in yet. You look at Auburn, they haven't taken a quarterback. I think they're staying pat with Peyton Thorne. That leads me to believe that they're going to reallocate their resources somewhere else. I've talked a little bit about 5-star defensive lineman LJ McCray. We've talked about Amaris Williams as well, coming off an official visit to Auburn. I think Auburn makes some noise. They're still in it for KJ Bolden as well, so we'll see what happens there, right? So Auburn, Miami, you know as well as I do, Mario Cristobal, he does not sleep. This guy is a vampire this time of year, right? So Cuban Coffee right by his side. He's working the phones. There's probably some guys out there that you wouldn't expect that the Hurricanes could make some noise with.
A lot of teams we're watching. Days just getting started, which is why I need Emily Proud in Fort Lauderdale right now to get me updated on team rankings. That's what I'm interested in, Emily.
Well, don't worry. That's exactly what we're doing because the race for the #1 class is, of course, on. This is something that in the past we talk about all the changes. We used to wait till February to call this, but it kind of seems like Georgia is running away with it, even without Dylan Raiola and flipping to Nebraska, losing the #1 quarterback. That just shows how strong this class is, Andrew. What is the strength, if you had to pick, of this class?
It's a bunch of mass. Kirby Smart, he wants to win at the point of attack in the trenches. You look at that offensive line class, 6 offensive linemen, all of them are over 6'5", and they average 345 pounds on the scale. So they are hoarding the big bodies. You watch the Bulldogs play in the trenches. They're going to run the football, protect the quarterback. And then on the defensive side of the ball, it's even more big bodies. They got Nnamdi Ogboko. I saw him at the Shrine Bowl of the Carolinas. He's got the widest lower half, I think, in the entire cycle. So for Georgia, it starts up front in the trenches. And then that defense, I mean, Ellis Robinson, our #1 ranked corner, I think he might be the best DB to ever come out of IMG Academy. He's already practiced with the Bulldogs. He was there on Sunday going through preparation for the Orange Bowl. I mean, you go up and down, talk to the folks in Athens. Sokovi White, who's one of their lowest ranked commits, they think he could have a chance to play early in 2024. So top to bottom, I just think Georgia, I mean, this has been 2-3 years in the making, and now they're just putting the finishing touches on the class.
Happiest guy today is Nate Frazier, the running back, knowing that who he's going to be running behind, right? The holes that they're going to open up for him. 12 guys have already practiced with them in this bowl season, which is pretty striking, and that's the era that we're in college football recruiting. The other thing that stands out to me is that top 5 recruits committed to them right now are on the defensive side of the ball, so they're going to reload on that side of the ball. And then the other fact is that they haven't signed a 5-star quarterback since 2018, when Justin Fields was the guy for them in that class. And for them to miss on Dylan Raiola, I think it's something that we can't overlook, because it could have taken this class to that next level. He's a player with so much arm talent, so much pure ability, that I think could have taken them offensively to that other echelon, because they've had a game manager for the most part at quarterback for a few years now. Dylan Raiola could have been that next step. So that's one of the misses that I look at right now with Georgia. Not to completely, obviously, they're still with the number one class, but it's one of those things that I still, I can't overlook.
It almost seemed like a luxury, too, because they have another arm signed in Ryan Puglisi. When we do our quarterback breakdown in a bit, we'll talk more about him, so stay tuned for that, Dogs fans. But you mentioned the number one cornerback, the number one linebacker. And speaking of number one players, Ohio State has our number one player in this class in wide receiver Jeremiah Smith. Ohio State, Brian Hartline, very used to coaching some prolific wide receivers, but what is so unique about what Jeremiah Smith is able to do?
He's the best I've ever seen come out of South Florida. That includes Jerry Jeudy, Amari Cooper. We can go up and down the list. I mean, we've been doing this for, 10 years now. I mean, you talk to college coaches, guys in personnel departments, they say Jeremiah Smith could have started for them as a high school senior, caught passes for him. I think he's number one for us because he has the highest ceiling of the bunch. I go to the third game of his senior season. They take on a Bergen Catholic squad, which won a state title in the Garden State. Jeremiah Smith had 230 receiving yards in the first half, 3 touchdowns. Fast forward to the state title game a few weeks ago. First 3 plays from scrimmage, 3 catches, 69 yards, and a touchdown. This guy can do everything, and I think he's going to step in. We'll see if he sticks with Ohio State, but it's going to make losing Marvin Jones Jr. to the NFL draft all that easier. So he's the stud. He's the headliner of the class, and Brian Hartline has done an excellent job so far. He's been committed 371 days. I ran the calculations. My favorite part of the whole Jeremiah Smith thing was this year when you're in the back of the end zone and he makes a touchdown grab over the middle of the field. He goes straight to Andrew Ivins' his camera and says, "That's why I'm number one in the country," right? And I think that he's the type of player who will demand that sort of attention. But he's not the only receiver in this class. They've got Jeremiah McClellan committed. They're trying to hang on to him as well. I know Oregon's been making a huge push. And then Mylan Graham, another 5-star wide receiver. The player that's going to benefit the most out of that is Aaron Scott. He's one of the most physically gifted corners in this class. And for him to go up against some big-time receivers in practice every day, I think is going to make him that much better. So I really like what they obviously do on the wide receiver position, but getting an Aaron Scott to match those guys in practice is going to be huge as well.
And this time every year, we're talking about the wide receiver haul for Ohio State, rounding out the top 5, Alabama, Florida State, and Texas. But let's take a look at our 6 through 10 players, or teams, and take a look at that. Miami's a little bit of movement there. We see Florida taking kind of that nosedive about a month ago. They were the number 3 team in the land, now down to 10. But a team that stands out to you, Oregon. Why?
They might have the best defensive line class in the country. We'll see how this thing shakes out. Aiden Breland's in the boat. Elijah Rushing's in the boat. Xavier Sims, Jericho Johnson's floating out there. And when you think about Oregon moving into the Big Ten, that is a physical conference. Dan Lanning is building it the right way. We see him in the transfer portal, always grabbing talent. You look at what they just did with the quarterbacks. They got Dylan Gabriel. You got Dante Moore. He's going to be the guy of the future. And then us who study these high school kids, it's like, okay, this recruiting class is pretty dang good. So I think Oregon is going to hit the ground running in the Big Ten, and it starts with that defensive line group.
Speaking of defensive line, I actually like what Oklahoma did in this class as well, getting David Stone. They beat out a number of programs like Florida and Miami for him out of IMG Academy. They also went to IMG Academy for Jaden Jackson. They beat out Miami. They beat out a few other schools for him, and he's a big plugger in the middle on the interior. And then Nigel Smith is one of the best prospects in the state of Texas, and I think that's one of those reasons for them to go into that state. Moving into the SEC, you're going to need big bodies. You mentioned Georgia earlier, and how do you move some of those big bodies? You get a defensive line class like that, so I think that's what stands out to me about the Sooners.
Let's show you our 11 through 20 teams. And Andrew, you mentioned the move to the Big Ten for a group like Oregon. USC also doing the same. Blair, what is it about this class that has them ready for that move?
Well, I don't know if they are ready, Emily, and that's what scares me if I'm a USC Trojans fan, because I think they have been attacking this the wrong way. They've been trying to reload through the transfer portal, and we've seen with what we saw on the field this last season that maybe that's not the answer for Lincoln Riley. They need to attack the high school ranks a bit more and a bit better. The top two players that they have in the state of California, which should be a recruiting hotbed for them, are both wide receivers. That's not a position that they ever need help in. That's one of those things that kind of comes organically. They go into the portal, they get a Brendan Rice, they get a Dorian Singer, they're able to get Jordan Addison. I think from a high school standpoint, they have to attack the trenches. That's how they're going to get ready to the Big Ten.
Bit mind-blowing for me. I mean, you look at some of the pass rushers on the West Coast, Deshaun Warner, Noah Carter, both in Arizona. I know it's a little bit of a trek, but you think those guys would be priorities for USC instead of relying on the transfer portal to make those additions. Aiden Breland right in their backyard as well. I agree with you, Blair. It seems like USC just kind of, I don't know, what is the strategy really when it comes to high school recruiting?
Clemson is a team that you wanted to highlight in that 11 through 20 range, and we put a lot of emphasis on these recruiting classes, especially knowing what Dabo doesn't do in the portal. Are these guys ready to come in and play immediately? What kind of impact can they make year one?
Well, if you look back at their 2023 recruiting class, you had 7 guys that played over 400 snaps as true freshmen. That is one of the top numbers in all of college football. And when you look at this group, it starts at the top with Sammy Brown, our number 2 ranked linebacker, my number 1 freak in the class. After that, though, it gets a little bit dicey when you're trying to figure out, hey, who's going to step on the field and play for the Tigers in 2024. I think Tavoy Fagan, a cornerback that got out of the Sunshine State, he might be ready to go. But for Clemson, the bottom line here is the names you're seeing on the screen, the other guys, they're going to have to play in some type of role, whether that be in the 2 deep or on special teams, because Clemson, as it stands right now, 0 transfer portal commitments.
Wow. Okay. Andrew, I got to ask you about some breaking news that we have here from our friend Steve Wiltfong. He said he flipped his crystal ball in favor of Alabama to land top 247 defensive lineman Edric Houston. So for Tide fans out there, what kind of guy could they potentially sign today?
I think he's a perfect fit for what Alabama wants to do up front. You look at Edric Houston. Is he a stand-up pass rusher? Do you put him as a traditional 4-3 defensive end? I think he's a 4-eye in that kind of mint front that Nick Saban and his staff loves to use. Alabama, to me, they're one of the biggest stories of today. We were kind of wondering, you look at the commit list, they were sitting in the top 5, but it didn't feel like an Alabama recruiting class of old when Nick Saban had things rolling. I think they could finish number 2. Edric Houston obviously would be a big start. You're pulling him away from Ohio State. Ohio State's playing defense for some of the other guys, like you said, Jeremiah McClellan. There's a chance they're going to finish right behind Georgia, and they could even potentially overtake the Bulldogs if things really go their way.
On the flip side, I think this would be a huge loss for Ohio State because they've experienced a ton of misses at that position. Edge rusher, defensive line. It's just been a struggle for them to get over the line with so many of these players. Keon Keeley, even dating back to the last recruiting cycle. So to lose a player of the caliber of Edric Houston this late in the cycle would be a huge sting for them and Larry Johnson and the future of what they want to do on the front.
Yeah, I'm not saying Edric Houston is Chase Young, but I think Ohio State is still trying to find that next Chase Young or a Nick Bosa or Joey Bosa. That has kind of been, an issue for the Buckeyes.
And that's the problem, is that they have a blueprint. They have examples to show these recruits, the Joey Bosas, the Chase Youngs, those type of players. You say, hey, look, come to Columbus, you're going to be the same guy, and they haven't been able to do that, which is maybe a reason to be alarmed if you're a Buckeye fan.
Alabama has that too. That's not the only flip that they're going after today. We're going to continue to track that because, as I said earlier, we felt pretty good about Georgia taking that top spot, but Alabama is really coming up behind them if they pull off this flip and a few more moves. We'll continue to keep you updated on that throughout the day. Let's continue to roll through some of our top classes, 21 through 30. Blair, I'm going to start with you. North Carolina. The first thing that stands out to me is 27. That's a big class.
Yeah, it's a sneaky good group, and I don't know if there's one particular headliner there, but Mac Brown, 72 years old, Pat Sudas, who runs the recruiting department, I think they did an excellent job of evaluating talent, not only in the Carolinas, but down in Georgia. Jaden Patterson, we're higher on him than the rest of the industry. really fast safety prospect. I think he can get sideline to sideline. Andrew Rosensky, a developmental offensive line tackle. And then we just moved Jordan Shipp, a wide receiver, into the top 247. We're going to see him at the All-American Bowl. I think he has an extremely high floor. And you look at UNC, they've had some issues when it comes to the pass catchers. You know, Josh Downs is gone. Tez Walker, we'll see what he does. But I like this group where it's sitting. I think they're going to have some potential all-ACC type of players. And then they, too, like everyone else, active in the transfer portal.
Conference realignment has been really good to UCF, which we saw on that graphic earlier as well. And how about the hit rate for them? 9 out of 19 commitments are 4 stars in the composite. So they are able to get a lot of quality. They're able to get a lot of talent. And it's an impressive feat considering that Miami, that Florida State, that Florida are going to get the first pick in the Sunshine State. And for them to recruit as well as they have been, it speaks volumes to the job that staff has been doing.
UCF currently 28 in the team rankings right now, which would be far and away the highest finish for that group. So Gus Malzahn doing some work in the Sunshine State. And speaking of, we are actually in the Sunshine State. We're going to go away from it to Nashville to Josh Pate and Cooper Patagna to talk more about Florida. Hey, guys.
Yeah, Cooper, you and I have probably talked about this like every week the entire year, but now we get to talk about it on air. The Sunshine State. Bud always puts out the Sunshine State scorecard. It is must-read material for a lot of folks. I think partially because you got a lot of FSU, Miami, and Florida fans out there. But I started to realize a little while ago, as the playoff expansion conversation cranked up, I'm not so sure expansion is the key to parity in this sport and balancing it out competitively as much as these schools keeping their talent in state is. Because you watched Alabama for a while and Ohio State and Clemson just dominate. Then you pull up starting 22. Florida, 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 Florida. And if those kids stay home, you know, not necessarily by the dozens, but just a couple at a time, you never know what kind of dent it could make in the national picture. So you have mentioned a couple of times you think it's an imperative 24 hours for Billy Napier and the entire staff at Florida. Let's start with the Gators. Walk me through your thinking there.
A little bit of a house of cards is kind of what I'm thinking. DJ Lagway truly has a chance to be the best player in the country. We have him right now ranked number 4, the number 2 quarterback in the country. He has to ace his final exam for the Under Armour All-American game coming up here in Orlando in a couple of weeks. Outside of that, the guy was just spectacular. So the reason I talk about him, he is the linchpin for Billy Napier going forward. They're 11-14 over 2 years. They've been really disappointing on the field. I talked about proof of concept earlier, why players look around this time of year, why they're looking for different landing spots. We talked about Xavier Filsaime. We talked about some of these other guys as well. Naj Johnson goes to Georgia. Demonte Waller goes to Auburn. Wardell Mack goes to Texas, right? Florida has done everything right. We talked about that support staff, $7 million invested in them. From a talent identification evaluation standpoint, Florida's been dynamite, but they have to get these guys across the finish line. That's what that comes down to. So the 3 guys I'm looking at, Lagway, McCray, Amaris Williams, there's buzz around all of them. They have to sign those guys. I think Florida fans, Billy Napier, collectively can really breathe a sigh of relief if you get those 3 guys across the finish line, but that one guy you have to have is DJ Lagway. And the biggest thing for Florida going forward, they have to get past themselves. They have to win games on the field. That's the big thing for Florida. If they do that, sky's the limit in terms of what they can do recruiting.
I know a lot of people. I mean, we got thousands and thousands tuned in today, and I think a lot of people may not be glued into the day-to-day in recruiting. We get a big influx of viewers on this day. I don't think people can appreciate fully, who just casually watch recruiting, how tumultuous the last year has been at Florida, and especially the last few weeks leading up to today. And you've got that, and then you juxtapose it with Florida State. And Florida State, under Mike Norvell, when he first got in there, I thought they've put on a clinic this entire time of leaning heavy in portal to basically get off the ground as quickly as they could. But man, they have killed it in high school recruiting, and right now, today, they're in the top 5 mix, and it's a perfect, to me, testament of how to walk into a program that needs rebuilding and do it on the fly in the portal NIL era, because I think a lot of folks, when Norvell and his staff first got there, looked at it and said, I guess they're just going to be portal reliant. Well, that's not what they did at all. They didn't pull a Mel Tucker at Michigan State. They did it out of necessity, but this class looks insane on paper.
Yeah, we talked about ascending players, right? We talked about DJ Lagway ascending up the board. What about ascending programs? You look at Florida State, you talked about their recipe. How about this? The transfer portal, you go back, you look at what they've done. the 23rd ranked class, the 10th ranked class, the 6th ranked class. Now you have the on-field success. What do you do with that? You got to parlay that into success on the recruiting trail. Here are the last 3 years for Mike Norvell: 23rd, 20th, 19th. This year, 4th. That's how you get it done. 13 other 23 players that are committed to Florida State right now, they're from the Sunshine State. So they're doing a tremendous job there. Guys like KJ Bolden going into Georgia as well. 6 players committed from the state of Georgia. I love their recipe. And here's the thing, you have to consistently adapt and evolve. What your plan might be on day one when you walk into a program is going to be completely different than what it looks like year 4, right? You have to account for the success that you've had on the field. You get to take this high school recruiting and then still, sprinkle in a couple guys like Marvin Jones, a former 5-star coming over from Georgia. They've done a tremendous job through the transfer portal, getting some of the best pass rushers in the country. They really kind of have the yin and the yang now of, hey, this is what we're going to be via the transfer portal. And now let's build off of that, be aggressive in high school because we got the wind at our back.
Talk about Bolden for a second. KJ Bolden, for those unfamiliar, 5-star safety, number 1 at his position in the country. I got him at 15th. Overall prospect nationally. Been committed to FSU for a while. There had been some Auburn buzz. Steve Wilfong has talked a lot about this lately. Georgia getting in the mix. How do you feel about him as we kind of start the day?
Well, it sounds like Georgia right now is kind of the team picking up some steam, talking to some people on the KJ Bolden recruitment. Just me. That's not really my job or my lane, but it feels like Georgia is kind of surging here late. But this is a guy, 3-phase player out of Beaufort. He checks every box. And, sometimes you can get a little bit of fatigue of the guys that have been ranked inside the top 32 for a long time. We don't have that with KJ Bolden. Every live exposure, he's aced. When the pads and the lights are the brightest, this is where this guy really shines. So I love the player that KJ Bolden is. And you talk about it, right? Florida State, Auburn, Georgia, some of the best teams in the country coming after KJ Bolden. This is a safety. This is a position that traditionally over the last couple years has been devalued, but that just goes to show what type of athlete that he is. That all these teams are in the mix right now trying to get him to sign on the dotted line. He's a game changer, and I think a guy that can play day one for any of these programs.
Broad strokes question. 2 cycles ago, we had Malachi Starks, immediate impact guy at Georgia. Last year, Caleb Downs from Georgia goes to Alabama. Bolden, how does he compare to those two as a player?
Well, that's high praise, right? Malachi Starks is one of the best I think we've seen coming out, the number 5 player overall, one of the best athletes in the country. Caleb Downs, maybe the most complete player we have seen in a long time. I think he's somewhere in between those guys, right? I think from a physical standpoint, KJ Bolden can play early. I think from a defensive back standpoint, he's still learning the position. This guy played a lot of receiver as well. So I think physically, yes, he can step on the field. I think he's got to find his right spot. He might play a little bit of nickel. He might play closer to the line of scrimmage. You could also play him in the deep third. His position versatility is the most beautiful thing about KJ Bolden. He's going to find a way to get on the football field.
I want to find someone whose face lights up the way yours lights up when you talk about KJ Bolden. You don't need to respond. That's just a statement I want to make. Hey, what about Miami? So we're sitting here right now. It is 10:37 on the East Coast, and Miami is with the number 6 class in the country, still with a lot of movement. They're one of those programs where you literally want to see the sun go down on this day before you think they're done. What do we expect? What do we think about their class right now?
Well, think about this for Miami. This would be the first time in the 24/7 sports era, 2010, that Miami would have a back-to-back top 10 class. That's why they brought Mario Cristobal there. That's why he's in Coral Gables. You think about what they've done. They're another team super active in the state of Florida. And listen, no state puts out more players to the NFL per capita than the state of Florida, right? So you think about that. You don't have to go far from home. That's one of the attractive things about the job. 12 of their 26 commitments from the Sunshine State. Zaquan Patterson, let's start at the top with him, another safety we really like out of Chaminade Madonna, a guy super versatile, kind of similar to KJ Bolden a little bit. JoJo Trader, just a football player when you really think about him, can do a lot of different things. He'll play receiver for Miami and the Canes. Chance Robinson, a dude from St. Thomas Aquinas, big physical guy, not going to blow you away with speed, but a guy that I also think can play early, just a really mature football player. Then Artavius Jones, I mean, a two-way guy out of the state of Florida, big defensive tackle. I think he's going to have to shed a little bit of weight, but a position versatile guy. I will tell you this, over the last 2 years, I don't think I've been more impressed with the position coach recruiting-wise than Jason Taylor. Absolute home run for Mario Cristobal. That guy's been a killer. We know what Mario Cristobal can do on the offensive line. The fact they have done what they have done defensively, you think about Ruben Bain last year, some of the guys they brought in, and then you think about what they're bringing in this class. there's a chance they get Armando Blunt from Florida State, right? We talked about the Cuban coffee and coffees for closers. We'll see if Miami can get that done. But Jason Taylor has been outstanding. Marquise Lightfoot, another edge from Illinois that we absolutely love. So if you're going to get it done, if you're Miami, it's got to start in the trenches, and they've absolutely done a great job there.
You at UCF, really quickly, sitting at 29th. It's a really interesting program. Just made the jump to what was formerly known as Power 5. I'll let you decide what you want to call that now, but a Big 12 member. Top 30, not done. What do we think about the class?
Big 12's wide open. They were 50th last year. So when you look at the Big 12, who's the team? Texas Tech is the only team inside the top 25. You have TCU right behind them, and then you have UCF. You think about UCF and what they're going to be. I think they've done a really good job establishing who they are as they transition to the Big 12. The other thing about this, they took 18 transfers last year. I talked about that stat, right? Taking over 15 transfers and how to manage your roster. I think they have a chance to be one of the best bounce-back programs in the country right there in the state of Florida, now in the Power 5 and the Big 12. I like what Gus Malzahn's done. I think the arrow's pointing up there.
A lot of 5-stars have committed. We're watching them sign today. Still a lot on Flip Watch. And for that, I will send it back down to Fort Lauderdale, Emily Proud and company with a 5-star rundown.
Thank you. Yeah, our scouting team was not busy enough getting ready for signing day, so we had to do a recent update, but thankfully no new 5-stars, just a little bit of shuffling here and there. So we're going to go ahead and show you the back end of the 5-stars. That's 32 through 26. And Andrew, this is where we see a tight end in this position. It's not often that we see a 5-star tight end, but Penn State recruit Luke Reynolds. What makes him so special?
He's one of me and Cooper Patagna's favorites. We first kind of came across him at the Elite 11 finals. He caught pass after pass after pass there. It was a quarterback event, and we wanted to make him a top performer. We couldn't do it, though. NFL draft trends show you want tight ends that can do a little bit of everything. Luke Reynolds can do just that. He is a basketball player. He's a former quarterback that is just now figuring out this position. I was watching and studying his quarterback few weeks ago. My eyes kept going to Luke Reynolds, and that's because he kept making catch after catch. We're talking about someone who's 6'4", 215 pounds, 4.56 on the lasers in the 40-yard dash, and I think the more important thing, 4.2 in the short shuttle. Can create separation at the top of his routes. I don't think Penn State has had a tight end like this in a long time. Now, I know they like to get the ball to those big bodies. I think he's going to be a difference maker for him. We're excited to see him at the All-American Bowl. It's going to be a loaded group of tight ends. We'll see if he finishes number one, but he's one of our favorites in this class.
You said a loaded group of tight ends, but a position we don't see a whole lot of is offensive linemen in this 5-star group. But Brandon Baker is a player that stands out to you, Blair.
I know our buddy Cooper Patagna likes to mention that Nicholas Harbor escaped out of Area 51. You know how you keep a guy from escaping a lab or a facility or a place like that? You put a guy like Brandon Baker at the door because he's not going to let anyone through. I loved what I saw out of him in person a couple of times this past season. A big body, an athletic player with good feet, the exact type of player that Texas needs to continue to build up front with as they move into the SEC.
Let's show you 20 through 11, moving on up in the 5-star rankings. This is where we start to see some players who are number one at their position. But speaking of the number one athlete, still trying to figure out what to do with Terry Bussey. Alabama just excited to get him. Where do you see him potentially playing and making an impact?
Oh, he's going to Texas A&M. I got to point that out.
Excellent.
Mike Elko, I mean, this is a Christmas present under the tree. Is he an offensive player? Is he a defensive player? The scouting team at 24/7 Sports, we keep fighting over it. But there is not a better athlete to root for in this class. Terry Bussey lost his mother a few years ago, moved in with one of the coaches. He's from Timpson High School, town of less than 1,000 people. They've embraced him. 4-sport athlete. I like him at safety. My colleagues like him at wide receiver. It doesn't really matter. He's a football player. We saw it in the Texas State Championship games. He had a 97-yard touchdown pass, which was a record. 5 minutes later, he had a 93-yard touchdown run. This guy can do it all, and he is a gift for Mike Elko. Like I said, he's probably going to have to play as a freshman. I think he's ready to go. So Terry Bussey, for me, he stands out. Where, again, all these guys we're excited to see in the All-Star games. We're going to get 29 of the 32, and then we'll figure out who really is the 5-stars.
Huge for Mike Elko to step in and to keep a guy like Terry Bussey. You've watched some of his tape, Blair. I mean, where do you see him making an impact?
Anywhere. And the thing is, so much of his tape is at quarterback. And I think that knowledge and that foundation for him to understand how defenses are working and how movements and how they're going to be able to stop him, I think that helps him on the defensive side of the ball. That helps him on the offensive side. It helps him kind of stockpile a frame of mind and knowing how to attack a certain play. I think that's made him a tremendous athlete. He plays with a different gear, it looks like. It just seems like everyone else is playing slow-mo and he's just going out there. So I think the potential for him is immense. I don't think there is a limit that we can put on him.
It's in the name, Elijah Rushing. Pretty sure that that man is going to be an edge rusher at the next position, but he could potentially move across that defensive front. But what do you like so much about his skill set?
Well, apart from being on the all-name team, I think he's a player that just is in the right spot all the time. And that's even despite having to battle double teams throughout his games. I went out to see him this past October, and I don't know if there was a time where he just had a clean play where he's just going up against one-on-one offensive tackle. That's going to disappear in college. You're not going to be able to double him and double Aiden Breland on the other side at Oregon. I think that's going to open up his ability to be able to make an impact off the edge. He's got tremendous closing speed. I still want him to get a bit more physical and shed blocks. I want him to finish plays, but he is everything you look for in a prototype edge rusher with his size, with his length, with his get off. He does some boxing. Andrew, I know you're a multi-sport guy. He does some track to practice his get off. The complete package at edge rusher, Elijah Rushing.
It's crazy that we are walking into the top 10 and just now talking about some wide receivers. But before we get to the 9 wide receivers that we consider 5 stars, Jordan Seaton. Andrew, what are you hearing on that front?
I actually got wind of this Tuesday afternoon talking with a source at a Big Ten school that, hey, the Jordan Seaton stuff is real. And I'm like, what do you mean the Jordan Seaton stuff? Oh, he's looking around. I know 24/7 Sports Director of Recruiting Steve Wiltfong has confirmed this. I mean, when Jordan Seaton committed to Colorado, it kind of felt a little weird. I mean, he just jumped on. What was it, like first take?
Yeah. He took them off his finalists.
Yeah, they weren't even in the finalists. And having interacted with him, I mean, he's a kid that's kind of just been all over the place. You go back to IMG Academy spring game, he didn't really want to talk about his recruitment, wouldn't confirm who's involved, who's not involved. Maryland, I believe, is a school that has some momentum here. Mike Loxley is usually known for some surprises at signing day. That's kind of his MO. We didn't see it last cycle. Maybe it happens this cycle with Jordan Seaton. I also think you got to keep an eye on Alabama. Alabama, Nick Saban, they always used to get the big offensive linemen out of IMG Academy, and they need help there as well. Yes, Caden Proctor started 13 games as a true freshman, but Jordan Seaton, you got to keep reloading with these bodies. So Jordan Seaton, I think he's kind of one of the bigger storylines of today because Colorado, a lot of us are saying he's going to be the left tackle there in 2024, protecting Shedeur Sanders. So Jordan Seaton, we'll see what happens there.
We were praising Coach Prime for everything that he was doing to protect his son at the quarterback position, not just through Jordan Seaton, but also, of course, with the offensive line help that he's brought in through the portal. But now that Jordan Seaton is our new #1 offensive tackle in the latest updated rankings, but Blair, we're keeping an eye on Tennessee, we're keeping an eye on Oregon, and Maryland, a wild card here. What kind of impact can he come in and make? You mentioned the Keon Keeley comparison, and that is somebody that was called upon early on in his career. But Seaton, how ready is he for that spotlight?
Yeah, it's a little bit tougher for offensive linemen because they need to be able to develop physically, and I think that's why we're seeing a player or a coach like Coach Prime going into the portal. He needs that immediate help. But when you go and get the #1 player at a position, when you get a player with his physical ability, you kind of have to throw him out there. You have to just let him start, earning some of those reps and figuring things out on the fly because he's got that sort of ability to be able to help you. And I hate to say this, but will Coach Prime get Coach Primed on National Signing Day? If Loxley is able to pull this off, or any of these other schools come in there at the final hour, I think it would be one of those, kind of reciprocal things.
I'll add this on Jordan Seaton. Watch his final game of his prep career against St. Francis Baltimore Academy. I think that was the best stuff he put on tape, right? Mirrors extremely well. He can recover, he can react, gets to the second level. And the biggest thing with him is he finishes, right? And you look back to this past year, what true freshman offensive tackle played. It was Francis Mauanoa at the University of Miami. There were some lumps early on in the season. He got it together. All freshman teams across the board. And then Caden Proctor, same thing. Initial growing pains, but with these big bodies, you need to invest in them. And I think Colorado, that's going to be the plan. I wouldn't be surprised if he ended up at Maryland. That's the plan as well, especially in this name, image, likeness era. If you're going to invest in one of these premium positions, you got to get them on the field right away. It's the same thing as a first-round pick in the NFL draft. You're not drafting them for a few years down the line. You want them right away.
Yeah. Speaking of name, I got my K's mixed up. Said Keon Keeley. Caden Proctor is the name that we were
I need to get a penalty flag I can throw over here. We call it on the podcast.
My way a lot. This is a long show.
We call it on the podcast a Patagna flag. I'll come up with a proud flag.
Yeah. Well, we'll see. We'll try to come up with something there, but hopefully I don't make any more mistakes. It's early on in the show, too, for these mistakes. But, okay, Jordan Seaton, number 13 player. Number 12 player is a guy that we're keeping an eye on as a potential flip. Ryan Wingo committed to Texas, but it was all kind of signs pointing towards Missouri when he made that commit. A St. Louis native, of course, people locally there hoping that he stays home. It sounds like, though, that Drink is not giving up on this quite yet, Andrew.
Yeah, and the state of Missouri has some of the most progressive NIL laws out here. So I had always kind of in the back of my head had the Tigers pinned down for Ryan Wingo as a team to keep an eye on, especially for the ones, in state. The player, the combination of the size and speed. Our friends at Tracking Football, which is an analytics site, they have Ryan Wingo with a perfect 5.0 PAI score. It's extremely rare. Only a few guys in the NFL have it. He returns kicks. He plays some defensive back. He is a wide receiver one, and I think for Missouri, the pitch is so easy. Hey, come be the next Luther Burden for us. Put on for the Show Me State. I love Missouri's recruiting class. This would be the cherry on top. I think what Eli Drinkwitz and his staff have done, parlaying that huge 2023 season, which was built through the transfer portal. This high school class is, I know it's not ranked in the top 25, but it is good. It is loaded with some hidden gems. Now you're going to toss, a top 5 receiver in there. Man, look out for the Tigers in the SEC.
What would an addition like Ryan Wingo mean for Missouri? They have a top 5 player already in Williams Nwaneri, but to bring in 2 5-stars after the season that they had, what would that mean?
It's handing the baton off to the next guy, and Luther Burden has been that guy even from the moment he stepped foot on campus. Ryan Wingo has the personality, he has the work ethic, he has the ability athletically to be the player that Luther Burden has been for Missouri. And as they take that next step in the SEC, which we've already seen on the field, them take a leap up and really be competitive, Ryan Wingo is a type of player that can take them to the next level.
Let's talk about some more wide receivers. We got a lot 5-star status, and one that's new to the class that we want to highlight, Ryan Williams. So if you're like me and you have been laser focused in on 2024 and haven't even looked ahead, he has reclassified from the 2025 class to 2024 and is still a top 10 player. He was our number 1 receiver in that future class, but it sounds like if he sticks with Alabama, they've got an early treat.
Yeah, Ryan Wingo. This reclassification stuff, I'm just going to tell everyone listening right now, it's not going away. With the name, image, likeness, the demand to get to college it's there. It's at an all-time high. We've seen reclassification with college basketball. It is going to be a thing in college football. We did a study on it, looked at maybe, all the guys have done it in the past. It has shown not necessarily the right thing. A lot of transfers, a lot of guys not panning out. But with Ryan Wingo, we feel extremely good about him. First sophomore ever to be named Mr. Football in the state of Alabama. He showed up for the Alabama-Mississippi All-Star game as a 16-year-old, going up against 17 and 18-year-olds. Cooper Patagna saw him there in Hattiesburg, called me right away, hey, this kid is like Devontae Smith. Ryan Williams ends up being named MVP of the game. Close to 100 yards receiving. So we feel confident about him. We're going to get him at the Under Armour All-America game. He is not expected to sign today. I think that is notable. This recruitment's going to stretch into February. Auburn's pushing, LSU's pushing, Georgia's pushing. I think everyone, once we turn the page, everyone breathes, right? Goes through the holidays. It'll be transfer portal and Ryan Williams, what happens with him. But he's the real deal. Speed, ball skills, run after catch, he can do it all.
Yeah, Williams plans to sign in February, not just because he's not sure of where he wants to go. I know that there's going to be a lot of programs that are going to try to get in there late, but it's also his birthday, and so he's waiting to sign in February to celebrate that. Another receiver, Cam Coleman. I mean, what an ad for Auburn. They could stack more wide receiver talent. We're going to keep track of those Tigers today, especially with what Hugh Freeze has historically done. But this feels like an old school Auburn commit.
A headliner for Auburn in this class, a jewel you could call him. And I saw him in Phoenix at a passing tournament. He was catching passes from future LSU Tiger Colin Hurley on the same team. And you just see the ability in person, and it just kind of pops. He's got tremendous size. He's got tremendous fluidity. He's a really good route runner for his size. He's got that burst off the line of scrimmage, and then at the point of attack, at the catch radius, the catch point, he shows a big time radius, and that's a player with hand-eye coordination that if you throw it up, he's going to go get it. If it's maybe not the most accurate ball, he's going to lay out and try to grab it. I just love the skill set that he brings. And when you think about instant impact, when you think about what they want to do at Auburn and continuing to reload and add players that can help them take that next step, Cam Coleman can certainly be that guy.
So we just highlighted those top 4 wide receivers that you see on your screen right now. We're going to go back and show you players 1 through 5 and sticking with the number 1 wide receiver. It's one thing to be the top guy at that position, especially in this incredibly deep class, Blair. But it's another thing to be a wide receiver and the number 1 player in all the land. Why is he so deserving of that nod?
Production and upside. 39 touchdowns, Andrew, through his last 2 seasons on varsity. Nearly 2,500 receiving yards, 90 catches as a senior. And you know how difficult that is when everyone knows that the ball's going to Jeremiah Smith? To reel in 90 catches just speaks to his ability as a player that can not only compete, but get it done when it matters. And I think he's going to be super special no matter if he ends up at Ohio State or he flips to a Florida State. He's going to be the point of emphasis for any offense that he ends up in.
Highest ranked wide receiver since Dorial Green Beckham in 2014. If he were to sign with Ohio State, highest ranked recruit behind only Quinn Ewers and Terrell Pryor. I mean, this guy is the real deal. What I think is unique about Jeremiah Smith, you go back to when he first emerged on the scene, right? We always have to rank these freshmen and sophomores. Jeremiah Smith was kind of known as, hey, this is Geno Smith's cousin, right? We don't even talk about that anymore. The fact that he is related to a starting quarterback in the NFL. He just has it all. And I think what's scary about Jeremiah is he's got these big features. You get around him. I always tell people, he's like a puppy. You ever seen a puppy? You're like, oh, look at these big paws. It's the same thing with Jeremiah Smith. And you talk to his coaches, the people in the youth leagues. Jeremiah was not always the biggest individual. He's 6'3", 205 pounds right now. He used to be small. They thought he was going to be a slot receiver. I think him learning how to create separation at such a young age when he wasn't the biggest kid has only helped translate to his game as a senior.
And I want to go back to what you mentioned, or what I mentioned earlier, that he told you on camera that he is the number 1 guy. That's a personality trait that you need in a competitor, in a player that wants to be the number 1 wide receiver in the class. He wants the football. He's going to be demanding. Maybe a player that the camera will start tracking on the sideline and starts yelling at his quarterback because he's not getting the ball to Jeremiah Smith, talking to the third person, doing push-ups in the driveway. He's going to be that guy, and that's what you need in the NIL era. And when you need a player on offense that's going to demand the football, that's what you look for.
Yeah, he got that swagger, the dog in him. He's a puppy, though. Something tells me, though, that he knows how to use the big paws a little bit better than a puppy does, because it's not the most coordinated thing. It is quite adorable, though. Let's get back to football. Our top 5 players, the player that we want to highlight, Ellis Robinson, now all of a sudden is the number 1 player in the number 1 class in Georgia. How big an impact can he make?
They're going to need him, right? There's been some defections there in Athens. Fran Brown, the DB coach, leaving to be the head coach at Syracuse. It's difficult as true freshmen to play at UGA, especially on the defensive side of the ball. They reload, restock. They don't take developmental guys. They want guys that are going to come in and be ready to go. Ellis Robinson is just that. I've watched a ton of IMG Academy of games. Why not? Every time I turn on the defensive tape, the eyes instantly go to number 12, and that's because he's a new age cornerback, and he's exactly how you want them to look. He is over 6'1". He's got plus length in the arms. He's a ball hawk. He baits quarterbacks into bad decisions, and he's technically buttoned up. I mean, you're seeing him use his hands right here in coverage. countless times he'll play press man, off man, not even redirect until the receiver's 5 or 10 yards down the field. I think he is the real deal. I compare him to Greg Newsome, who came out of IMG Academy. He's now with the Cleveland Browns. I said it earlier on the show. I think he's the best defensive back to ever come out of IMG. That says a lot. It is a powerhouse. There has been a ton of guys fired up. I think if you're a Georgia fan, expect him to be potentially field side, boundary, wherever they need him.
Andrew, you referenced Coach Elko at A&M waking up to a present under the Christmas tree in Terry Bussey. Well, Dante Williams, the new defensive backs coach at Georgia, just walked out of the house and saw a new Lamborghini with a big red bow in the driveway. That's what Ellis Robinson is going to be. And I think he's a player, like you mentioned, going to be able to see the field right away. He has that shutdown ability, that one-on-one potential, and the physical traits that you want to see in the SEC.
The number 6 player in the class, defensive lineman LJ McCray, has not signed yet for Florida, and the buzz is that he may not sign during this early signing period. He is somebody that I have in my category under flip watch. Florida State, Auburn, both trying to flip LJ McCray. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, when I thought he picked Florida, you know, it was a bit interesting. I had been at Mainland about a month prior, Friday night game. LJ told me, hey, I can't go wrong with any of my finalists here. I can't figure this out. So when he committed on October 21st to the Gators, number one, it was in the middle of a college football Saturday. It was kind of like, hey man, you know, we're in the name, image, likeness era. Let's choose a better time slot. How about Monday morning when everyone's at their desk? But I got the vibe he was almost rushing things. So to me, hearing that, all right, this could extend, makes some sense. You look at Florida, 0-5 since he committed, missed out on a bowl game. There's been a ton of defections to the transfer portal. I think people want to know what is going on in Gainesville. They also changed their defensive line coach. It's a new individual in there. Florida State is the one I'm going to keep an eye on, because the first time I ever saw LJ McCray was 2 years ago at the Seminole Showcase. It was FSU's elite camp. I think he had a few scholarship offers. One of them was from Florida State, but he was not a national name. Mark note of him, 6'6", 260 pounds, another guy with a ton of growth potential. So, and then Auburn, Hugh Freeze. This time last year, he thrives in the winter months, and they flipped Keldrick Falk from Florida State, Kayan Lee from Ohio State. Not surprised that LJ McCray is going to drag this one out.
Billy Napier has to hang on to a player like LJ McCray. And I think the big thing with Florida was that fans were clamoring that Dan Mullen was not paying attention to recruiting, right? He didn't even want to address it in his press conferences. Well, now they're in some of these heavyweight battles, and that's the other side of things, right? If you're going to get involved with these types of players and you're going to be involved in these heavyweight battles, you have to kind of have the awareness to know, all right, this could happen at the finish line. So a hugely important player for the Gators.
It's one of those things, it's very easy to read the tea leaves there, because we've seen all of those decommitments directly correlate to the results on the field. We mentioned today is all about stacking rosters and building that depth chart, and a big part of that is the transfer portal. So let's welcome in Matt Zenitz, who is our national college football reporter and just the guy to go to when it comes to talking about all things transfer portal. And we're going to start with the number 1 player in that portal, defensive lineman Walter Nolan. He has officially going to switch from Texas A&M and finding that next home. How has he narrowed down his recruitment so far?
So for the better part of the last week, it's been clear that this was an Oregon-Ole Miss battle. His first trip was to Oregon, and then took a visit to Ole Miss this past weekend. And the feeling that I've gotten from both sides is that this seems to be trending towards Ole Miss right now. I've not heard of a final decision. I've not heard anything definitive as of yet. But the feeling on both sides of this is that this is trending in Ole Miss's favor, with a decision potentially coming or expected at some point before Christmas.
All right, David Johnson of Inside the Rebels currently has a crystal ball in for Ole Miss to land the number 1 player in the portal. The number 2 player, also a transfer from Texas A&M, wide receiver Evan Stewart. I know this is something that you've been tracking since they were still playing games at Texas A&M, but what can you tell us the latest on him?
Yeah, so the writing was on the wall with that one, and Evan for the better part of the last few weeks, last couple of months, whatever. But Evan officially hit the portal yesterday, and naturally is going to have some top places as options for him. It's unclear just what the top schools of interest for him are as of yet, But the one thing that I got from somebody close to Evan is that this is going to be a football-driven decision, not an NIL decision, and that legitimately wants to find program and situation that positions him best from a development standpoint and sets him up the best for hopefully being an early round or early NFL draft pick as best as possible.
The transfer portal is also a great example of everything that we're talking about today. If the guy that we're discussing is not on your team now, there's still a chance that he could hit the transfer portal later in his career. And a great example of that is the second 5-star quarterback from last cycle has hit the portal in Malachi Nelson. What does the transfer portal market look like for him as he just entered recently?
Yeah, so at this point, it seems like Malachi wants to narrow down his list of schools at some point in the near future. It's still relatively early at this point, but as I'm sure you can imagine, with someone who was a 5-star recruit and a top 15 overall player in this past recruiting class, Matt Malachi is definitely warranting or garnering some interest. At USC, there were some questions just about the outlook for him and future there, and just an overall feeling, just being completely candid, that was probably a couple of years away from being in position to be the guy for them. So ultimately, he decides to move on. Obviously, USC in position right now to potentially land Kansas State transfer Will Howard as our quarterback for right now. But I think we'll have a better feel on Malachi and what the true options are, and they're the most likely landing spots at some point in the near future.
Speaking of quarterback, man, what they are doing at Oregon is what a luxury. They've got their short-term plan figured out and their long-term plan, taking 2 of the top arms in this class. How did this all come about?
So they found their quarterback for the present through the portal in Dylan Gabriel, and now have their quarterback for the future that they've gotten through the portal and Dante Moore to go along with that. So it worked out very favorably for Dan Lanning and the Dogs, where Dylan and obviously everything that he's done during the course of the last few years, going back to UCF and obviously the last 2 seasons at Oklahoma, kind of speaks for itself and has a chance. I know the feeling around the Oregon program is that this is a potential Heisman candidate level quarterback that they've gotten. But to go along with that, there was a clear interest in landing a long-term answer at the position through the portal to go along with that. And it ended up working out in a way with Dante, who at one point was obviously an Oregon commit as a high school recruit. Worked out with him where Dante was prioritizing just finding the best overall situation. And again, kind of like I said with the Evan Stewart piece, in terms of prioritizing development and wanting to land in just the best situation possible, he was more concerned about that than finding somewhere that he could start immediately. There was a willingness to sit for a year if need be for the right team. And ultimately, it ended up being a fit with him in Oregon.
Yeah, once again, I'll remind people, this time last year, we were talking about a devastating flip away from Oregon, Dante Moore going to UCLA, and we've just flipped right back. So stay tuned for more news, Matt. Thank you for checking in with us. You can, of course, check out all things transfer portal coverage from our whole team at 247sports.com. You can check out some of those latest rankings, the entries, the commitments. It is a wild time in college football, and our guys have you covered on 247sports.com. We're going to hit some potential breaking news here. Per On3, Jeremiah McClellan could be flipping from Ohio State to Oregon. We mentioned that Ohio State just loves to stockpile these arms, and he is a top 100 player, Andrew. What would this mean for Oregon to add a guy like this?
Well, I think when I look at the recruiting class, question marks at wide receiver. We talked about Dan Lanning, what he's doing in the trenches, building that roster. Obviously, they got the quarterbacks figured out with Dylan Gabriel, Dante Moore, now Jeremiah McClellan. I think the other thing here is Ohio State. We thought Florida might have a bad Wednesday, and look at the Buckeyes right now. Edric Houston could be gone. We'll see what happens with Jeremiah Smith losing Jeremiah McClellan. And it's not often that Brian Hartline and the Buckeyes lose a guy like this. Receivers want to play for Ohio State. 8 active guys in the NFL. We saw one of them on Monday Night Football, Jackson Smith-Njigba with the one-handed catch. So this would be big for Oregon, and I think it kind of raises some questions about Ohio State. You know, Mark Pantoni was on my podcast. He's the GM there a while ago, just outlining how things have changed for Ohio State in this new look era of college football. They've tried to recruit more locally, regionally. Look at the recruiting class. A lot of guys from Ohio. Jeremiah McClellan, a kid from St. Louis. In theory, this is a guy that they should have had in the boat. So Ryan Day, this one stings.
An attractive offense at Oregon. Let's not overlook that. I mean, Troy Franklin and what he was able to do as a receiver in that attack, very prolific. Maybe if he stays at Ohio State, he's the second best Jeremiah coming in that class, and maybe a bit overlooked. I like what they are doing at the receiver position. Dylan Grisham is a really good player from Southern California who's got that underneath route stuff. Jeremiah McClellan could maybe be the over the top, deeper threat player. They have Roger Saliaponga, one of the best hybrid tight end, big receiver bodies that you could find in the region. So to couple them with Jeremiah McClellan, I don't know, is Dan Lanning going to start pulling out the cigar like he did last signing day?
I'm telling you. I mean, Matt Zenitz was just on telling us about the quarterback situation as far as how they've built that in the portal. So if I'm Jeremiah McClellan, I'm going, I know who my quarterbacks are going to be for the next 3-4 years, however long he plays college football. So that's an attractive offer for him. But looking at the race for the number one class, we talked about that Alabama might be making some moves today to push for that. This really kind of opens the door for them to at least take that number 2 spot, right? If Ohio State's losing top 100 players.
Yeah, I woke up this morning and I ran the calculations. I came in and I think I said Alabama is probably going to finish number 2. Now we'll see if they can top Georgia. Obviously Georgia involved with KJ Bolden, the 5-star. We'll see what he does here in a few hours. Alabama, it's been an impressive few days. Jay-Sean Ross, top 247 edge rusher, another Missouri kid. I feel like we keep talking about Missouri on this show. Carl Reed must be somewhere.
He's so excited.
That was a big pickup on Monday night. They're looking to flip Kevin Riley, top 247 running back from Miami. They're also in on Jaden Baugh, former Arkansas commit. I love him. He's a two-way athlete. Some schools like him at linebacker. Some schools like him at running back. I think he reminds me of Rocket Sanders, who was at Arkansas. Favor Edwin. I mean, Crimson Tide got it rolling.
Yeah, and when you think about Ohio State, specifically if they were to fall off, losing a McClellan, losing an Edric Houston, it stings. The sting factor is even more real on National Signing Day when it happens this close to the finish line and you've been working on getting a class. But I think that's a byproduct also of maybe the tide shifting a little bit in the dynamics within the Big Ten and then in the greater college football landscape. We know that Ohio State maybe doesn't play the NIL game as well as maybe some other schools. I think you have to go in there and be on the roster and kind of stamp yourself before they're able to really kind of help you with stuff like that. So maybe we're seeing effects of that right now with the Buckeyes.
All right, we will continue to track the breaking news as it happens, but we want to get back to some of our breakdowns because we're over an hour into the show and we haven't talked about DJ Lagway yet, who I know is a fan favorite just from what he did in his senior year, those video game type numbers, Andrew, but he's also a favorite in those scouting meetings because he has just been going up, up, and up.
Yeah, Max Prep's Player of the Year. They announced that on a Monday. I wouldn't be surprised if he wins the Gatorade Player of the Year nationally. Jackson Arnold won that award last year. Look, you see up here on the screen, Hendon Hooker as his player comp. That's a bit dated. We met on Saturday. We were burning the midnight oil, and I said, hey, to my team, Gabe Brooks, Hudson Standish, Cooper Pataglia, we need to find a player comp for DJ Lagway. We could not find one. I think he's similar to AR-15, Anthony Richardson. I think he's similar to Jalen Hurts. I think he's similar to Cam Newton. There is no exact one. Cam Ward, who's in the transfer portal out of Washington State, Cooper Pataglia has brought that up multiple times. Look, this kid was at the Elite 11 finals, and coming out of that 3-day competition, I said, I like where we have him ranked at 40th. Did I think he was going to be a 5-star? Wasn't sure. Wanted to see how the senior season would go. Well, he improved in every statistical category. 59 touchdown passes, Texas 6A record, averaged 9.5 yards per carry. He was a one-man show for Willis, best record in over 60 years. First time they're in the state semifinals since '94. And what's crazy, one other player at Willis High School is going to sign today. It's not like he's playing on some all-star squad. So I think this guy has the tools. I think he is so essential for Billy Napier to hold on to. Steve Wilfong has reported USC's involved. I talked to DJ Lagway's father on Monday. It sounded like they're going to make a final decision. Houston's kicking the tires. Clemson's kicking the tires. Texas A&M has been in there. I mean, this guy is the real deal. I think there's a chance for us he can finish as the #1 quarterback, but he is going to transform some program because you don't want to face him. He can beat you with his arm and his legs.
Lincoln Riley knows a thing or two about quarterbacks. I think we could all agree on that. And for DJ Lagway to be maybe that first phone call that the Trojans are making after losing a Malachi Nelson from your quarterback room, it just speaks volumes.
I think a big thing, too, with DJ Lagway is that he's also been actively recruiting players to Florida. So he has been fully locked in, not just for himself, but continuing to stockpile talent around him. Another quarterback that we would love to highlight is Julian Sayin. We talk about this Alabama class. It's, of course, highlighted by that signal caller.
A smooth operator. We love what he's able to do in the pocket, but he's got some sneaky athleticism to be able to do things on the run, off-platform throws. He's able to kind of make plays outside when he's rolling out. And you know, you look at his makeup. You look at the prototype Southern California cliches. He lives at a beach town, Carlsbad, just in between Los Angeles and San Diego. But then when he steps on the field, he's all business. And that calm demeanor that maybe you see off the field, it evaporates because he's that type of playmaker. And when you think about the last two West Coast quarterbacks out of high school that went to Alabama, Bryce Young, Tua Tagovailoa, Julian Sayin has all the makeup, all the potential to be the next big West Coast star for the Crimson Tide.
He was the Elite 11, MVP. You're about to say that. You watched him play. What did you see?
Yeah, he was the most consistent guy over the course of the 3 days. Now, does he have the strongest arm? I don't know about that, but it was probably the most accurate arm as we went through the 7-on-7 play, the pro days, and all that stuff. 30-4 on Friday nights for Julian Sayin. I look at what Alabama has taken at quarterback in recent years. You know, it was Ty Simpson 2 cycles ago, Eli Holstein. This is the guy that gets me fired up. I think he can step in, not saying he's a game manager, but I think he's someone that can take care of the football, put the Crimson Tide in position to win games. Early on in 2023, Alabama was trying to figure it out, right? Remember, they almost lost to USF in that rain game? That was crazy. And then they decided, all right, we're going to run the football. And I think Julian Sayin, Mr. Consistent is what I have written down next to him. 9-1 as a senior. Watch that game he lost. He played good enough to win. It went to overtime. The other team decided to go for 2, and Julian Sayin didn't even have a chance, to keep playing. So I think it's a big one when you think big picture about Alabama and the future of that program. I would label him as the next guy. And obviously they're going to be in the transfer portal market. Everyone is, but you still got to build it through the high school ranks. Keep an eye on Julian Sayin.
Georgia was involved. Texas was involved. And when you think about Bama missing out on Arch Manning in the 2023 class, to get Julian Sayin when they did was huge for Tommy Rees.
Speaking of getting a quarterback when they did, another top 5 guy that you watched in LA at the Elite 11 finals, Luke Kromenhoek. Florida State has been on this guy early before he even started a game or played a game in high school.
That's right. He threw for Mike Norvell and the Seminoles in a summer camp. Mike Norvell liked it, and they took his commitment. Luke Kromenhoek at Savannah Benedict Christian, first 2 years played wide receiver and safety. He was behind Holden Gerner, another Elite 11 finalist, now at Auburn. I saw Luke in his 3rd career start. He came down to Miami to play a game. Texted my guys right away, hey, we got to get him in the top 247. I think the sky is the limit. Dynamic athlete, fits what the Seminoles want to do so well. You think about Jordan Travis, how they move and roll him out. How many times did he bail the Seminoles out on key 3rd and long situations with his leg? Luke Kromenhoek can do just that. Ryan Tannehill has been the comp from the jump for Luke, and it fits so well. Remember, Tannehill played some wide receiver at Texas A&M. Well, you got Luke, who was playing some safety and wide receiver. Special teams as well, you can find those highlights on there. He's got a strong arm. Still think he needs some polish, probably a year or 2 away. We'll see what Florida State does in the transfer portal at quarterback, but stacking him after taking Brock Glenn, who we saw in the ACC title game, I mean, that room is in good shape.
A work in progress is what we wrote down after the Elite 11 finals, because you could tell that the upside was there. And maybe he didn't have the strongest arm, or he wasn't the most mobile outside the pocket, or maybe mechanically wasn't as fine-tuned, but you get good coaching around that. And like a Mike Norvell's been able to do at the quarterback position, I think the sky's the limit for a player like Luke Kromenhoek.
CJ Carr, another top 5 quarterback that we want to run through, and the comp for him is Davis Mills. What was the thought process behind that?
Well, we're going to get to some awards here in a little bit, but he's kind of the prototypical quarterback. Obviously, grandson of Lloyd Carr, the legendary Michigan head coach. I think I'm a little bit more bullish on him than maybe some of the other guys here at 24/7 Sports, but I always like to watch quarterbacks' toughest opponent, and with CJ Carr consistently did that. His ability to create, I call him an elastic athlete. He extends plays, and he's a guy with a tennis background. He plays on chess.com. It's the IQ as well. He's over 6'3". He's got the arm, he's got the mechanics, it's all dialed in, the footwork's clean. I just think it's the combination of all that stuff why I'm comparing him to Davis Mills, who was the same story coming out of high school. I think for Notre Dame, such a huge addition. When Marcus Freeman took over there, we wondered what were the quarterbacks going to look like. So last cycle they get Kenny Mitchie and Sam Hartman. This year it's CJ Carr, who was already practicing in South Bend. My friend Tom Loy tweeted out some video, I think it was yesterday, I was already watching it, and then Riley Leonard. And then in the 2025 cycle, they got this wild card named Deuce Knight, who we'll be talking about a year from now, him committed. So Marcus Freeman has rebuilt that. It's in great shape, the signal caller position.
You mentioned the IQ, and one of my favorite parts of watching quarterbacks in 7-on-7, and I don't want to hear from the 7-on-7 bashers, right? Because for quarterbacks, it's really useful. But I love standing behind them in the pocket, filming and seeing what they see and the decision making and how they're able to layer throws or put touch on throws deep. CJ Carr had some of the prettiest deep balls that I could see, or that I saw this past spring and last winter at these 7-on-7 tournaments. Really good anticipation. Notre Dame has been going into the transfer portal, so maybe not needed to go in and be a guy right away, but he has the foundation to be a really productive and a really good quarterback for the Irish.
We'll talk more about that quarterback room stacked right now from what they got in the last class, what they've got in the transfer portal, and what they have coming in CJ Carr. We will continue that discussion later on in the show, but let's talk more quarterbacks, because from this group, from 6 to 10, the one that stands out to me, Andrew, is Ryan Puglisi, because I feel like all the Dogs fans that are watching right now say, okay, now who is our quarterback? So tell them, who is their quarterback?
My guy Blair over here cast some doubt over the future of the position for the Bulldogs. Pugga, that's what I call him, Ryan Puglisi. I don't know who came up with that. I think it's the greatest nickname. If you're looking for an NIL shirt,
love it.
Contact me and Cooper Patagna at Oyster Boys State. We got you taken care of. Ryan Puglisi, saw him at the Elite 11 finals. Thought he threw fastball after fastball after fastball. He's a baseball kid. He's actually 3 athletes ever have been to the Area Code Games, which is an elite baseball event, and the Elite 11 finals. Ryan Puglisi is one of them. His senior tape saw more touch as a passer, thought he figured things out. Hey, I don't need to throw it 90 miles per hour. I'll layer the football in there. Strong arm, obviously. He can get it to the deeper third. And then I think the sneaky aspect of his game, what he doesn't get enough credit for, is him as a runner. And not just when things break down, on designed runs. He can do just that. You think about him going to Georgia, Mike Bobo's there. Georgia can get a little more creative behind the Great Wall of Athens. So Ryan Puglisi, we're going to see him in the All-American Bowl, but stock up after this senior season.
What you're saying is he needs to start painting the corners a little bit. He's a baseball guy, right?
Yeah.
That was one thing that we were concerned about at the Elite 11 finals in Los Angeles, because he wasn't putting the touch on the ball. He was just kind of showing off the arm strength. And it's maybe a little bit difficult to rein yourself in a setting like that when you're trying to impress and say, hey, look, my name is Pugga. I can throw the ball 100 miles an hour. But yeah, that's an area where he still needs to improve and still make strides. But he's got a tremendous upside. He's just not a 5-star in the rankings like a Dylan Raiola would have been in this class for Georgia.
A close second behind Elijah Rushing and the all-name team has got to be Aaron Nolan. Outside of that name, though, Blair, what makes him so special at the quarterback position?
This might be recency working in my favor here, but he's got a lot of Michael Penix to him. He's a smooth lefty with some nice touch on the throws beyond 30 yards, and he was really decisive when we saw him at the Elite 11. I think he was really quick with his decisions, making throws when he needed to make them. The timing, leading his receivers, another player who's really good outside the pocket and can kind of make some throws. Not exactly a Michael Vick type, but he's going to be able to pick up some of those tough yards that you need to pick up in the Big Ten.
10,164 yards, 126 touchdown passes. That is the high school resume for Aaron Nolan. I think that's actually his real name. It might be Prentice Aaron Nolan. I asked him to see it on his birth certificate. He wouldn't pull it up for me back then. This, to me, I was talking with someone at Ohio State on Tuesday. I think between the ears, his mentality, his mindset, Aaron Nolan is the best in this class. Leader, everything checks off every box. led the most prolific high school offense in Georgia State history as a junior. As a senior, new offensive coordinator, lost some of his weapons, took a step back, but we're not concerned about him. You brought up Michael Penix. That is my player comp for Aaron Nolan, and both those guys threw out the Elite 11 finals. Remember, every year they bring a few college counselors out there. I think you would have been hard-pressed to figure out which one is about to be selected in the NFL draft and which one's headed to Ohio State. There's not that big of a gap between the two.
We talk about quarterbacks as just being a different breed of human. There's a fantastic story by our national college football writer, Brandon Marcello, about Aaron Nolan and what makes him different. So you can check that out on 247sports.com. Also, when we're talking quarterbacks, we love comps, we love superlatives. So we run through a few superlatives here. Video game star pick is a man by the name of DeMond Williams, who is committed to Arizona. Why is he your pick for video game star?
Well, we're getting NCAAs at 2024 or 2020.
This summer.
This summer. Okay. Well, let me tell you, DeMond Williams is going to have 99 speed. He's like a 4.4 kid on the lasers. Track kid, and then he's going to have like 98 arm strength. Broke down a few of his games from Arizona State playoff. He threw it in the air over 50 yards 5 different times, completed each one of those passes. This kid is electric. Now, he ain't 6'5", he's 5'11", but he is a guy that can run around, make defenses miss. I think he does not get enough credit as a passer. His yards per attempt is some of the best we have seen in this 2023 class. He can make all the throws. He's just on the smaller side. But if I'm playing the video game, I want him, and I think you headed to Arizona. You got Noah Fatiti there. You know, he runs around a bunch. I think this is a guy who is going to be, if we had college football fantasy, kind of a first-round pick.
Do you have any tag flags? It's Noah Fafita.
Fafita.
But DeMond Williams is going to wear out the left joystick when I play that game. I'm going to pick Arizona and have a ton of fun throwing the rock around because he can do everything. You need him to escape pressure, he can do that. You need him to pick up 10, 15 yards on the option keeper, he can do that. If you need him to layer throws deep or maybe pick up a first down on a 3rd and 7, he can do that because his timing is so good. Another player we saw at the Elite 11, maybe an event that doesn't showcase his full skill set because he's a pads Friday night type of player, but he's got all the makeup, all the tools, and he's plenty motivated to get into Tucson and compete with Noah Fafita for that starting job. That's how much trust he has in his ability.
You mentioned we were talking about Notre Dame commit CJ Carr, that he is the pocket prototype. Why is he your pick for that award?
I think it's the blend of the arm and then the football IQ. I think he's a potential field general. I mean, if you polled some NFL executives, maybe not in this current era after we've seen more and more mobile guys like run first guys, Will Levis, Anthony Richardson, they would want a CJ Carr. That's what you want them to come out looking like. Again, I think he doesn't get enough credit now, just how he moves around and scrambles. So to me, he's kind of the prototype. This is the guy, right? He's the guy that's been coached up all throughout his youth. Clean mechanics, clean footwork. I don't know what analogy you need to use.
A Michigan legacy, so it took a lot of bravery for him to commit to Notre Dame, and I think that in itself speaks to, I think, his self-awareness and saying, hey, look, I can step out of the shadow. I could easily go to this program that's in the competition for a college football playoff spot every year and make my own legacy. I think that's something that you have to applaud as well.
The cerebral assassin, your pick for that is Julian Sayin. He's a guy that we broke down a little bit earlier, but why do you use the tag cerebral assassin when talking about him?
As a senior, he completed 74.5% of his passes. Ball doesn't touch the ground, right? Cerebral assassin, he's just a sniper back there, right? Hitting his marks. What stands out about the Elite 11, best quarterback all 3 days there, took home the trophy. He got in the car, drove. You're better with California geography than me.
He drove probably 5 hours to get 30 miles.
To go 30 miles, shows up at the OT7 finals, and is competing and playing right away. No other quarterback did that. And he was excellent there. He was on our OT7 finals dream team. This is a guy that he just hits the marks. So to me, it's the accuracy, again, highest completion percentage in the class here for 2024.
And I want to give a tip of the cap to Greg Biggins, who's been on Julian Sayin since he was like a freshman. And he's been calling him one of the best quarterbacks, regardless of class, out west since then. And I think he really, stamped himself early on in the process, but he's continued to get better, continued to elevate his game, and it was all culminated with a really impressive senior season.
We're talking quarterbacks. Our next guest on the show got a pretty good one in this class, so let's send it over to Josh Pate with Matt Rule.
Yeah, Emily, I'd say that's been the talk of the town so far. Nebraska head coach Matt Rule joining us here. Coach, now that we can actually talk about this, man, that was a shockwave around college football. Dylan Raiola is a guy we saw at Elite 11. He's been high on everyone's board and was committed to Georgia, and now you guys end up signing him. Walk me through how fluid that process was and how crazy it is now recruiting in major college football.
Well, it was really not something that I expected. I got a call last weekend that hey, Coach, I think I want to come be a Husker, and we were really excited to have Daniel Kalen committed, an Elite 11 quarterback, and someone we believe in a great deal. And when Dylan called, we were excited about that as well. And so the recruiting process for him, to me, I think it's a little different. I think probably his heart always was here at Nebraska. A lot of things have happened in Nebraska in recent years, and just kind of went through the course of this year, saw the progress that we made, saw the way that we did things, and in the end, wanted to come visit, and then wanted to be one of us.
It's pretty amazing the message it sends across college football. I think a lot of people who may not follow recruiting hardcore even were forced to take notice at that point. I want to ask you this. So if I'm recruiting at Georgia, if I'm recruiting at Alabama, I don't really need to sell my brand. Everyone knows what I'm about. When you're taking Nebraska out on the road and you're trying to sell people on a vision of what it is versus what we could be, how do you go about doing that? How do you go about convincing other kids of that?
Yeah, I really believe that young people nowadays, most of them at least, they play for people. They play for people they believe in. And so to me, this is always about relationships. You look at our signing class, 6 former players, sons, 6 legacy players coming to play for us. And so to me, this is always about relationships. It's always about them talking to our current players. And I think if there's one thing that we've done, whether it's Temple, Baylor, or here, is the young people that come and play for us, whether it's on the field or off, they have a lot of success. And so if you're a guy like Dylan, if you're a guy like Carter Nelson, Grant Bricks, the guys that you're highlighting who have elite talent and have great futures, if they come here, they know they're coming to a place that's going to help them be great. Why not? And so we're excited about it. And I do think it sends a message to everybody that Nebraska's here and Nebraska's here to stay.
I'm looking at your signing class here, and I've been looking at the commitment list over the past few weeks. There's a lot of Nebraska in-state kids sprinkled throughout this signing class. Different guys give me different answers on this. What's your philosophy on prioritizing in-state guys versus a more regional and national approach to recruiting?
Yeah, we're going to go all across the country and find the best players. But when someone's a Husker, when someone's born in state, and we know that they're good enough, that we're going to take them. And we signed 8 last year. We signed 8 this year, and there's some great players in the state that are going to Notre Dame, that are going to Illinois. So we didn't get every one. I think high school football in Nebraska is really, really strong. It's on the up and up. And for us, we want to recruit this region. We're also going to go to Texas. We're also going to go to Florida. Flipped a couple guys late from Florida here that should make our class even better. And that to me is what Nebraska is. It's a national brand. It might have been quiet for a few years. It might have been a little bit sleepy, but it's not anymore. And this class is a step in the right direction. We've got to produce on the field, and I believe that will push us even forward.
When you walked in there and you looked at what you inherited, and then you assessed what we need to inject into the program that is more in accordance with your philosophy, what are some of the compartments that you've had to change the most, and what are some things or people or departments, et cetera, that you've brought to Nebraska that maybe weren't there and you thought needed to be there?
I think Josh, when you think about Nebraska football in its heyday, man, it was the preeminent place to go for sports science, and one of the first places, for the weight room, and for one of the first places to have a training table and academic support. I mean, it was at the forefront. It was like what Georgia and Alabama are now. And so when Trev hired me, he empowered me. And, we went out and we hired Kristen Coggins to run our performance nutrition from South Carolina, who been in Alabama, been at Tennessee. We hired Corey Campbell to come in and modernize what we're doing in the strength area. We hired sports scientists. We really want to be at the forefront of player development and player recovery. And so if you're a young person in recruiting and you want to be developed and you want to be an NFL player, and not just an NFL player, but you want to be a great NFL player, we have everything here that you need. And I think that to me, it's important for us, but it also brings us the right players. If you're just looking for like who's got the coolest helmets and who's got this, like, maybe we're not for you. But if you want to someday be a first round draft pick, if you want to know what it's like to go through the psychological testing that you do in the NFL and all those things, then this is the place. And that modernization, with all due respect to what was happening before, but that being on the forefront again, that's what Nebraska is all about. It's what Coach Osborne did, and we're trying to bring that back. And that to me is what will make us special.
Hey, let me get you out of here on this. So this day for me is, if I'm not on air, I'm just refreshing different message boards and social media feeds and trying to get in touch via text with as many people as I can. So the moment we wrap this thing, what does your day look like? And how frequently are you being updated on this, updated on that? Because I picture you flipping in your swivel chair and it's like NASA mission control and you just got all eyes on everything at all time. So clearly that's probably not the case. I love the plant in the background. What is your day consisting of?
Ours is an early morning, because, obviously here in the Central Time Zone, we started on the East Coast. We all got here about 5:30, and, we still do it kind of old school. We all get into one room. I used to love when the fax machine would go off and everyone was waiting to see who it was. Now Vince Ginta, stands up and yells out who committed, and we FaceTime. Today for us, we FaceTime a lot of, message a lot of 2025 players, letting them know that, hey, it's their time now. So it's a big recruiting day for us. We only have one NLI left. We're coming down, or really two, I think, coming down to the end. And so once those things are done, I send everyone home. We've worked really, really hard. As you said, like, this is a national brand, but it's one that we're having to reintroduce to a lot of people. And so we've worked really, really hard. So I'll send everyone home, send them off for vacation, and let them get a little rest before we come back, man, because we're going to hit the 25 recruiting class just as hard.
Well, so I promised that was the last question. I promise you this is the last question. Everyone's got a thought on the calendar of college football right now and how, if we compare this to the NFL, we kind of got our playoffs overlapped with our free agency, overlapped with our NFL draft. You just came from a world with a lot of structure. You just walked back into the college football world, which is, it's fill in the blank. I'll let you describe it however you want to. But what are your thoughts on just what December is right now in this world?
Yeah, we weren't in a bowl game, and so we didn't have that luxury and that benefit, but also that burden of practice and all those things. So it is chaotic. I'm one of those guys though, Josh. Like, I prefer things to be chaotic. I feel like if everyone's trying to figure it out, maybe we can gain an advantage. I do look forward to the day when this is all really organized, like the NFL, when you kind of know, hey, this is the calendar for this, and this is the legal tampering period, and this is free agency, and this is. I look forward to that. But you know what? We're sitting here today. We're signing guys. Guys are coming mid-year. I remember just a few years ago waiting all the way till February to get all this stuff done. So sometimes it has to be a little painful to make some progress. I do believe we're making progress. And hey, here at Nebraska, man, we're making it as chaotic as possible because we feel like we'll find a way to work and make it to our advantage.
Head coach Matt Rule of Nebraska, brother. There's a lot of energy coming out of Lincoln. We really appreciate you finding some time to join us.
Thank you, Josh. Appreciate you, brother.
And remember, 247sports.com right now, wall-to-wall team coverage. You got an entire network of team sites. Those message boards, man, I've got an eye on them right now. They are popping this morning and will be into the afternoon. You can lock on to 247sports.com as sort of a comparison piece to the live coverage here for all the latest. Grace, what's happening over there?
Hey, Pate, great interview with Rule. Thanks so much. We're actually keeping an eye on a potential flip happening down in South Florida. You see on your screen, we already had one from four-star receiver Jeremiah McClellan. Now we're keeping an eye out on Jeremiah Smith, who is an Ohio State commit. Miami trying hard to flip him. We'll be taking a live look into his signing day ceremony out of Chaminade Madonna Prep later on in the show. So stay tuned for that. But For now, we want to talk about a school making waves in the college football world, and that, of course, is Colorado. So the two experts joining me on the desk now, we got Coach Carl Reed in the house, our national college football analyst, and Brandon Huffman back with me, our national recruiting editor. Guys, Colorado is facing two quarterback decommits during the past month. The first one came from Antoine Hill. He was a 4-star recruit in the 2025 class. He was only committed for a month before he pulled his pledge. He originally picked Colorado from a list of 28 offers that included Bama, Florida State, and Georgia. The other decommit came from 3-star 2024 quarterback Danny O'Neal, who had previously picked the Buffs over 18 other Power 5 offers. I thought this was interesting. At the time of his commitment, he mentioned his relationship with previous OC Sean Lewis. So, Carl, these two quarterback decommitments, what does that tell you about the health of this Colorado program?
It doesn't really say anything to me. Danny O'Neal was a guy that Sean Lewis was really connected to, and his relationship with Sean Lewis, obviously, when he decommitted to Colorado, he immediately went to San Diego State. He was a guy that Sean Lewis coveted. I think that it would have said more if he would have transitioned to another Power 5 school, but that group of 5 was more in his wheelhouse. He's a really good high school quarterback, but he did end up with the guy that he ultimately wanted to be with. From a standpoint of the quarterback in the 25 class, I just think the way that recruiting is right now with the transfer portal and commitments, that's a very long time away. Most coaches right now are not even really addressing the class of 25. Look at all the flips that we're having today. Look at all of the transfer portal commitments. The transfer portal flips. Is a crazy time right now. But recruiting is not like it was, Brandon, even a couple of years ago. What's going on a class away is not nothing to be concerned about right now.
Right, and I think when you look at recruiting and you see 2025 is making commitments, you kind of go into it with skepticism. Is this guy going to last with this school? Is he going to stick with this commitment? And that also just gives you more ammunition to make sure you're recruiting at every position, even when you have a commitment, because you don't know how long you'll hold on to a guy. So you have to have a lot of different irons in the fire. And I think when you look at what Colorado has done in the portal, while today may be an unremarkable day outside of getting Jordan Seaton's NLI in, they do their heavy lifting in the transfer portal. You see that they have addressed the needs with the offensive line. And with 4 offensive line transfers coming in, it's clear that Deion needs to get offensive linemen to protect Shedeur. They need to get guys in the trenches that will keep that offense from sputtering out, because he's spending half the time running away from defenders. And I think that that's when you're going to see the portal be used, because you don't necessarily want to bring in a lot of high school guys and then have to throw them into the fire as true freshmen. You'll take a talent like Jordan Seaton, absolutely. But if you can get more playable, immediately ready offensive linemen, that's what you do. So I don't think the decommitments at quarterback say anything bad about the program. I think it says that he knows he needs to address specific units, and offensive line is one of those that he's addressing.
By the way, 3-star running back Jamaris Wilder from the 2025 class also decommitted, leaving the Buffs with no commitments in that cycle. You mentioned the offensive line, Huff. We'll get into that in just a minute, but I want to stay on quarterback just for one more minute here. We can assume Shedeur plays for another year before headed to the NFL. I'm looking at the transfer portal class. Destin Wade, a transfer from Kentucky, is coming in. He's a 3-star. If there's no, young players committed yet, what are some options for the future at quarterback?
Well, I think a lot of these transfer quarterbacks are not wanting to come in and sit. When you look at a guy like Dante Moore, that's unique. Dylan Gabriel's going to be the guy at Oregon. Dante Moore is going to Oregon knowing he's going to sit. But all the other quarterbacks that are transferring, they want to play right now. They want to play right away. And so when you have Shedeur, who's coming back in 2024, you know that that's not going to happen in 2024. You're not content to sit. You're leaving. You're using your one-time transfer for the most part because you want to get on the field as soon as possible. So I think that this means that their portal needs are going to be even greater at the quarterback position a year from now. If they can get a high school guy that they can develop, that they can have in a pinch, if they need to play him, they'll play him. But I think that they're worried about a 2025 quarterback a year from now. Even losing Antoine Hill is not really affecting them right now. They know whoever's coming in at quarterback is going to provide depth and not really a starting option, and none of these quarterbacks really want to go there to be a backup.
I agree with Brandon here. I think bringing in Wade from Kentucky was a great move because you do need a backup guy, but he's absolutely right. All of these quarterbacks in the transfer portal, they're looking for homes to start, and we know that Shedeur Sanders is the starting quarterback at the University of Colorado. Going into the next recruiting cycle, after Shador is gone, then you'll have carte blanche to go and get the quarterback you want, whether it's a high school kid or a transfer portal kid. And I have a feeling that they'll sign both. They'll sign a high-level high school player, and they'll sign a guy that's coming out the transfer portal, and they'll be right back in the thick of things in the quarterback situation. But right now, having Shador doesn't put you in the major market for a quarterback.
Okay, so the quarterback situation right now, not urgent, but what is the offensive line. That was a unit that ranked number 132 out of 133 teams in sacks allowed with 56. They ranked dead last in rushing offense with 69 yards a game and 2.3 yards a carry. Now, Colorado has 2 offensive linemen in this 2024 class. One of them is 5-star Jordan Seaton out of IMG Academy. Massive get for Dion here. And then 3-star JUCO tackle Isaiah Walker, who was a JUCO transfer and a Purdue flip. They also have 4 offensive line commits through the transfer portal. So, Huff, what are your thoughts on this O-line haul so far?
Well, I think it's showing the need there. You get a Jordan Seaton who's talented enough to play as a true freshman, and it's not been unusual to see true freshmen off of the tackles that are that good. Caden Proctor started this year at Alabama. Obviously, Josh Connerly was playing a lot. He was the number 1 tackle 2 years ago. Played a lot as a true freshman and started as a true sophomore. So Seaton's coming in with the expectation, assuming his NLI ends up in Boulder today, he's coming in with the expectation that he's going to be able to play as a true freshman. He's got the build, he's got the physical makeup to be able to come in and make that transition as a true freshman and be able to start. But then you also saw the need to get playable guys right now that have some playing experience. So they got Khalil Benson from Indiana, Justin Mayers from UTEP, Tyler Johnson coming in from Houston, and Yakiri Walker coming in from UConn. While all 4 of those guys is listed as an interior offensive line, there's going to be the need for some of those guys to be ready to play at tackle, be swing tackles and guards. But it's clear that Dion sees the need to address the offensive linemen, and so that's why they have been so heavily invested in portal offensive linemen, because those guys are coming in ready. You don't need 2 to 3 years to develop them. You don't have the time to give them 2 to 3 years to develop. You're bringing those guys in, and the big reason they pick Colorado is because they know there's an opportunity to play right away.
Well, you're talking about addressing your major need in the program. When you think about Deion Sanders the last couple of years, you think about Travis Hunter when he flipped him from Florida State. You're thinking about last year with Cormani McClain, flipping him at the last minute. Now you start to talk about the interior, the offensive line. Games are won in the trenches, and he has addressed those needs through transfer portal and through getting big-time high school recruits. Everybody knew that there was a big need on the offensive line at the University of Colorado, and that need has been addressed, and it will continue to be. I still think that they're going to bring in a couple more offensive linemen. They'll need as many reinforcements as possible. You have to protect your franchise quarterback, and you have to be able to run the football, and those big boys up front, they give you the opportunity to do that.
All right, so Dion's 2024 recruiting class currently ranks 65th in the nation with only 9 commits. However, his transfer portal class is number 1 with 16 commits. Guys, obviously he made history last year through the transfer portal and that complete overhaul of the Buffs roster. Carl, how reliant on the transfer portal do you expect Prime to be this year?
I expect them to be just as reliant on it because it's the best way to reload your program if you're at a school like Colorado that's not a particular blue blood like some of the programs in the past. High school guys come out of high school, the high level ones typically wanting to play at one of the normal blue blood programs, but we've seen programs, not just Colorado, we've also seen programs like Auburn recently. We've seen programs look at what Lane Kiffin is doing at Ole Miss, what Eli Drinkwitz has been able to do at the University of Missouri. You can get guys on the second go round in recruiting with the transfer portal. They're not as particular about location, and some of the pizzazz that these schools have in the recruiting process. So I think the transfer portal for schools like the University of Colorado, for schools like Ole Miss, is a tremendous way to build your program and your roster.
Huff, do you think this transfer portal action from Deion Sanders and his staff, is it sustainable or is this just a temporary solution?
I think it's sustainable, but I think optimally he would be able to recruit the high school ranks, and I think he'd like to, but he knew that there was going to be a major need for a talent infusion when he took the job at Colorado last year, and the quickest way to do that is via the portal. I mean, you look at Washington. 2 years ago they were 4-8. They went into the portal a little bit, but to get a quarterback like Michael Penix, and they're 11-2, and now they're playing for a playoff spot, or they're in the playoffs playing for a spot in the national championship at 13-0. When Lincoln Riley got to USC, 4-8 the year before, they go 11-3, have a Heisman Trophy winner by using the portal. So Deion is clearly showing that the portal can help you fix those immediate needs. And so I think he knows that year 2, he's going to have to need more transfer guys that are ready. But I think ideally every coach would say they want to recruit high schoolers, develop those guys, but they also know that it's 2023. We're heading into 2024. This era, if those guys aren't playing as true freshmen, they will go in the portal. So the fact that he's already kind of ahead of the curve by using the portal as well as he has shows me that that's going to continue to be a priority for him.
And Grace, another thing is we get a lot of people that say you can't build your program through the portal. You have to recruit high school kids. Well, I don't think the portal has been around long enough for you to be able to say that you can't do it that way. If you look at Georgia, if you look at Ohio State, they both in the last 2 weeks have lost several kids to the transfer portal. So it's showing you that even though you recruit these high school guys, so many of these guys are leaving and they're going to be transfers. So I do think that over the next decade, we're going to see teams win championships that built their recruiting class with majority of guys that are coming in the transfer portal. And when you deal with recruiting, most of the college coaches at the high level are recruiting more transfers than they are high school guys, with the exception of a few of the blue bloods whose programs are the exception to the rule.
All right, so Colorado came into this season with a wins total of 3.5. They beat that, which, that was an above expectation season. So by that means it was a success. What is a realistic expectation for their year 2 record?
Well, they got to get into a bowl game. They started off strong, and obviously it was a lot of hype, and they faltered down the stretch. But they have to improve and get to 7, 8, 9 wins and get into the bowl game. You have 2 of the best players in the country in Shedeur Sanders and Travis Hunter. You've reinvented the offensive line. You have got a bunch of good skilled guys that are making improvements on the defensive side of the ball as well. Cormani McClain should have a much better year coming in as a sophomore. The expectations should be high, and that with those expectations and recruits comes a lot of responsibility. So they should be much improved from 4 games.
And I think one of the advantages of using the portal is the ability to get fast, get quick, get healthy, do all of that a lot quicker. The old days of you needing 3 to 4 years to kind of resuscitate a program, those aren't happening anymore. I think that, maybe Deion did too well that first month, that the expectations were not necessarily what he set, but what everybody expected Colorado to do. But I think that was a good first year. People were talking about the Buffs. People were excited to watch the Buffs, but there were still some spots there that needed to get cleaned up. Now he's immediately addressing those needs on the offensive line, at the defensive side of the ball, positions that he knows if he can just get a little bit more infusion of talent, they've got the pieces in place. They've got some guys that can make plays and make Colorado football exciting again. And I think it is realistic to expect, especially with that move to the Big 12, of a bowl season in year number 2, if not even better. But clearly there were some spots on the offensive line that needed to be shored up. He's immediately addressing it, and that's very good self-scouting. I know Carl tweets about that all the time. Like, the best thing that coaching staffs can do is there be the self-scouting that they do and recognizing where they need spots to be filled, where they need the talent to be better. And that's something that I think Colorado has, Deion would say it after games. We've got to fix this problem. We have got to do it. So he saw that self-scouting and did it, and now they're addressing those needs. So I think year 2, a bowl game is very much in reach.
All right, certainly an exciting program to follow, and perhaps more moves on the way, as Carl alluded to, more O-line moves. Carl, I want to check in with you. A certain wide receiver from your home state, Ryan Wingo, had a dramatic recruitment process earlier in the year. Do you have an update on where he stands today?
Well, I talked to Ryan, and I know he was asleep this morning, and his letter of intent to Texas was supposed to go in early this morning. In the last 48 hours, the University of Missouri has made a major push for Ryan. From the date that he committed to Texas up until this week, Grace, there had not been a lot of contact between Ryan and the University of Missouri. He did tell me about an hour ago that he will send a letter of intent somewhere today. We did not get into which school he was going to pick. That's for his decision to let the world know what he's going to do when he's ready to do that. But sometime early this afternoon, we should have a decision on Ryan Wingo on what he's going to do between Texas and Missouri. I know the fans are anticipating it, and I know it's creating a lot of intensity on social media between the two fan bases, but a lot of guys don't understand what these kids go through in the recruiting process, the type of pressure they're under when they're making a decision like this. He has great relationships with both coaching staffs, so I'm excited to see what decision he makes today.
All right, and as soon as that Ryan Wingo news drops, we will have it for you right here on the 24/7 Sports National Signing Day show. We are just a couple hours into our 7-hour marathon. For now, let's send it back to our Florida studio with Emily.
Thank you, Grace. We told you at the beginning of the show that we have people everywhere. So we're going to welcome in Tom Loy of Irish Illustrated to give us a rundown of the top 10 class for Notre Dame. Tom, speak to the Irish fans right now. What should they be most excited about with this year's haul?
I honestly think it goes back to the fact that you had your two best players in the class, arguably your two best players in the class, CJ Carr, quarterback, Cam Williams, your receiver. They committed in June of 2022, way back when, and they never wavered. They did everything possible to, really push this class to the next level. They recruited guys like Kingston Viliamuasa, Kedron Young, Gerby Lambert, all the top guys. They took pride in it. They wanted to build something. And it really paid off. I mean, I really think that's the big takeaway. Relationships were huge for these guys. It really mattered, and they really have a lot of pride for Notre Dame. They love head coach Marcus Freeman, and that type of attitude is super rare. I mean, we're seeing it all day today. Guys are flipping, guys are wavering. Not these two. So that was probably my big takeaway from the entire class. I mean, I'm just big Notre Dame fans, show those guys a lot of love. CJ Carr, Cam Williams.
I love it. Let's show some love to the quarterback room because it's not just this class that's impacted by it. Yes, CJ Carr looking to come in. You got Kenny Minchie from last year, and then Riley Leonard, a big pickup in the portal. So how do you evaluate the quarterback room right now for Notre Dame?
I honestly think top to bottom, it's probably the best I've ever seen it since I've been covering them since back in 2013. Riley Leonard's a tremendous pickup. He's going to do great things for Notre Dame. I really like the direction of where things are trending offensively. I know they have a new offensive coordinator coming in with Jared Parker leaving to become the head coach at Troy. But all in all with the pieces, when you look at Riley Leonard, you look at Steve Angeli if he stays around, and Kenny Minchie, and I absolutely love CJ Carr. I think he's, in my opinion, a 5-star caliber player. So when you mix them with the guys they went out and got in the portal at receiver, Bo Collins, Chris Mitchell, guys coming back, Jaden Greathouse, Eli Raridan, Mitchell Evans, there's just so much talent right now. So I really think that they moved in a good direction with Sam Hartman in the offense this year, but I think they're really just scratching the surface to how good they can be, and I think it's going to come to light in 2024.
You mentioned just how committed this group is to Notre Dame football. As we see Marcus Freeman continue to stack these classes, what does it mean for the future of this program?
I think Marcus Freeman's doing all the right things. I know he was one of the best recruiters in the country when he was a defensive coordinator, and he takes that pride. He takes pride in that as the head coach. I mean, he said it from day one. He wants to be the best recruiter in that building. So they're doing all the right things. They're winning on the field. Yes, they had a couple hiccups a year ago against Marshall and Stanford. Didn't see that this year. There was, Louisville. The loss to Louisville ended up being actually a pretty tough loss, but Louisville ended up being a good team. So they're moving in the right direction. And again, I really think that they're just scratching the surface. I mean, look at the screen. CJ Carr, Cam Williams, Kingston Viliamuasa. I mean, this class is absolutely loaded. I think you can make an argument, in just my opinion, because I love what our national guys do, but CJ Carr, Cam Williams, Kingston Viliamuasa, Gerby Lambert, and Kedron Young. I think you can make an argument. They're among the best at their position nationally, 5-star talent, caliber type players. So Marcus Freeman is identifying the right guys and bringing them in. And it's no longer that they're just targets. They're actually securing their commitments. It's a big deal. Notre Dame's trending in the right direction.
When you look at some of the position groups or the type of skill position that they bring into Notre Dame, what have you learned about what Marcus Freeman's strategy is when it comes to taking guys from the high school level? Have you noticed anything that he kind of leans towards or focuses on?
I know he's definitely focused on not worrying about area, but actually just recruiting the best players in America. I know he wants to win in the trenches. He wants big bodies up front. I mean, I'm sure all coaches do. But I just really like the type of guys that they're bringing in. Yes, they're great kids, come from great families. Academics obviously matter to them, but they're actually landing like NFL caliber kids, the guys I mentioned before. So that's really what's different. I mean, in my opinion, when Brian Kelly was at Notre Dame, he took a lot of soft takes, some guys that were heavy leans early, maybe not, instead of really pushing for the top players across the country, he would take kind of like that middle tier, maybe right in between, and really not go all in until the end. And I think Marcus Freeman and his staff are absolutely, going after the best of the best and the elite guys, and that's paying off. So that's why you see guys like a Kedron Young, get him out of Texas and really beat some heavy hitters for him, and CJ Carr pulling him away from Michigan. So he's doing all the right things and he's recruiting the right guys, and I think everybody's on board.
Also very active in the transfer portal. Tom, thank you so much for being here. You can check out more of his work on irishillustrated.com. Thanks, Tom. Let's bring it back here at our Fort Lauderdale set. Our director of scouting, Andrew Ivins, national recruiting analyst, Blair Angulo, two guys that know all about really everything. But we're going to hone in a little bit more on Notre Dame. This is a top 10 class, number 9 right now. You heard Tom Lloyd just talk about the depth and the amount of talent at different positions that they've brought in. What stands out to you most about this Irish Hall?
We've talked a lot about the quarterbacks in that room there in South Bend, and for good reason. But what about just how athletic Notre Dame is getting with Marcus Freeman kind of running the show now? Cam Williams, I think in any other year, Cam Williams is probably a 5-star wide receiver. This just happens to be one of the most loaded cycles ever, and we'll see how it all finishes. He's a guy that's slated to be in the All-American Bowl, but I think at the second level, the perimeter, the skill talent, Marcus Freeman is recruiting a different type of athlete. So to me, that's what stands out. And then the NFL legacies. Brian Urlacher kid's going to go there. Byron Young, his dad was a first-round pick. Micah Gilbert related to Darrell Revis.
Wow.
Yeah, it's just an indicator we kind of look for, the NFL bloodlines and Notre Dame cleaning up in that department.
Kennedy Urlacher, really good safety from the state of Arizona, really physical, is going to remind people of his father there in the Midwest. You mentioned athleticism. I want to mention physicality. Kingston Viliamu Asa, one of the more physical players in this in this class in the country. He's going to make you feel him at the line of scrimmage. He's a run stuffer. They beat out USC, which is in his own backyard. He's out of St. John Bosco, comes from a winning program, and they also beat out Ohio State. So it was a big marquee recruiting victory for Marcus Freeman to go out west and continue to stamp and plant that flag for the Irish. And remember, they're losing Maris Liufau, who was a really experienced linebacker. I think Notre Dame fans were getting used to seeing the hair flowing out of his helmet. Kingston Viliamu Asa is going to remind a lot of people of Maris Liufau.
Speaking of beating out Ohio State, we continue to track what is happening with the number 1 player in the 2024 class, Jeremiah Smith. There is a lot of buzz right now that he could potentially flip to Miami. We will be going to Smith's live signing in just a few minutes to see what he does there. This is a player that we have talked about all day long. We will continue to talk about all day long. But when you look in particular at Jeremiah Smith, if he does flip to Miami, the first question that you had, Andrew, is who's throwing him the football? Usually we see the quarterback come first and then wide receivers flock, but could this be the opposite of that? And if you get a guy like Jeremiah Smith, an arm's going to come after him and say, I want to throw to that guy?
Yeah, I don't know if it would change the decision process for Cam Ward. I think he's kind of weighing out the NFL and staying in college. And in this era, there's dollar figures on both sides. I'll say this, Emily, about the whole Jeremiah Smith development because it's blowing up here in the Slack channel. This morning, driving into the studio, saw an interesting tweet from Rod Mack. People are like, who's Rod Mack? Used to play for Miami. It was like some graphic, and it said, I love when things all come together. And I was like, all right, what does this mean? It could have been about his son, who was going to sign with Miami. But Rod Mack was the youth football coach for Jeremiah Smith, Josiah Trader, and a number of other of these guys that are headed to Miami. So is that the plan? The Miami Garden Ravens, are they all going to unite? And I'm trying to look right now. Has Cedric Bailey, the Chaminade Madonna quarterback, has he signed his national letter of intent with NC State? Miami tried to make a late move there. So Zaquan Patterson also part of that group. So interested to see how it plays out.
I just think it's lessons learned by Mario Cristobal, and you went into this landscape as the new head coach of Miami. You knew you were going to get into some of these heated battles, and maybe they fell short in the past, right? Cormani McClain being the high-profile flip that went against you. They have been able to stay in the Jeremiah Smith sweepstakes for the longest time. And I think one thing that really stands out about Jeremiah, too, is that he's been really transparent. He's been saying that, hey, look, I'm going to go to this place. I'm going to take this official visit. Yeah, I'm going to be at this college game, but still remain committed to Ohio State. But I think he's been playing his cards the right way and the way you need to right now in the NIL era.
Can I also say what's probably attractive for Jeremiah Smith about Miami? I mentioned that he's a guy we think can step in and play day one, could have played college football as a high school senior. Miami plays their true freshmen under Mario Cristobal. The two headliners of last year's class, Francis Mauanoa, all ACC, and then Ruben Bain, ACC Rookie of the Year on the defensive side of the ball. Both those guys were told, hey, you come here, we're going to take care of you off the field, but you're going to be given a chance to play and make an impact. For Jeremiah Smith, yes, at Ohio State, you still got to get that black stripe ripped off your helmet. Not the case at Miami. I mean, they give those guys an opportunity to earn it on Green Tree, the practice fields there. So something else that I think, just aside from playing for the city, aside from everything else that comes with Miami, he knows that, hey, they're going to play me. Mark Fletcher was another guy for the Hurricanes, Damari Brown. I mean, Jeremiah Smith is familiar with all those individuals.
And those two guys that you mentioned for Miami were both true freshman All-Americans for 24/7 Sports. So yes, there is that opportunity to play early. Once again, we will be going to Chaminade Madonna Prep live to see what happens with Jeremiah Smith and a few other players. They have quite the haul there down in South Florida. Is that what we call it? South Florida?
Hollywood, Florida.
We'll send it there first, but first let's head out to Nashville to talk a little bit more wide receivers, because Grace, this is a deep group of pass catchers.
Yeah, thank you, Emily. Jeremiah Smith leads a cycle that is extremely wide receiver heavy this year. Bud Elliott, Brandon Huffman back with me now. We have 9 wide receivers rated as 5 stars. That's the most in the 24/7 era going back to 2010. The previous high was 6 5-star receivers. That was in 2018, and that was a class that included Amon-Ra St. Brown and Jamar Chase. So let's talk about a few of these top receiver prospects. And Huff, I'll start with you with Ohio State's class. We've been talking about Jeremiah Smith. He is committed to the Buckeyes. Obviously, he's on flip watch, but they have received a letter of intent from Mylan Graham, who is the number 9 receiver in that position group. What type of prospects should Smith stay with his commitment? Would the Buckeyes be getting in these two?
Let's look at their last few years at the receiver position. Jackson Smith-Njigba, Garrett Wilson, Chris Olabi, Emeka Egbuka, Brandon Innes, Carnell Tate. Jeremiah Smith will be the best receiver prospect that Ohio State has signed in that time, maybe ever. I mean, this is a generational type of talent. How good is he? We have him as the number 1 overall prospect in the country. In an era where the quarterback position, an offensive tackle, an edge rusher is a prime position, to have the number 1 overall player be a receiver tells you the ability. But I know you're in Florida, so you've been able to see him. But this is one of the biggest recruits to ever come from the state of Florida, an elite receiver. And you take kind of a composite of all of the traits that Ohio State has had in their previous receiver classes. Jeremiah Smith might have the best trait of each of those guys all in one player, and that's why he's the number 1 player in the country in 2024. This would be a cap full of feathers that Brian Hartline already wears, Ryan Day already wear with their receiver recruiting. This would be the ultimate feather in the cap for them.
He really would. If you watch Jeremiah, he's just such a special player. It's the size, the speed, the body control, the understanding of how to run routes, and yet he's still kind of just scratching the surface with that aspect. But I think the ability to throttle up and throttle down in spaces, what you see those guys that run those elite dig routes on the inside like a DK Metcalf can, right? A guy that can get down, or like a Brown for Philadelphia. Jeremiah Smith is just a different level of player. He's a special kid.
And so we talked a lot about Smith, but I wanted to get your scouting report on Mylan Graham, too, the number 9 receiver in the country, top player in Indiana. What kind of prospect is he?
Well, I wouldn't even call him a complimentary piece. Any other recruiting class, this is a great receiver that's a commitment. He's got the size, he's got the strength, he can make plays after the catch. He's really good at getting extra yards after the catch. And, you look at, again, Ohio State's classes in recent years, they've been able to get a pair of good receivers in each year. And in a lot of cases, the guy who was maybe the second receiver may have passed up the guy ahead of him. So Mylan's a guy that I think is going to come in. He's going to compete in a very talented receiver room. He's got that ability to get on the field pretty quickly. You see the comparison to CeeDee Lamb. What he's so good at is his ability to catch the ball. He's got a wide catch radius. He's got very good ball skills. He can adjust to the balls thrown, overthrown balls, underthrown balls. But what you see is the physicality in his game, where you could see him shedding tackles, his ability to kind of put that foot in the dirt and then explode, that burst and that acceleration. just what Ohio State needs, another big-time playmaker at the receiver position. And again, I think any other class, he would be the crown jewel at the receiver position, but Ohio State has recruited the receiver room so well these last few years that maybe he's not as appreciated as much, but he got that letter in pretty early this morning. There was no drama around his recruitment, and this is a guy that I think is going to be the next big-time Ohio State receiver that it's seemingly been an endless train of elite receivers for the Buckeyes.
Yeah, I love when there's no drama. Another wide receiver class that's catching eyes is Auburn, and we know the history that Hugh Freeze has getting big wide receiver talent, and they're really trying to flip this entire wide receiver room down on the Plains. It's been a while since they had that dynamic threat. Bud, Cam Coleman, Perry Thompson, both in-state guys. What do you like about these two?
Grace, you nailed it. Auburn's receiver room this year was a mess. They really struggled to win the one-on-one opportunities that Hugh Freeze offense created, and opposing defenses knew it. So Auburn set out to make a real statement with this receiver class. They wanted to put everybody on notice. We are going to throw the football. We're going to do so effectively. Cam Coleman is a true number one receiver in this class. He has the size, he has the long speed, he's got the vert, he can go up and get the ball. He's a guy who can score touchdowns, 60-yarders. He can also be the guy who you throw the fade ball to in the red zone. He's a guy who's absolutely worth paying up for in this class, a serious prospect, and they flipped him from Texas A&M late. That's a major get for Auburn. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, well, I was going to ask, what's it say about what we can expect from Hugh Freeze? Because we know he was the one who signed A.J. Brown, DK Metcalf when he was at Ole Miss. So can we expect more big moves like this?
I think so. They were trying to get Ryan Williams from Alabama. I don't know if that letter of intent's in yet or not. But, Cam Coleman, a huge one. Perry Thompson from Julio Jones High School did go ahead and stick with Auburn today. Alabama was trying to flip him late. Perry Thompson's a guy who can make some serious plays in space, and you want to have a variety of receiver bodies in your room there, and Auburn is accomplishing that with this class. It's a really nice receiver class for Auburn to have here, and I think you give it a year, maybe two, they're going to start having some major playmakers made down the field.
And I think when you look at you said it, he did recruit A.J. Brown, DK Metcalf, Laquan Treadwell going back, and you see the recruiting ability that he had at the skill position players when he was at Ole Miss. Now he's doing that at Auburn, and there is that need for the infusion of talent. You look at what Perry Thompson has been able to do. I mean, this is a guy, I feel like we've been talking about him for 3 years since he was on the initial top 100 for his class, but to hold on to him, that's another big thing. I think Auburn has been used to in years past where they would get guys, but then other schools would come around, poach, and steal him. Now Hugh Freeze is doing the stealing. Now he is doing the poaching, but he's also holding on to a lot of these key guys. And you look at what Perry Thompson can do with the ball in his hands. And again, you look at that acceleration that he's got, that explosiveness. Those are the kind of playmakers that Auburn has lacked these last couple of years, and that's an immediate need that Hugh Freeze saw. We've got to adjust our ability to make plays. We got to adjust our speed. We got to get faster. We got to get quicker. We got to get more explosive, more athletic, and he's fulfilling those needs in his first full recruiting class. And I think that sends a message to the rest of the SEC, including those two newcomers coming in, that Hugh Freeze and Auburn are definitely going to be a force, especially at a position where Oklahoma and Texas have both recruited that position well. Obviously, Alabama, Georgia, LSU have recruited well. Now you're going to have to deal with Auburn and Hugh Freeze recruiting the receiver position like he does.
All right, let's stay in the Yellowhammer State, but we will go across to a rival school, Alabama, and talk about one of their commitments, which is Ryan Williams staying in his home state. Huff, you said he's a bit underrated relative to this class because of his reclassification.
Yeah, he came out as the number one receiver in the 2025 class, and by moving into the 2024 class, he became the third best receiver, which A, says a lot about the talent at the receiver position in 2024, but B, the fact that he slid in and still was a top 10 national player overall and the number 3 receiver shows you the talent that he has. He's been committed to Bama for quite some time. Obviously, you see the playmaking ability that he has, and now you're going to get that a year sooner at a position where Alabama, could use a little bit of an upgrade. They didn't seem to have the Devontae Smith, the Henry Ruggs, the Jerry Jeudy type receivers, the Jalen Waddles that they had in recent years. Well, Ryan Williams gives them another explosive playmaker at that position, and the fact that they don't have to wait another year to get him is a big, significant win for Nick Saban, who hasn't really had many wins on the recruiting trail over the last decade plus.
No, not at all. But a receiver you want to highlight is number 4 in this wide receiver class, Ryan Wingo, who's committed to Texas, but it came with a bit of drama because there was a belief that he was going to stay in his home state of Missouri. But what are your thoughts on him?
Ryan Wingo is such a special player because he has the long speed and he has the short area quickness. You look at how the University of Texas will use him. Steve Sarkisian is so good at getting guys the ball in space, so I would expect Ryan Wingo to come in and play immediately for Texas. If you look at it, you get the ball in his hands, he's almost like a running back after the catch. He makes so many guys miss. You can use him on screens. You can also have him go deep. You can use him on some nice in-breaking routes. I think he's a guy with the versatility. You could even line him up in the backfield if you wanted, just early on in his career as he learns the route tree more, as he learns the offense more. If you want to get him the ball in space and just make a real effort for your offense to get Ryan Wingo the ball in his hands, that is a dynamic athlete and one that I think anybody in the country would be really excited to have.
It'll definitely be fun to watch him at the next level. Let's take a look at the receivers in the 6 to 10 rankings. We've already touched on some of them, but that's Bryant Wesco out of Texas. He's a Clemson commit. Perry Thompson to Auburn. Mike Matthews, a Tennessee commit. Mylan Graham, we hit on him. No drama with his Ohio State commitment. And then Gatlin Bair, he's actually a really interesting one out of Idaho. He's, I think, the only top 50 player who's uncommitted as we sit here on National Signing Day. Huff, out of these 5 players, who stands out to you?
Well, obviously, I'm going to say Gatlin Bair because he is so intriguing and for a number of reasons. When he first committed to Boise State back in August, he was the highest rated commit in the history of the Mountain West Conference, was the highest rated player to ever come from the state of Idaho. He took an unofficial visit to Oregon in November, and that weekend that he was down there, Andy Avalos got fired from Boise State. 2 weeks later, he was at Michigan. He decommits from Boise State. Now it's down to Oregon and Michigan. But Gatlin Bair, where it becomes tricky, is the fact that he's LDS and he's going to serve at an LDS mission beginning in February. So he will not even announce his decision until signing day in February. Remember those days, the old days of the real National Signing Day? But he won't even enroll at a school until 2026. But what does he bring to the table? Well, he's speed. I bet if he raced all 10 of those receivers, Gatlin Bair's probably coming in first. He runs a 10-1 800 meter. He beat Roderick Pleasant and Nicholas Harbor last year, who were both very fast players. So Gatlin Bair is not having any drama today because he's not announcing, but we talk about all the guys that are signing today. Gatlin Bair is still that one intriguing player who is yet to make a decision that we will be talking about for the next 6 weeks.
If we talk about guys who delay their commitment a little bit for whatever reason, whether it's going on a mission, whether it's going to play professional baseball for a little, you do see guys who don't play for a couple of years who come back to make a real impact. So it's a guy we need to keep in mind.
I think what's really interesting about Gatlin Bair, first of all, multi-sport athlete, plays basketball and track and field. I think it was our recruiting pod with the Oyster Boys, Patagna and Ivins. They mentioned he's going on a mission trip after his the All-American Bowl he's playing in. So really well-rounded kid there. But Huff, any other wide receivers that stand out to you in this class, whether it's in this top 10 or maybe beyond? Is there a sleeper you're looking at?
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't really call him a sleeper so much, but Micah Hudson became a significant recruiting win for Joey McGuire at Texas Tech. And at a state where you've got Texas and Texas A&M and their ability to recruit at that position and how well that they have done as recruiters, for Joe McGuire to land Micah Hudson and to hold on to Micah Hudson was huge for the Red Raiders. Remember, they're heading into a Big 12, or they're staying in the Big 12, but a Big 12 that is heading into kind of a new future. Outer Texas and Oklahoma, in come Arizona, Arizona State, Utah, and Colorado. So Texas Tech has that opportunity now, being in state, given Joey McGuire's contacts all over the state of Texas. They have a real chance to be a force in the Big 12 recruiting rankings each and every year, and getting a player like Micah Hudson, who just is like an extreme kind of blend of the speed, the power, the strength, everything you want in a receiver. His playmaking ability, you can't unnotice it. He's got that ability to stretch the field every time he's running routes, takes the top off of defense, and I think not only was it a big get from an offensive talent standpoint, it was a big recruiting win for Joey McGuire to win that battle over all the schools he was beating to get, and then more importantly, to hold on to him.
Yeah, Texas Tech, always super underrated on the recruiting trail, I feel like. But I wanted to ask you, considering how heavy this year is with wide receivers, I mentioned it at the top of this segment, 9 are rated as 5-star. What does that tell you about just kind of the state of football, the cyclical state of football that we're in?
I think, Grace, it's really just a special year for the receiver position. You see a lot of kids who do want to play receiver after we've seen max contracts given out in the NFL to a lot of receivers. NFL teams are now willing to pay up and give those big dollars to receivers, whereas in years past, you had to be a really, really special player to get a max contract like that. And this is just, there's so many, like a different variety of special players in this class. Look at a Mike Matthews going to Tennessee. Think back not to this year, but to the prior year. When Tennessee beat Alabama, how did they do it? slot choice, stack formation. You had a really dynamic athlete like a Mike Matthews. They had one at the time, now plays in the NFL, and they got that guy quickly on a safety one-on-one down the field, and Hendon Hooker hit him multiple times to spring the biggest upset win for Tennessee in a number of years. That's a way that I could see a player like a Mike Matthews be used very early by Tennessee to get him the ball in space there for the Vols. But like even down the list, look at guys who aren't even rated 5 stars. Look at Tuggle going to Georgia. That's a guy who has some special tools with that giddy up that he has. Look at Nye Carr and the playmaking ability he has going to Miami. This is just a really deep receiver year. It's also a little bit more shallow of a year at certain other positions. So it's just the perfect kind of confluence of factors here that we have all these elite receivers and you have the spots actually to be able to slot them in that top 32.
I'm really getting into the weeds now with this, but I mean, the high school ranks is really where you see the cyclical nature of like these offensive schemes. Obviously, it's a passing league now at the college and pro level, but I'm wondering if we're going to see a shift back because you mentioned it's a light year for other positions. I think I saw maybe only 24 running backs this cycle are ranked 4-star or higher, which is half of how many receivers we have. So do you see that changing at all in the coming years?
Absolutely. I think it takes a major factor. Kids look at who gets paid in the NFL, right? I know you've thought about this a lot as well.
And I think when you look at, we're in a 7-on-7 era. A lot of these kids are known quantities as 8th graders, as 9th graders because of the 7-on-7 circuit. We've been talking about Jeremiah Smith for 4 years because we saw what he did as a freshman. You see what these guys are able to do as a freshman, and the receiver is the one position where those guys are getting on the field early. And you're not seeing as many impact receiver transfers. Yes, you had Jordan Addison leave Pitt 2 years ago to go to USC. USC had a bevy of transfer receivers this year, and who was their most dynamic receiver? It was a player that they actually recruited and brought in on their own in Zachariah Branch. You look at the Biletnikoff finalists. Marvin Harrison wasn't a transfer. Roma Dunze wasn't a transfer. You have guys that are able to make an impact as a freshman, and then they stay through because of the impact they have on that offense, and that's why you're seeing receivers going earlier and earlier and more in the first round than we ever have. I mean, I remember when Keyshawn Johnson went number 1 in the 1996 NFL draft, and that was kind of a unicorn. You didn't see receivers, and now here we are talking about the best player in this class is a wide receiver. It is a wide receiver heavy league in NFL now. It's a wide receiver game in college football now with a good quarterback and good receivers. And if you got 2 good receivers, then there's a good chance you're going to be playing in the playoffs like a Texas, like in Alabama. You are in like a Washington, Roma Dunze, Jalen McMillan, and Jalen Polk. When you have multiple elite receivers, that makes you that much more dangerous because it's a pick your poison of who you're going to try to cover.
Yeah, Washington came to mind too as you were saying that. Look how flipping that position room completely changed the trajectory of that program. All right, great conversation, Bud and Huff. Thanks so much. Now for more on this wide receiver class, we welcome in national recruiting analyst Greg Biggins with his superlatives for some of these guys. Greg, thanks so much. We've been talking about how heavy this year is for wide receivers. We have 50 prospects with a 90 rating or better, but you're going with a sleeper a little bit further down the list. Who's your sleeper?
Yeah, I mean, if it's a sleeper, I can't go with a high-level 4 or 5-star guy, right? So I decided to keep it out west, SoCal, where I'm from out here. Zacharias Williams going to Utah, and I love this kid. Again, he's an 89, which is that borderline 4-star, which is a 90. For me, he is a 4-star. I say we just give it to him. I love the way he plays. And again, going to school like Utah, who always makes us look bad, they take guys that we have 3 stars and get them drafted. I think this guy is going to get drafted someday. He's 6'2". He's a big, strong, physical kid. I think he runs well enough. He competes at a high level. 50-50 balls. Body control is there. I think he's a complete receiver for me. I love the jump he's made in the last year from an athletic standpoint. So my sleeper is Zacharias Williams going to Utah.
All right, your next superlative is Speed Demon, and you're going with a guy who started the day, or still is, the only uncommitted player ranked inside the top 50. Who's your Speed Demon?
Yeah, I mean, this one was kind of a no-brainer, right? And that track profile kind of jumps out for you, Gatlin Baird. How about 10-1-5, 100 meters? And that was as a junior. And you look at that, and you kind of project it. I mean, this guy could be a potential Olympic sprinter one day if he wanted to go that route. Obviously, he's a football player first. And when you watch the tape, the thing that kind of scares you a little bit about track guys, a lot of times they have a tendency to be straight line guys, right? You don't want to be a straight line guy playing football. You want to have a little bit of wiggle, a little bit of change direction, right? You want to be able to, kind of get guys open. And I see that with him. Also with track guys, you want to make sure they can actually catch the ball. And he's got good hands, strong hands. So he's a complete receiver for me and the fastest football player in the country this year, Gatlin Bear. And I'm curious what he's going to do as well.
All right, next we got your big dog, and this receiver comes from a running back family, so that kind of checks out with this superlative. He's one of 2 receivers inside the top 20 that's listed over 200 pounds. Who's your big dog?
Yeah, Ryan Wingo, I think you guys have already been talking about just a little bit, right? Not sure what he's going to do in terms of his commitment. But, I think a lot of times you think of the big dog, and I wasn't even sure what that meant. I guess it's like a DK Metcalf 6'5" guy. Ryan is not a 6'5" guy, but he's a strong kid. He's a 6'2", probably 205, maybe pushing 210 pounds. And you mentioned running back family. For me, he's got a running back body. But he's still fluid as an athlete. Again, you want to kind of have that fluidity, you want to play with that suddenness, and I think Wingo has all that. So big 6'2", strong kid, just kind of bullies opposing corners at the line of scrimmage, and they try to press him, but he runs well enough to get deep. He runs well after the catch. Got a chance to see him in person a couple times over the offseason. I was really, really impressed. I think he's definitely a top 5 wide receiver. I think we got him rated really high, and I think it's justified. I'm excited to see him play at the college level.
All right, this one's really fun. The technician, and we're going to a wide receiver who had been an Ohio State commit since August, but he was one of the most exciting flips of the morning, flipping to Oregon. Who's your technician?
Yeah, how about Jeremiah McClellan? Again, this wasn't planned. I didn't know these guys were going to be in the news for not committing yet or flipping or not signing yet like Ryan. But I love watching Jeremiah. Again, I had a chance to see him a couple times over the offseason playing 7-on-7 with his California Power Squad. And you think of a technician, you think of a guy as just a pure route runner. Obviously with Jeremiah, he's got speed, he's got long speed, he plays with quickness as well. And, he's excellent after the catch. I think he's one of the better receivers after the catch, but he gets easy separation. And when you see him, just his get-offs off the line of scrimmage, the way he can turn a DB around, the way he changes speeds, right? Again, you don't want to just be, one-trick pony who runs really fast in a straight line. This guy's able to set guys up, very technically sound, hence why he is my technician. I think he's got one of those receivers. I think he's one of the most ready to play now, meaning when he gets to college ball, playing at Oregon, I think he can come in and play as a true freshman next fall.
All right, and your final superlative is the future Biletnikoff winner. So I think this one makes sense. You're giving it to the top receiver in the class.
I was thought, do I want to be creative and cute and try to go with somebody outside the box? I'm like, nah, let's just go with Jeremiah Smith. And I saw what Huff said earlier, our rankings are an NFL draft projection. So automatically it's going to be geared toward a quarterback, right? And I love the fact that this year we kind of went outside the box and went with Jeremiah Smith. Receivers, I can't remember the last time a receiver went number 1, but the reality is he's the best football player in America. One of the best football players I think any of us have ever seen from a wide receiver position. And he's got every single tool. It's such a cliche. I hear it all the time. It checks all the boxes, right? But for me, this guy literally checks every box. You think about, the size and the speed. You think of the way he gets open, the jump balls, the 50-50 contested catches, just how he moves, the suddenness, the explosiveness, the toughness, right? The physicality. And kind of like Travis, I love Travis Hunter because I always saw Travis compete. Doesn't matter if it's 7-on-7 or a showcase or a football game with pads on. And Jeremiah's the same way. If he's playing 7-on-7 or in a showcase, obviously with pads on, and he's a dog. He's looking to tear your throat out. He's got some Kobe Bryant Mamba mentality to his game. So you add that with the physical tools and the gifts. For me, he's a no-brainer, 3 and out, going to be a top 10 pick, whatever he wants to come out. And I definitely see him, depending on the system he plays in, which I think he's going to play in a pretty good system, depending on what college he picks. He's going to put up numbers, and I think he's got a great chance to win that Biletnikoff someday.
Mamba mentality in addition to the physical traits. Love the sound of that. Greg Biggins, thank you so much for joining us. And speaking of Jeremiah Smith, we are just mere minutes away from his signing day ceremony. The nation's top prospect getting ready to put pen to paper as the Ohio State commit gets ready to reveal his decision. But don't forget, Miami FSU, they're also making a push for the nation's top prospect going in home as recently as last week. We'll have the reaction from his ceremony coming up soon in the show. But for now, let's go over to the Late Kick Lounge. Josh Pate, how's it going?
Don't worry now. I know a lot of people are locked in on this. We're not going to overlap over Jeremiah Smith's announcement. We're looking there live. Cooper, what kind of player are we talking about as we get ready for this announcement?
Yeah, I hate to throw it around, but generational, right? We talk about Marvin Harrison Jr. as one of the best receiver prospects we've seen in a long time. You talked to my good friend Andrew Ivins, who was scouted Jeremiah Smith for a long time, compares him to the likes of guys like Calvin Johnson, Megatron, right? You think of these type of players when Jeremiah Smith comes up. How about this? The first player at his position ever to be ranked number one in the 24/7 Sports era. That's since 2010. He's a complete difference maker. He can beat you in every single way possible you could possibly imagine. Checks every single box. And the great thing about Jeremiah Smith is he has a very mature game technically, physically. The physical growth is off the charts. He's got another level he'll get to on Saturdays.
You see him walking up to the desk right now. I mean, you're talking about now a recruiting worldwide audience tuned in here. We got folks on virtually every message board in the country, not just Ohio State and Miami. Florida State was on the periphery here, but everyone's interested. This is kind of what on Late Kick we would call a keystone announcement because it has a ripple effect that impacts the entire industry. You think about the difference in the vibe of a Buckeye fan if they land him here versus if he were to flip at the last minute. You think about the reputation Mario Cristobal already has and how it would swell a little bit. So again, if you're joining us live, you're looking at Jeremiah Smith there. That's not only the number one wide receiver in the country, that's the number one player in the country, and we are awaiting his announcement down there in Florida, and we're going to it now.
The next 3 or 4 years.
Really excited to see him put on that Ohio State hat. Jeremiah Smith, despite the fact that, man, there was a lot of buzz signaling Miami late. You saw it? It's a red hat. Ohio State is the pick for Jeremiah Smith. What's your initial reaction? We were like this, trying to figure out what was about to happen.
371 days. And it's Ohio State. I mean, we got to see if they announce him as a signee. Still got to get over that hurdle. There's been some, I don't know, scares in the past. I've always thought Ohio State for Jeremiah Smith. You know, you constantly get asked to talk about his recruitment, handicap the recruitment. I just think that family is a little bit different than maybe some of these others. Geno Smith, bet on himself, obviously related to them. I think they see Sunday, they see first round. You look at what Brian Hartline has done with the wide receivers, and this is the guy to develop him. I also thought Jeremiah Smith said next 3 to 4 years. We hear kids use that phrase all the time. Well, Jeremiah Smith, it probably could be 3 and done.
I need a guy to say for the next year, right, with the transfer portal and everything that's happening. But it's hard to go against that rationale for Jeremiah Smith. Ohio State makes the most sense for him from a developmental standpoint, from an NFL standpoint, and getting to that next level, getting ready for the professional ranks. The Buckeyes dodged a huge bullet here because the buzz was there, right, with Miami, with Florida State in recent weeks, and for them to hold on past the whole calendar year and get Jeremiah Smith, huge victory for Ryan Day.
I mean, we've talked a lot about Jeremiah Smith, the player. This is huge for Ohio State, but also to stop the bleeding. The 4 J's, right? Justin Scott, Jordan Lyle, Jeremiah McClellan, and then Jeremiah Smith. They went 1 for 4 here, losing those other guys. The class had to drop down to number 4. I mean, they needed to get this one done. This is a guy that can step in. Huge win for Ryan Day. It would have been a complete disaster of a finish here for the Buckeyes.
I say Buckeyes fans breathing a sigh of relief, not just to hold on to the number 1 player in the class, but after losing Jeremiah McClellan, to have a wide receiver to bring in. I mean, Ohio State fans are just used to that, and we talk about the Brian Hartline of it all. They are so used to bringing in 5-star talent at the wide receiver position, but why is it so huge to get Jeremiah Smith?
Keeps Ohio State, they recruit South Florida pretty well. They've had plenty of success. Last cycle, think about it, was Brandon Innes, who they got out of there. This is the one that the fan base, I think, kind of had circled. They had assumed, all right, we're going to hold on to him. So just getting him in, potential to play right away. Carnell Tate, Brandon Innes, there's a few other wide receivers there. I just think stops the panic a little bit, I think, if you're an Ohio State fan.
It calms everyone down. We've had some question marks about that quarterback room at Ohio State, a lot of talent, but not a lot of experience. And there's been rumors that they've been trying to get into the transfer portal to get someone. They lose Kyle McCord. Devin Brown's going to be the guy for the bowl game. They got some young guys in that room and Aaron Nolan coming in. When you get a Jeremiah Smith, I think it solidifies the future and the vision of what that offense can be. And it's going to help them continue to recruit the quarterback position, knowing that, hey, look, we're still going to be that team where receivers are going to be the prime objective and how we're going to develop guys.
When you're a player that comes in with that much excitement, that much energy and attention towards you, you think, oh, done, finished product, 5-star number 1 player. He's going to be awesome at Ohio State. But he's about to get a lot of development, too.
Yeah, perfecting his craft. Jeremiah Smith, we've talked about how big he is, the big features and all that stuff. I don't think a lot of people realize he's an excellent track and field athlete. 3-time state qualifier in both hurdle events, the 110 and the 400. Took gold medals at that most recently. You look at Ohio State player development, it's not just getting tinkered with by Brian Hartline in terms of your route running and the nuances of playing the position. It's the strength program. And I think for the folks in Columbus right now, it's a little bit of, okay, what we're trying to do is the right direction. I mentioned Aaron Nolan being fit in between the ears. You got the same thing with Jeremiah Smith. So Ohio State, new era with all this NIL and stuff, but they got 2 guys that fit what they want to do.
And let's not forget the NIL factor here, because when you think about the Big Ten and the platform, the stage that it provides a player like Jeremiah Smith, we saw what that did for a Marvin Harrison Jr. and the other receivers that have come through Columbus. I don't know if he gets that national attention if he goes to a Miami or a Florida State, considering that the ACC is where it is in the national perception of things. So he's going to be playing those big primetime matchups on Saturday night. He's going to be featured on the billboards. He's going to be on every poster, and he doesn't have to stay in the South Florida area to be able to accomplish that.
So that's the big flip that did not happen with Jeremiah Smith, but there has been tons of headlines happening today. There you have it. He signs officially with Ohio State, and 5-star offensive tackle Jordan Seaton, get this, per our director of recruiting, Steve Wiltfong, he visited Maryland this past weekend, and he is going to hop on our show later to tell us where he's going, why he's going there, and what these last few weeks have been like. And then Jaquan McCroy officially signing with Oregon despite a late Colorado push. Again, we're waiting for the whole Deion factor of the day, the Deion shoe to drop, so to speak. And then Alabama continuing to push for that number 1 class. They came into today as the number 3 class. They're up to 2. We see Ohio State moving a little bit further back, but man, the SEC in general, what they have been doing, if Georgia ends up with a number 1 class, or if Alabama ends up at number 1, that will be 16 straight cycles of having the number 1 class come out of the SEC. And this is something that we've all just really become accustomed to, but Andrew, as you track this, what sort of factors contribute to the SEC's just pure dominance over recruiting?
I think it's the investment from all parties across the board, fan bases, schools, administration. We see these salaries for the coaches, and I think it's the fact that kids know if I go to the SEC, I have a good chance of playing in the NFL. SEC tied for the most first-round NFL draft picks, 12 of the past 13 years. I mean, they just keep churning them out. So I think it's a combination of those things, investment, and then, the fact that kids realize, hey, I can go make the league from there.
It's the reputation. I think it has a prestige now. It's been built up for so long that recruits, no matter what corner of the country you're playing in, they see that pocket of the SEC and they think that's the big time. That's where I'm going to make my money, not only on the field, but in branding and every opportunity. And then not only reputation, but resources. I want to go back to May when I was in Phoenix to hang out with Dylan Raiola the day he committed to Georgia. And he said, hey, look, Coach Mike Bobo, he didn't even fly into Phoenix Sky Harbor. right? It's just the normal international airport that you would fly into if you're a normal common person. He flew into this private airport secluded in North Phoenix because he needed to go see Dylan Raiola on the day of his announcement. And he said, hey, Coach Mike Bobo, he made a call to Kirby Smart, said, hey, can you get me in and out when I need to be? And that's what I'm talking about with resources. I don't know if every conference in America is able to do what the SEC is able to do.
We've seen Kirby Smart show up in the jet. He's been in a helicopter at some point doing some of these recruiting things. So you see that push and that investment. But as we look at the future of the college football landscape and it pushing towards that kind of big two, it's the big two in terms of talent, and we see it, through the 5 stars, but it's still the big one with the SEC. 20 of the top 32 players are committed to SEC schools, 7 of the top 10. Andrew, what sets them apart, even not just from the rest of college football, but from the Big Ten, who's also trying to insert their dominance?
I think it's a little bit about the location where some of these schools are. Think about it, you got Texas, which produces the most NFL draft picks per year. Then you got the state of Florida. I think for the Big Ten, that's why it was big to get involved with the West Coast in that state of California. That ranks 3 when we look at the average NFL draft picks over the past 5 years. So I think it's the location and just the regionality of recruiting. So NIL's made it different where guys maybe aren't want to stay in their backyards, but it's still it's just where the talent is.
Let's see how things shift now, because California is Big Ten country, as you know, and even ACC country in Northern California. And then up on the Pacific Northwest, you've got Washington, Oregon, also going to be in the Big Ten country. These schools are going to have to recruit different geographical locations. But yeah, a ton of talent. Everything's within driving distance, and there's so many resources that you're able to kind of expand in a recruiting sense. So yeah, that's really what's pushing, I think, the SEC over the top.
Weather, maybe? I mean, it's helpful to the Big Ten that they're bringing in the state of California. That certainly helps balance it out. These are the 2024 SEC recruiting rankings. You see Georgia and Alabama at the top. That just seems to be what the theme is of National Signing Days, present and past. But 2 new additions there at the top in Texas and Oklahoma coming into the SEC and coming in with some strong classes there. We've talked about Georgia and if they will hold on to that number 1 class. You see the points. Just let us handle that in terms of how that's all factored in. But it does seem like they have a pretty decent lead there. It does certainly help that they have multiple players who are number 1 at their position, right?
Yeah, we've mentioned Ellis Robinson. I think the strength of Georgia's, or not the strength, but when you look at it, 1 through 26, the back end of that list, they have some gems that they really like. I mentioned Sokovie White, an undersized playmaker from the Peach State. Talked to some folks in Athens. They're already fired up about this guy, and he's done a few workouts for them. So it's just top to bottom how they've built this group out. It's the evaluation. You look at their recruiting departments there, Will Myers, James Ellis, all those guys. I mean, it's a year-round effort. And what also I think is notable, kids want to camp at Georgia, right? So in the summer months, all the bus tours go through Athens. They get video of those guys, they get measurements, testing numbers, and that just kind of keeps the machine churning there in Athens.
I think what's impressive for me is that now they are recruiting against their own roster, and that's maybe working against them, but they're still able to have success, right? If a top-tier recruit is looking at Georgia's depth chart and says, where do I fit in? When am I going to even see the field? This team just won back-to-back championships. Like, when do I get my opportunity to shine? They're still able to overcome that, and that's what's impressive about the Kirby Smart effect now, because before it was, hey, come here, we're going to win championships, you're going to be a part of that, we're on the rise. Now they're at the top, and everyone's gunning for them, and they're still able to stay at the top.
Still able to stay at the top of the running back position, too. That's one that really stands out to me, because when I look at your freaks list, all I see are Georgia running backs. 3 Georgia running backs committed, all on the freaks list. So what can Dogs fans look for in that position?
Well, they got the Thunder, they got the Lightning, and then they got a combination of both. So the Thunder is Chauncey Bowens, big physical kid out of West Palm Beach, Florida. Excellent in between the tackles, short area yardage, behind the great wall of running backs. Then you got Dwight Phillips, son of Dwight Phillips,
yeah.
Dwight Phillips Jr., who's the Olympian, and he's kind of the Lightning. He's one of the fastest kids out there. I think he ran it somewhere in the 4.2s at Georgia in the 40-yard dash. Decorated track and field athlete. Gadget type of guy, so when you get the ball in space, you're going to have to scheme some things up. And then Nate Frazier out of Blair's backyard there in California. I think he's a combination of both those guys and someone that can be a true workhorse and the guy you feed the hand when you're taking on Missouri late in the season, when you need someone that's going to get you 8 yards on 3rd and 6 or something like that. So it's an impressive group, and they're in the transfer portal as well, trying to add another potential game-changing running back.
Another running back from the West Coast that's headed to Athens after Roderick Robinson, who they flipped from UCLA out of the San Diego area. Kendall Milton being a big-time player from the state of California that's now made an impact in Athens. And Frazier, like you mentioned, Andrew, brings a combination of speed and power, can be that third down back, and it's going to be a really interesting position battle for them as they all come in. And in that transfer portal era, you have to kind of make an impact, stake your claim early, or else you're kind of out of the shuffle. But obviously a great start for them at that position to be able to bring in 3 guys.
We showed you the list of the most top 247 players in a class in the SEC. 17 for Georgia. That's a lot of guys that you have to learn about, so make sure that you're checking out the work of our friends at Dogs 24/7, and you get that VIP membership, and that's where you get that really good, juicy information. I know it seems like we have a lot to talk about today with 7 hours, but you're going to find even more content on dogs247.com, so be sure to check that out. Andrew, I know something that you liked going into last week was the fact that Georgia was going to bring in 2 arms. Well, Raiola is now committed to Nebraska and signed with Nebraska, so it's just looking like Puglisi. But Blair, you're hearing that they tried to maybe bring in a second arm. What are you hearing there?
I got some calls this week that they had been making some phone calls to other quarterbacks in this 2024 class, and what that tells me is that they have a plan. That the plan all along was to have 2 guys and maybe one to develop and one that could potentially push for playing time right away, and that kind of allows them to be able to, in a way, swing, because if they're able to miss on one, then they hit on one. If they're, you know what I mean? Like you're able to kind of improve your accuracy if you get 2 quarterbacks. So that was an interesting thing that they didn't stand pat. They didn't think, oh, maybe it's too late. They're still Georgia. They're still able to recruit some quarterbacks.
So I've been kind of marinating on this theory for a little bit. Given what we've seen with the transfer portal, I mean, how many starters are looking around for other schools? I think more teams might try to take 2 quarterbacks. Maybe Georgia was a little ahead of the curve. I think anytime you sign a high school quarterback, an Elite 11 finalist, a 4-star or something like that, I mean, the odds of him staying and playing all 4 years for you, what would that be, 25%? These kids want to go to a place where they think they have a chance to start. Once they know they don't have a chance to start, they're leaving and they're going to go find somewhere else. So Georgia almost pulled it off. Probably one of the few schools that can actually do it. I mean, college football playoff regular, back-to-back national titles. I'm interested to see if more of them do that. And Kirby Smart, he wants to create competition. We see all these former blue chippers leaving Athens right now in the transfer portal. That's because they know there's guys coming in behind them. And I think when they had Ryan Puglisi and Dylan Raiola both committed, both those guys threw a lot next to each other at the Elite 11 finals. They knew who they were. There was already a competition brewing, and it was going to play out there at UGA.
Yeah, your hit rate obviously improves if you take more guys, and let's be honest, one of them was probably going to have to transfer, right? Whether it's Pugga, our guy Pugga, or Raiola. At some point, one of them was going to rise above the other one. And at this point, if Georgia is identifying that as a position of need and they need to be able to bring in more guys, then it was very obvious there earlier this week that the Bulldogs were trying to get a second guy.
It's not like some other position groups. You're only playing 1 quarterback at a time, so there's only so much to go around. But with Dylan Raiola, it sounds like the move for having Carson Beck come back was a big reasoning behind him coming in and playing year 1. But a guy that might not have to do that is Julian Sayin at Alabama, and that's the next class that we're going to take a look at. And Julian Sayin is not going to be relied upon immediately here with Jalen Milroe returning, but when he is asked to be in charge of this Crimson Tide offense, what can he be?
I think he's a high floor quarterback prospect in this group. When we go through all the signal callers, we got 14 of them in the top 247. I feel the best maybe about him hitting in college in terms of I know what I'm going to get, and that's a guy that can win games on Saturdays. I think you can kind of cater the offense around him. He can put the playmakers on the pedestal, and Alabama obviously has some of them committed. up to number 2 in the rankings. It's a really interesting group. I mean, 10 kids from the state of Alabama. They got a linebacker from Germany. They got a defensive lineman from Canada. This just is a unique blend and mix for Nick Saban. And my favorite part of the group is the defensive back, Zabian Brown out of Mater Dei Academy. I've been saying it, I think 12 months now, that I think he's one of the top cornerbacks in this. Technically sound, he's super buttoned up. I think that guy might be ready to go. Maybe year 1, year 2. He's at least going to play 1 season with Caleb Downs, who we loved. And they've got Jalen Mbakwe, who has been a fascinating study right there in the Yellowhammer State, led Clay Chalkville to his 6A state title playing nothing but quarterback. Alabama wants him on defense. I see him as a slot inside corner, combination of size and ability to run, move his hips. I like the defense. And then you just think about Nick Saban working with Zabian Brown, working with Jalen Mbakwe. We saw what he did with Caleb Downs. That secondary is going to be something that is going to make it really hard for opposing offenses in the SEC.
One thing that stands out to me about Zabian Brown playing at Mater Dei Catholic there in Southern California is that he's a player that has a lot of talent around him, so opposing offenses can't stay away from his side of the field, and he's been seasoned. He's been able to play and make an impact, and I think he's ready-made. I think he's going to be a guy that can go to Tuscaloosa and maybe see the field early, and that's something that's very rare. Caleb Downs was really good as a freshman this past year, able to accomplish that. I think Zabian Brown can be that guy this year.
Let's now go to Tuscaloosa and check in with Brett Greenberg of Bama 24/7 for a complete rundown of this class.
Yeah, a couple of these biggest storylines in this 2024 class is getting so many guys on campus early to, participate in Rose Bowl practice. Some of the guys are Julian Sayin, Jalen Mbakwe, to get them in on campus early at learning under coaching staffs and getting in that playbook is a big deal. And the biggest storyline, I think, is the addition of Ryan Williams. He announced about a week and a half ago he'll be reclassing, was the number 1 wide receiver in 2025. He'll join Alabama in the summer. He won't sign until February, probably take a couple official visits in between then. But adding him, I think, is a big deal. And a couple guys Alabama fans and coaching staff, I think, really like and are going to like a lot more is Casey Poe, Jameer Grimsley, Zabian Brown. Those are 3 guys I think Alabama fans are really going to like and have an opportunity to start early. Certainly Casey Poe, with the uncertainty at the center position with Seth McLaughlin, I think can come in and maybe make an impact pretty early.
You heard Brett mention Ryan Williams. That's a guy that Alabama fans are going to have to sweat out until February to see if he ends up signing. But as a reclassification, he's young, 16 years old.
16 years old.
But what kind of wide receiver can he develop into?
Well, Cooper Patagna said it. You see Calvin Ridley as the comp up there. We kind of think he moves like Devontae Smith in terms of the frame and just those dynamic movement patterns. A guy that can get it done in the return game as well. Alabama, I think they need a little bit of Ryan Williams. Isaiah Bond, he made some big plays for the Crimson Tide there in 2023, but this is a kid that can potentially be a high-volume target in the offense. He can be the focal point. We just talked about Julian Sayin putting his elevated in the playmakers, putting them in position to make plays. I could see the Sayin to Ryan Williams connection happening.
When you mention high-volume players that can be productive, I look at Caleb Odom, the number 5 rated tight end in this class that really was super productive as a senior this past season. Over 1,800 receiving yards, 25 across his 2 varsity seasons, heading into that commitment to Alabama. And the depth chart lines up very favorably for him at the tight end position. That's been one of those spots that in the SEC, and particularly if you're ready physically, you have the mobility, the flexibility, the awareness to run routes the right way, which Caleb Odom does, I think has a chance to go in there and be a guy.
So when I see Caleb Odom on the commit list, to me, it seems like Nick Saban is changing his philosophy on offense a little bit, because Caleb Odom is not your inline tight end. He has hardly blocked. He is not a guy, I would call him an entry-level blocker at best. Now, he is someone that had college basketball offers. He could have played hoops at the next level, but he's a big perimeter target. Tommy Reese, the offensive coordinator there, it just seems like they're trying to do things a little bit different. We saw it with Amari Niblack, redshirt freshman tight end. He came up big at different times for Alabama in 2023. I think it's going to allow them to get creative with the personnel, Caleb Odom. But he can go up and get it. There's a clip where he just plucks it right over a guy's head.
Is he more O.J. Howard than maybe some of those inline guys that you mentioned?
I would think so. Big target. Julian Sayin just has to throw it in the area code.
I want to give a big shout out real quick to our friends at Huddle. They have been fantastic partners in getting us some of the most up-to-date tape of some of these players so we can make sure that you're seeing the development of these guys, not pulling tape from when they were freshmen, but some of the recent stuff. So thank you to Huddle for that. A player that I'm really excited about, Justin Okoronkwo from Germany. You actually taking one for the team, going across the pond to check him out in person. What did you see from him?
I did. PPI Recruits, they had a national combine in Frankfurt, Germany. Flew out there about a month ago. It was cold, but I got to see a lot of different talent. And Justin is such a unique kid. Grew up playing soccer on the he was a goalie on the soccer pitch. He did gymnastics, finally found the game of football, American football, because there's a lot of kids that, will use the other football there. He's an elite tester, and he has come over to the United States multiple times and, 4.5 in the 40-yard dash, broad jump over 120 inches. This is a guy that's still trying to learn the football, but from an athletic standpoint, it's rare. It's freaky rare. That's why I had him on my freaks list. Alabama. He was originally committed to Maryland, camped at Alabama. They decided to make a move on him. I believe Nick Saban's actually was going to fly out there for an in-home visit. He was going to have to go a little international. But Justin's a guy we're also going to get in the All-American Bowl. For him, with these international prospects, you talk to college coaches, more and more guys, or more and more schools, I should say, are open to the idea of going across the pond. And really, it's because Nick Saban was like, all right, I'm going to do it. Now everyone else wants to see if they can do it. And for me, just talking with college coaches, the biggest thing is they didn't grow up watching football, so the instincts aren't all there right now. Justin, the fact that he's going to enroll early, get a chance to learn from elite college coaches, we'll see, because he could hit big.
I got to throw up a tag flag again. You call it soccer. It's football in Europe, Andrew. You know that. You've been. You mentioned it. You touched on it. I think when Alabama is going to Europe to try to recruit players, I think it's real. Mm-hmm. It's tangible. Mm-hmm. We've arrived in this international game. We've seen NFL games being played in Europe a few times a season. There's going to be a game in Brazil, right? There's been games in Mexico City. This is a sport now that has captivated the whole world, and it's translated into recruiting as well. When Nick Saban has to pack a couple scarves to get out to Germany, we've arrived.
Yeah, thank you for taking one for the team. I know it was cold. I know it was far, but we do appreciate the analysis, and I'm sure Nick Saban loves to hear about how great the guy is that he is bringing in at the linebacker position. Elsewhere on the defense, Xavier Brown, a player that I know that you've both talked about extensively, but a question that you were asking, Andrew, was can he make an impact similar to that of Caleb Downs? That is some high praise considering what the true freshman was able to do in his first season in Tuscaloosa. What has you asking that question when it comes to Xavier Brown?
Well, Kool-Aid's out, right? He's going to the NFL, so someone's got to step in at quarterback. I know Terrion Arnold's still there. Xavier Brown has played his best football in the final 3 games of his high school career. He's in a unique situation because he's at Mater Dei, which is loaded across the board on defense. So they actually have to throw the football at him. 3 interceptions, had a pick 6 in the playoffs, got his hand out on a few passes. To me, it's the footwork and how he moves. He might not be a sub-11 guy in the 100-meter dash, which is a key metric. Everyone wants to bring it up. Xavier Brown's an 11.13 guy. It doesn't matter to me because I don't think many people are going to get behind him because he's so buttoned up. He can maintain phase. I think he's one of the best cover corners out there in this class. So smooth and buttoned up.
Really smart. Situational awareness, knows the down and distance, knows where receivers might be trying to expose him if the ball is going to come his way. I think that's stuff that he doesn't have to work on when he gets to college. It's already been ingrained in him there at Mater Dei, one of the best cover corners in the country, but also physically able to match up with some of those bigger receivers. I think he's ready-made. He's going to be a guy. I'm convinced we're going to be talking about him next year on signing day, comparing someone to Xavier Brown.
That's what we did with Caleb Browns. You talk about Caleb Downs with the comparisons. Just everything. Throw the flag. We're going to have this all day long. We're human here, but we are going to continue our SEC breakdown with. And get used to this, guys. Texas. Let's send it over to Nashville. Grace.
But if you talked about Xavier the other day, and I forgot to research this, so you can talk about it.
Thank you, Emily. Yeah, we're going to continue our SEC breakdowns with the newcomers to the conference, starting with Texas, this Longhorns class ranks 5th nationally with 21 commits. 4 of those are 5 stars. And there's a lot of momentum around this program. They moved up a spot in the rankings on Monday after flipping safety Xavier Filzame from Florida. But the big news today is our Carl Reed is reporting that wide receiver Ryan Wingo will sign his letter of intent to Texas, and that paperwork will be in shortly. So we're going to touch on the number 4 receiver in the country signing with the Longhorns first. And also, I apologize, Smoke. I did not introduce you. Smoke Dixon appearing on our set for the first time today. And Huff's still here with me. Huff, Ryan Wingo. This was a commitment or recruitment process with many turns. But at the end of the day, he ends up in Austin. What are the Longhorns getting in him?
Well, they're getting one of the most big physical receivers in the country. It is such a loaded receiver class. We talked about that earlier in the show, about how good this receiver class is. And you look at what he's got, what he possesses. He's got this big physical nature. Now, I'm not going to compare him to Roy Williams or Lima Sweet, some old school Texas big receivers that they had during the Mack Brown era. But you look at some of the speedier, smaller slot guys, the shiftier guys that Texas now has. This is a different type of receiver than what they've got. He's a big physical runner. He can get separation. He can get off of any kind of press coverage, but then he can run. He can get up the field, and he's got that ability to get in the open field, and he's gone. He was originally kind of pegged to go to Missouri. I think most people thought he was going to end up in Missouri, and then he announced for Texas, and is a huge win for Steve Sarkisian, because not only did he commit to Texas in the spring or in the fall when it looked like he was going to Missouri, but then they were able to hold on. It sounded like there was going to be all kinds of drama there down the stretch. So now that Texas knows that he's in the fold, that he's coming in, they're getting a top 5 receiver who's a top 12 player nationally. Again, it speaks to the talent in this receiver class, but it speaks to the kind of receiver that he is. That big physical receiver is going to help Texas when they make that transition to the SEC with a target like Ryan Wingo, with his ability to get yards after contact and to be able to pick up and churn out extra yards after he catches the ball is going to be huge for that Texas offense.
Well, you know, in the SEC, what you got to get ready for is physical ball and strap glue-like coverage. And when you have glue-like coverage, there's a couple of ways you're going to separate. You're going to separate with burst out of the cut, or you separate with strength and size. And what this guy shows you, he's like a Juju Smith. We just talked about it. He's a strong guy at the point of contact that can make big-time catches and run through little guys that want to tackle him. So he's going to pick up a lot of his yards after contact by just being a strong, physical guy. I like this matchup, what they got going on, just getting ready for SEC ball. They're getting ready to play physical, strap coverage, in tight coverage, tight window throw catches. I like this guy.
Yeah, that physicality important. Our Greg Biggins, when he was giving out superlatives, called him the big dog. I mean, over 200 pounds, comes from a running back family, all good stuff. All right, a lot of excitement around this Texas 2024 recruiting class. Our Hank South of Horns 24/7 has more.
I think some of my biggest storylines are, how high can this Texas class finish? They spent most of the cycle outside the top 20. They're obviously in the top 5 now. Can they keep going? Can they make a run at that number 1 class? Things would have to really fall in place, with particularly Georgia and obviously Texas landing everyone they would wish to land. But I'm curious to see, how close can they get to that number 1 spot? Can they cross that 300-point threshold on the rankings? I'm curious to see, how the transfer portal comes into play, not just at Texas, but, across the country. How does that affect different class sizes, who people are prioritizing, things like that. That's certainly obviously a new factor in this recruiting day and age. And then, just overall body of work of this class, landing these elite caliber guys, from Colin Simmons down to Brandon Baker, hitting on needs all across the board. Whether, tight end with Jordan Washington, some really impressive defensive linemen, DeAndre Robinson, Melvin Hills, Alex January, just a really exciting class that Texas fans should be really happy about signing. And, looking at guys that I know Texas is really excited about. I think they're excited about everybody, but in particular, guys like Colin Simmons, an elite tier edge rusher, Ryan Wingo, a playmaker on the outside, Brandon Baker, a guy that can come and compete at that right tackle spot early. So overall, Texas fans should be thrilled with what they have coming into this 2024 class.
All right, thank you, Hank. And there's a couple more storylines of our own we want to get into. We will start with Colin Simmons, the 5-star edge out of Duncanville. He just finished his high school career with his 2nd straight state championship. So a highly achieved player. Smoke, what have you seen from him on his
When
tape?
you watch him, what you see is a guy that was incredible get off. His first step, most of the time, and I tell people, when you watch and you study pass rushers, 90% of a pass rusher is in the first step. If you can get that offensive lineman to get out of his stance, not get out of his stance, to get by him, you don't have to have any special move. What this guy has is incredible get off, wiggle, and his ability to bend and burst is top notch. He gives me a lot of Dallas Turner type feel, where this guy can affect the passer and you don't have to blitz and do all that other stuff with him. But he also has enough athleticism. If you back him off the ball, he can do some stuff in the short coverage area and play off the ball linebacker with some good instincts. But edge ability in terms of getting off, setting the edge, and pass rush ability, this is one of the elite rushers in this class.
I think when you look at just how physical he can be, and I mean his ability to take over games, and he's playing against big time talent each week. He's playing against a very tough schedule. He's playing against that Texas high school football that our guy Gabe Brooks is always raving about, and you see what he brings to the table from that defensive position. You see the physicality that he plays with kind of that nastiness, that just that attitude that he plays with. He plays through the whistle and a little bit after the whistle, but he's got a nice edge to his game. And I think when we've seen Texas, and I think this has followed Sark around a little bit when he was at Washington and at USC, that there was more finesse than there was power. But his defensive coordinator, Pete Kwiatkowski, when he was at Washington as a DC, they were winning with the strength of a brutal defense. And I think that you're now seeing Texas's defenders are taking on an identity that Pete Kwiatkowski wants, and that's to be physical, that's to be aggressive, that's to be just these monsters up front. And you got to have that making that transition to the SEC. This is not the Big 12 anymore. You're going up to play big boy football, with all due respect to the Big 12, but you're going to have 12 to 15 opponents like that over the next couple of years that are going to be able to match you physicality, and they're going to be able to match you in the trenches. And I think that Colin Simmons is the type of player that what he's going to give that Texas defense is a huge boost for them as they make that move.
Yeah, the key to good defense is you take the air out of the pocket, that means get to the passer, take the air out of the coverage, which is by rushing the passer again, and play physical up front and stop it with 6 guys so you can keep 2 defenders high in terms of safeties.
Nastiness who plays after the whistle. I like that description. That's exactly what you want to see in an edge. Let's go to the other side of the line of scrimmage now and talk about Brandon Baker out of Mater Dei. Similar to Colin Simmons, someone who went to Mater Dei is going to face the elite competition through their high school career. 5-star offensive tackle. Huff, what do you know about him?
Well, you talk about those nasty edges that you're having to face and what you want to get. Well, now you're going to have to block those guys when you get to the SEC. You mentioned Dallas Turner, Smoke did, and the SEC is full of big, physical, athletic pass rushers. So how do you stunt that? How do you negate that? You get yourself a big, physical, athletic offensive tackle and a guy who is not done filling out. I mean, he's got the optimal frame as an offensive lineman. And again, we talked about the schedule that Colin Simmons played. I mean, Mater Dei won a national championship 2 years ago. They were a consensus national champion this year. When you look at all the different high school rankings, and this guy has been an anchor of a very talented offensive line for the Monarchs that helped Elijah Brown go 41-2 as a starter. And Brandon Baker, he grew up. His older brother went and played at Oregon, so he's been around the game. He's got this ability to make that transition to college football very quickly. He's got the frame that as he continues to get stronger, and as he continues to put on weight, he's going to be that much more effective. But he's already got the footwork, the natural flexibility. He's a beautiful knee bender, and he's already used to going against high-level pass rushers. It's going to be a big jump up now to the SEC, but not as big of a jump for a lot of offensive linemen. I think he's ready to be in there and be able to make an impact for Kyle Flood and Steve Sarkisian pretty quickly.
And the first thing when I cut on the film and I watch this guy, you see a big, nasty guy that plays to the echo of the whistle. I mean, he wants to put guys through the ground and bury them. And then the next thing that you see is when he comes off the ball, he's one of the guys that have good contact balance, and he has good bend and has the ability to create a new line of scrimmage by knocking guys back and finishing guys. And when you have big guys that have energy and effort level, that's one thing that you have to coach into guys. You're not coaching this into them. You might be coaching them out of getting some personal fouls just because he likes to bloody people's face and knock snot out of people. This guy right here, when you say, I want to run the ball, if he's lined up to the right, run it right. And keep running it right until somebody else sends 2 at him. But physical, big, nasty, athletic guy that only way you're going to win in the SEC with guys like this.
Our last player we want to get to is 4-star safety Kobe Black, who just announced his commitment last week. He said early playing time was a priority for him, and he sees a path to do so at Texas. Huff, what kind of impact do you think Kobe Black could make?
Well, I think he's got positional versatility. He likes to play corner. He could play safety. You know, he may be long-term a safety, but I think he's a guy that is going to have an opportunity to play early as a corner. Great hips. He can run. He can cover. He's got good ball skills. He closes really well. And, you know, you look at the defensive class that Texas had. And again, we think with Steve Sarkisian, you always think offense, but with Colin Simmons, with Kobe Black, with Xavier Filzame, you've got some really good defensive backs that are going to help. Again, we keep harping on it, but the reality is Texas is making a move that's going to change their football recruiting in the future. And their ability to recruit high-level players is dependent on having that talent when you get to the SEC, not years after. We saw how Texas A&M kind of benefited from that when they made that move, and now Texas knows we've got to have speed in the secondary. We've got to have physical players in that secondary, and so with getting Kobe Black and his ability to run as a corner, getting Xavier as a safety, it's clear that Steve Sarkisian, as much as he's offensive-minded, he knows that he had to address some defensive needs and give Texas some playmakers in that secondary.
At the end of the day, when you're saying corners. In college football right now, you're actually playing with 4 corners in the back end. And then when you add your 5th nickel, which I think this guy can be to cover the slot, he's a nickel safety combination of guy with coverage skills as a safety, but physical enough as a tackler, but has the ball skills when you put it in the air. And when he gets the ball in his hands, he can do some incredible things in terms of return. Short area quick, explosive hips, and coverage ability with great feet. Good get. You're getting 2 good safeties, like you said, with X. That from some years, you're not going to take those guys off the field because college football is playing hurry-up football. When you're playing hurry-up football, you can't get guys in and out in sub-packages. This guy is a positionless guy that can stay on the field, tackle, and play against 12 personnel, which is 2 tight ends, or if you go 11 personnel with three receivers and 1 tight end, he can cover up those guys as well, too, with the athleticism.
Kobe Black plans to enroll early. Our Horns 24/7 site reporting that 16 of Texas's 22 commits will enroll early at 40 Acres in January. So some meaningful experience for the young guys there. Continuing our SEC Blue Blood breakdowns of newcomers, we move to Oklahoma, which ranks 9th nationally, 4th in the SEC with 27 commits, 1 5-star included in that class. Our Colin Kennedy of Sooners Illustrated has more.
This Oklahoma recruiting class is all about 2 things. Number 1, shoring up those offensive and defensive lines of scrimmage ahead of a move to the SEC. And number 2, getting set to be starting quarterback Jackson Arnold even more offensive weapons. And some names to know. Yes, they're excited to bring in 5-star defensive lineman David Stone. Sure, they're excited to bring in the number 1 running back in America in Taylor Tatum. But Devon Mitchell, to me, is a prospect that OU is thrilled to have. Why? Well, when you consider the need at the tight end spot, plus who the program promoted to be the offensive coordinator and co-offensive coordinator, extreme emphasis set to be placed on the tight end position. Devon Mitchell fits that need. Then over to the defensive side, Nigel Smith continues to be underappreciated. This is one of the first prospects that this Oklahoma staff called upon getting the job. He was their number 1 defensive end target on the board. Long time prioritized, now committed and set to be signed. He's a versatile, talented prospect, part of an important defensive line haul for OU, and an overall exciting group that will take Oklahoma into the SEC.
Well, and I think
all right, so the first player we want to talk about is 5-star offensive tackle David Stone out of IMG Academy, but he's originally from Del City, Oklahoma, so returning back to his home state. And obviously, offensive linemen come at a premium, so this is a pretty big get for Brett Venables.
Yeah, and when he committed to Oklahoma, you know, there was a lot of speculation that he might stay in his new state and go play either at Florida or at Miami. And obviously, with Miami's ability to recruit in the trenches on the offensive line and defensive line, it seemed like the Canes might have a chance. But here was Oklahoma. Brett Venables knows a thing or two about defensive linemen. He knows a thing or two about elite defenses. And where do you win? Well, you win at the line of scrimmage, and you win up front. And when they were able to get David Stone, and then again to be able to hold on to him with all the schools coming at him, you talk about a guy who's got that versatility. He can line up outside as an edge. He could play 3-tech. He could be an inside guy as a defensive tackle. He could play any spot along the defensive line. But more importantly, it's that ability to play multiple positions that he can be utilized in a lot of ways. And that's something from what we saw with Brett Venables at Clemson.
If you go back to Clemson, that's what Clemson won with when they beat Alabama. They had all 4 of those guys that end up playing in the NFL. 3 of them were first rounders. The other guy was a 4th round pick. But they're putting together a defensive line that are positionless guys that can line up as a 3 technique that's over the guard, line up as a 4-eye that's over the tackle, and get some edge pressure, because he can be a 3 technique and apply pressure as an interior guy, but get on the edge and set it if you're going against guys that like running the ball with 2 tight ends or 3 tight ends, 13 personnel package guys. But David Stone, man, interior pass rusher with some skills and some nastiness to him.
Love it. Next, we'll move to Taylor Tatum, the top running back in the nation. He's been committed since July, and even though there was some potential that his position coach might leave, he said he wanted to stay at Oklahoma for the chance to play 2 sports at an SEC school, baseball being the other one. But he's also providing some good competitive depth to the running back room with true freshman Dalen Smothers transferring. Huff, what do you like about Taylor Tatum?
Well, I think you just like the complete package that he is. There's a reason he is the #1 running back in this 2024 class, and there's a really good contingent of backs from the Lone Star State. But what I love about him is his vision. The way he sees the holes before it even is created, he hits that hole, and then he's able to get upfield. He runs with great balance. When he's hit, he stays on his feet. He knows how to play low. He knows how to keep his feet, break tackles, and get out into the open field. And, you mentioned the 2 sports. He is a baseball player. He plays in the outfield, and he's got the opportunity to play at a high level, and his ability to cover so much ground as an outfielder. I'm old school. You and I talked a couple weeks ago about Bo Jackson and those old school football and baseball players. You don't see them as much now. It's mostly football track, but I kind of like those guys that play center field because they're used to covering a lot of ground. And so that's something that he does really well when he's running the ball, is he covers a lot of ground. He can make up space and get out into space on the football field. And I think you see where he had this record-setting career as a running back. That's going to translate very well to the next level. And I think Oklahoma, as big as David Stone was to get, and for obvious reasons, still, Oklahoma, we're used to them always having a good running back, and they got the best in the country.
Well, when you talk about his running back skills, he's an old school guy. When you cut his film on, he's dotting the I. Like, he's running downhill. He's not playing shotgun football. He's coming down, running downhill at you. But you see a one-cut slasher with some explosiveness. But what he's really good at is when you split him out as a receiver. And that's where you see the baseball skills and the center field skills come in. His ability to track the ball over his shoulder. He runs routes and catches the ball like a receiver, but has running back skills in terms of getting in the holes, one cut, explosiveness, getting downhill, and scoring. This is a 3-down back that you don't have to take off the field, and matchup issues for guys that want to put a linebacker on him.
Hey, we talk about needing speed moving to the SEC, but the old school running back, that's something you're going to need in that conference as well. Next, let's talk about Zion Kearney out of Fort Bend Hightower in Texas. He's a 4-star receiver. Now, I found it interesting reading through some of his scouting reports and stories. Sounds like he wasn't getting a lot of targets, so his production maybe doesn't match his potential, but what do you think about him?
Well, I think, first of all, it's interesting. Oklahoma's got 2 receivers coming in named Zion Kearney and Zion Reagans, but not every receiver has an elite quarterback on their team. With all due respect to his quarterback, some guys are still in offenses that are maybe more run heavy. Maybe the quarterback just can't get the ball to the playmaker. So when you watch Zion Kearney, you see the size, you see the skill set, but you also see the upside that he has. And this is a kid that when he gets to college and he gets into a pass-friendly offense, you're going to be able to see what he brings to the table. You're going to be able to utilize that skill set. Again, he's not the fastest receiver out there, but he's fast enough. He does get the separation, but his ability to track the ball, his ability to adjust to every pass that's thrown his way, how technically sound he runs the route tree extremely well. He can high point the ball. He can make that yard with contact. He's able to shed defenders and get off that coverage and get himself open. But I think he's a player that you're going to see his best production come when he gets to college, when he's in a more pass-friendly system.
Cut the film on, you see a smooth route runner, catches the ball on 50-50 contested throws, back shoulder throws he adjusted, good balance and body control in terms of contorting his body and just catching the ball. He's not a bursty speed guy. So if you go there and you start looking for fast guys that's going to run by people, that's not him. But what he is, he lulls you to sleep. Before you know it, those long strides catches up to you, and you put the ball anywhere in that area code, he's coming down with that collect call.
We were talking about the importance of these nasty defensive linemen earlier. We got another one in Nigel Smith, the second, coming out of Melissa, Texas. He's been a factor for his high school team since his freshman season. So a highly achieved guy here, earning him offers from over 35 programs for his play. Also a two-sport athlete. He's a hooper as well. What do you like about Smith?
Well, I love that athleticism. I love the way he moves so light on his feet, but he's this big guy who can still put on more weight, and I think you see that quick first step, his ability to get into the backfield. And again, we talked about with David Stone, you've got a guy who's got some positional versatility where he could play any one of 3 spots along the defensive line. And, you know, in any other class, when you have a defensive lineman like him, he's probably your headliner. He's overshadowed a bit by David Stone, but make no mistake, Nigel Smith is a talent. And again, Smoker goes back to what you said about what did Clemson do to win those national championships when Brett Venable was their defense coordinator.
Big men win. So at the end of the day, when you look at it, David Stone is their Kristen Wilkins, if I have to give a comp, because just sitting on the phone just talking to my buddy Todd Bates, a defensive line coach. Nigel can grow into Dexter Lawrence. You see a big athletic guy with sweet feet, good lateral quickness in a tight phone booth. I know they don't use phone booths anymore, so I got to say tight quarters. Young people don't know about the phone booth, but he's so cat quick. And he has so much power, and for a tall guy, you see the bend. And when you see a tall guy that can bend and generate power out of his hips, long arm offensive lineman, shock and shed him, and still has the ability to put on 20 to 30 pounds, maybe even 50, you're going to have, in a few years, a stout interior player with enough pass rush ability to affect the pocket by pushing and closing the gap.
All right, player comp to Dexter Lawrence. It's a pretty nice compliment. Smoke Huff, thanks so much. Our SEC breakdowns continue over with Cooper and Pate. They're taking a look at the wild card classes. What you got, guys?
Yeah, Grace, I'm looking at this top 10 right now. You know what's cool? Let's just make it the top 12 for argument's sake. And I'm looking at Auburn with the number 11 class in the country right now. They've already made some noise today. And I'm looking at LSU at number 12, which suspiciously is not a program where you've heard the drum beat nearly as much this cycle. Sometimes it is that way, sometimes it's not. I'm really interested. Let's just start with Auburn. I want to get your take on this class, and also, in an overarching manner, the way Hugh Freeze and his staff have gone about attacking both portal and recruiting this cycle.
They've done a really good job starting in state. 11 guys committed in this class from the state of Alabama. They've taken advantage of that. Alabama's done that as well.
Yeah.
It seems like people are starting to get back to their roots of kind of recruiting the state and fertile states like the state of Alabama. Hugh Freeze has done a wonderful job making Alabama a priority for them, and why wouldn't you? But I want to start with the receiving corps. I think it's the best group of incoming receivers in the country. You start at the top, 5-star receiver Cameron Coleman. Absolute freak, a guy that the people in the state of Alabama should know because he comps to a guy, George Pickens, who played his football at the University of Georgia by way of Hoover High School. Another guy, Perry Thompson, tucked inside the top 32. If you know who Hugh Freeze is and his track record at Ole Miss, he did a wonderful job of developing these big body receivers. We talk a lot about DK Metcalf, A.J. Brown, right? All these guys, and it's similar to what they're bringing in at Auburn. And guess what? They got other guys too, right? You think about Malcolm Simmons, Bryce Kane. They're battling for Ryan Williams, another 5-star receiver. That's like their last infinity stone. That's what the kids are calling it. These dudes are dynamic, right? And I go back and I think about my time at Washington. We had to do the same thing. We had to flip that room. And it was guys like Puka Nacua, Rome Odunze, Jalen McMillan. And you think about how that changes the entire dynamic of an offense. They can just attack. And then you throw the ultimate wild card in there with a guy like Walker White, kind of comps to Will Levis. I love what Auburn's doing. And I think when we look 2 years from now and we wonder how this Auburn program is different and how they got there, you're going to point at this 2024 class and look at this group of receivers.
Well, look, I mean, anytime any program brings in a group of receivers like this, it doesn't matter if it's Bama, Ohio State, or Auburn, we'd be talking about it. But that logo, that little AU logo right there, it's been a long time since they brought in receiver talent like that. They hadn't pumped hardly any of it out. It's been just an inept position in the national scheme of things when you look at numbers compared to the other big boys that they have to compete against week in and week out. We were down there for the Georgia game earlier this year and was over at the facility the Friday before the game. And you talk to folks inside that building, and I don't know that I've ever met with a staff more brutally honest about where they were, more in tune with who they want to be, more dialed in with what it's going to take to get there, and it was just so methodical. It wasn't really emotional. It was point A, B, C, D, E, here's what we got to do. And now some of the same names that you were hearing internally back then, they zeroed in on, they've landed. You still got the Ryan Williams thing to be decided, but it's really interesting. And Hugh Freeze, while he can't necessarily sell this year as an effort to tell you where we're going, he can sell Ole Miss. He can sell Liberty. He can sell the fact that I've been there, I've done it a time or two at different programs. I don't get the sense there's a lot of doubt amongst staffs around the SEC and a lot of players that they're going to get it right. It's kind of a matter of when.
right? He's not known for defense either. We've talked about the offense and what they're going to be there. How about the defensive side of the ball? Jamonte Waller, they flipped from Florida out of the state of Mississippi. TJ Lindsey out of IMG Academy. D'Angelo Barber, another kid they really like from the home state of Alabama. DeMarcus Riddick, they flipped earlier in the cycle from Georgia. You go down the list, man. They fit the height, weight, speed parameters. I think you and I talked about this. The last guy that people wanted inside the SEC to get that job at Auburn was Hugh Freeze. He's just a total nuisance. And the way they have dialed it in on the recruiting trail from a talent ID evaluation standpoint, it's kind of smart. You're in year 2. We're talking about this yesterday. It looks like they're going to run it back with Peyton Thorne. Well, guess what? Zero in on the guys in the state of Alabama, reallocate your resources, and build through high school while you can still do it, right? You don't have to win 9-10 games next year, but year 3, everybody's going to wait for you to make that jump. They have done a tremendous job. They're sitting there at number 11. I will tell you this. This is one of my favorite, if not my most favorite class in the country, regardless of conference. I love what they're doing. Josh, it might be next year, probably the year after. They're going to be an absolute problem.
What about LSU? I mean, LSU won the West last year. This past year, you saw them produce a Heisman Trophy winner at quarterback. You saw them put up monster offensive numbers. Defense probably about as off the pace for the LSU standard as any we've seen in a long time. There was a lot of talk, and still is, about what will be made of that staff on that side of the ball. But in the meantime, we're looking at the class that they're bringing in as we sit here, and it's just after 1 o'clock on the East Coast on signing day. They've got the 13th ranked class per the 24/7 Sports team rankings. Thoughts on this class right now?
Yeah, it's kind of in the middle, right? Like Brian Kelly shot out of a cannon in year 1. They had a top 5 class, and everybody said, all right, well, that puts that to rest, right? Brian Kelly, the recruiter, we know he can do it at LSU. I want to see that year in and year out because they're capable of doing that. They continue to accentuate their strengths. I'm still worried about some of their weaknesses. What are they doing at the defensive line?
Yeah.
They don't have a defensive line coach there. What are they doing at the second level? They got some guys coming in. We've mentioned guys like Devon Keys, Tylen Singleton, I really like. They'll upgrade there. Guys like Deshaun McBride, they have some players. But this is a place that went by DBU. Where are those guys? I want to know where those guys are. You know, they had guys like Kai Bates. He flips to Florida State. They had guys like Andre Evans. He goes to Georgia. They got to buckle down at some of these positions. They used to be a machine and a factory when it came to first level, second level, third level defenders. That LSU you saw last year under Matt House, unrecognizable, right? So they got to get back to that. What's funny about LSU, it seems to be what used to haunt the program, offensive line recruiting, has now become the thing that they are the best at, right? Receivers, it seems like that's no problem under Cortez Hankton. Joe Sloan has done a tremendous job, along with Mike Denbrock at quarterback. What about the defense, right? That really kind of sets the ceiling for this team. Offensively this year, guess what? Jaden Daniels not coming back. He won the Heisman Trophy. You take away his legs, that's taking a big part away of that offense. It's going to put a lot of pressure on Garrett Nussmeier, which teams are going to have to play him a lot differently than Jaden Daniels, and I think they're happy about that, right? So I don't know. I like it. I don't love it. And I think if you're an LSU fan, you're going up against Texas, Oklahoma. Those guys coming to the SEC, both those guys into the top 10, it's kind of like, where do we fit in on this? Are we 1A or are we 1B, right? And the expectations in Baton Rouge are compete for national championships.
So I know Trey Scott's down in Fort Lauderdale somewhere listening. He'll be able to attest to this. Big Texas guy. Remember when Texas used to be in turmoil and everyone would say, oh, but they recruit well, so the recruiting rankings must be flawed, or they're very overrated. Well, it was never that. It was, have you recruited in a complementary fashion? Or did you just recruit a bunch of ornaments, a bunch of wide receivers and DBs, but you couldn't really get it done at the line of scrimmage? When we scroll through this LSU class right now, that's kind of the way Texas used to be. Class that's going to be solidly inside the top 15 or top 10, but when you start looking for bodies that you expect to be in an LSU signing class at the line of scrimmage, granted, not complete, but combine this with the effort on the field last year, the kind of bodies and players you would expect to be there, not there. So on paper, rankings-wise, going to be a good class. But you got to get in the weeds a little bit like you're talking about. Show me how you allocated at specific positions, because if I got just a big circle with nothing in it on defensive line, or I've got guys that aren't difference makers there, you're sacrificing a whole cycle at that position. You either got to recruit over it, or you got to deal with more of what you dealt with last year.
Where are you addressing the needs? That's what I want to know. If you're talking about continuity and you're talking about, hey, we got our guys coming back, well, to be frank, those guys weren't really good last year, right? So the continuity thing, throw that out the window. I wanted to see them be more aggressive. I don't know what LSU is going to do. I'm surprised Brian Kelly didn't make staff changes after what we saw the last game of the season against Texas A&M. I think LSU fans were pretty tired of seeing that all year. So I don't know. There is a higher standard to be had at the point of attack on the defensive side of the ball. They have to get that right, and especially in the secondary as well. That's been something that has really been an Achilles heel under Brian Kelly the last 2 years. He's got to get that fixed. That's the biggest thing. And the other side of it, give Brad Davis all the flowers you want. That guy's been unbelievable, probably the best position coach there outside of Denbrock and Sloan, who've been unbelievable as well. So LSU, they're interesting, and here's the thing. He's going to win 20 games in his first 2 years, right? And I'm over here talking about it needs to be better. That's somebody from New Orleans who went to LSU. That's the expectation around that place.
My hand, it always does this when I know big news just happened. Emily, am I right? Am I getting a sense that big news just happened?
You are 100% correct. You and your shaky hand. We have some breaking news here. KJ Bolden, the #1 safety in the 2024 class, has officially flipped his commitment from Florida State to Georgia. So now you've got KJ Bolden, Ellis Robinson in that secondary. What does this mean for the future of that Georgia D?
KJ Bolden, my player comp is Eddie Jackson, former Alabama player, two-way guy in high school. Guess who he was coached by in college? Kirby Smart, when Kirby Smart was the defensive coordinator for the Crimson Tide. This is one of our favorite players, does it on both sides of the ball. Everyone has talked about him on the show already. Range on defense, can hit people in the flats. I mean, this is a monster addition. I just had someone at Georgia shoot me a text message. It was of the Scarface, smoking a cigar. This was something that I don't think we really saw a few days ago playing out. Steve Wiltfong kind of signaled, hey, KJ Bolden is a possibility. We thought Auburn was going to be the team that pulled him away from Florida State. Georgia kept chipping away. Last cycle, they missed out on Caleb Downs in their backyard. Now they add KJ Bolden.
You think about the crystal ball as well. Back in the spring, it was all pointing toward Georgia when he announced that commitment to Florida State. You go on his profile, it's still 4 out of 4 of the predictions were with the Bulldogs. So this was something that had been in the works really early on in the recruiting battle. It was kind of a surprise that he picked the Seminoles in the first place. And then obviously Florida State is in there with Auburn at the end. And there was a lot of smoke about, potentially interest in Alabama and Ohio State, where he has some family connections, but this is a return in a way to that normalcy, what we saw in the recruiting process early on, with Georgia being the team that he maybe felt the most comfort with, and maybe from a developmental standpoint is maybe where he's placing his bet and saying, hey, this is the program that's going to get me ready for the NFL.
You mentioned the late push from Auburn. Also went on a visit to Syracuse a couple of weeks ago, so interested to see what their role in all of this was going to be. I think a lot of that has to do with the new head coach in Fran Brown, a guy that was recruiting him really hard. But you heard Josh Pate say, hours ago, that Buford High School has been kind of a house of horrors for Georgia despite being in their backyard. So a win like this for Georgia to come in to Buford after missing out on another Buford product, Dylan Raiola, is a big deal.
It is, because Buford's always going to have talent, right? Every single year, it's a roster full of Power 5 prospects. Now they got KJ Bolden in Athens. He can come back home on the winter breaks during the bye weeks, wearing the Georgia gear, and start recruiting some of those individuals. And I think you mentioned Fran Brown. For Georgia, new position coach comes in. It says a lot that they're able to get KJ Bolden committed with a change in that secondary. Georgia, it feels like Kirby Smart is Nick Saban in terms of the staff starts leaving, new guys coming in, but the machine just keeps chugging along.
Might we have to give some credit also to Dylan Raiola, of all people, who had been recruiting KJ Bolden to join him in Athens this whole time. He switches up late. KJ's like, hey, what are we? I thought we were going to do this thing together. He ends up at Georgia. So, kind of cyclical thing there going on with the Bulldogs, but a huge win and obviously a momentous moment for them here at the finish line.
We have another momentous moment to talk about, because with KJ Bolden now in the fold, we are ready to call the race for the #1 class in favor of the Georgia Bulldogs. 11 top 100 players, now 3 5-stars, 3 guys who are #1 at their position. You mentioned the Kirby Smart of this all. It's been a little bit since they've been atop of the recruiting rankings, but Andrew, the last time they did it, good things happened.
Yeah, it was back in 2020. That was the last number 1 ranked class for Kirby Smart and the Bulldogs. That class had Jalen Carter, Darnell Washington, Broderick Jones, Carson Beck. I think if you are a fan of college football, not a Georgia fan, you got to kind of roll your eyes. I mean, we saw Georgia win back-to-back national titles. Obviously, those individuals I mentioned played a key role in this. Now Georgia, another number 1 ranked class, and we see them in the transfer portal. Yes, guys are going to leave, but they have the ability to go out and get true difference makers. ETN, the running back from Florida, has been linked to Georgia. I mean, this is Kirby Smart. I just compared him to Nick Saban. It's starting to feel very Saban-esque there in Athens.
The effects of what we've seen them do on the field, because not only are they producing NFL draft talent, but you're going there to win college championships, and they fell a little bit short of the playoff this year. But if this is a down year and you're rebuilding and reloading like Georgia is, I don't know if a lot of programs want to know what Georgia could be when they're rolling on all cylinders on the field and in recruiting.
I'm looking at this from the defensive side of the ball. You said the rest of the college football world maybe sighing a little bit, saying, oh no, Georgia is not going anywhere. We look at the NFL draft lately. It's been sponsored by the Georgia Bulldogs defense. I mean, setting records on first-round picks, and their 3 top players in this class are the top players at their position, all on the defensive side of the ball. Number 1 safety, number 1 corner, number 1 linebacker. You said it's very Nick Saban-esque, but Kirby Smart loves to bring in those defensive pieces.
We haven't even talked about the linebackers yet. We sat on this set last year saying that they had the top trio in college football that was coming in. One of them got in the field in C.J. Allen. So what do they do this year? They go out and get Justin Williams, our number 1 ranked linebacker. Didn't get Sammy Brown, who's ended up at Clemson. So they go and get Chris Cole to follow him up. I mean, they are reloading unlike anyone else at that position. I think it starts with Kirby, and then Glenn Schumann, Will Muschamp. I mean, they bring in guys over and over again. Nas Johnson, a defensive lineman they flipped from Florida. He's one of my favorite prospects in this class. Big 2-way lineman, 300 pounds, great track and field throwing numbers. He moves people out of the way. Kind of like, not saying he's Jalen Carter, but how he moves for someone his size. I mean, they keep reloading on that 2 deep, and that is the strength of the unit.
To your point about Dan Lanning, they are able to replace these assistant coaches now at a clip that maybe we haven't seen since you mentioned with Nick Saban and what he was able to do at Alabama. You go in there, you are able to really show yourself as a recruiter. We mentioned Dante Williams earlier, the defensive backs coach who's now new, coming over from USC. He's got to be smiling from ear to ear just thinking about all the new toys he's got to play with there in Athens, because they are stacked at the defensive back position, and KJ Bolden's clearly a jewel right there with Ellis Robinson in this class.
Yeah, no fly zone for that Georgia defense in the years to come. Congratulations to Georgia for being named the number 1 class in the 2024 cycle. Quite the haul for Kirby Smart and company. We're going to continue our SEC breakdown because, as we have mentioned multiple times on this show, the SEC is at the top of the recruiting world, and down in Texas A&M, there's a new man in charge in Mike Elko. But what does he have to work with in terms of, I mean, he came into this job just a few weeks ago, and he kind of just has to work with what he's got. So what does he have?
You know, these transitional classes, when you kind of study them and look back, normally not a lot of guys stick around, especially in this era with the transfer portal. I think Mike Elko, what I get excited about, you look at him at Duke, and it was a methodical process, very well thought out. Duke, in this 2024 cycle, their entire recruiting class was committed by July 4th. They were done, and they were looking into the transfer portal to make some additions there. So he has brought in, I don't want to say an army of people, stealing Billy Napier's term from when he arrived at Florida, but he's reworked that scouting department, and I think Texas A&M has no issues attracting the top talent. We saw that in 2020, all those 5 stars, all the defensive linemen. But I think the Aggies' issue was the back end of the roster. If you go down the commit list, the guys that are 15 to 25, it was good players, but what was the long-term developmental upside? Well, now Mike Elko is at Duke, where they didn't have access to the blue chippers, so they had to scout. They had to find guys with traits, guys with developmental upside. I get excited about him in College Station because, again, they're going to get the big names, but he's going to build out that roster, and he's going to hit with his 6th, 7th, draft picks, and those are going to be some impact players.
And Coach Elko has familiarity, having been a defensive coordinator in College Station. I go back to something Mike Roach, our colleague, told us on the recruiting show recently, is that Mike Elko is going to have to go into the Texas High School Association coach's office and kind of kiss the ring, right? And realize that, hey, I have to butter these guys up. I'm looking at the stats here, 7 commits only from the state of Texas. That would be the lowest that A&M would ever sign in the 24/7 Sports era, which is a very low number considering that, hey, you're battling Oklahoma now, you're battling Texas. You don't have just the SEC thing to sell to these recruits in-state anymore. They are also going to be able to sell that now as well. So he has to kind of neutralize and get back in good graces with the Texas high school football coaches.
Not to mention all the losses happening in the portal. So that's the bad news. The good news for all of you watching right now, we are having a free day at 247sports.com. That means that you can access all of our VIP content totally for free. Highly recommend it because that's where you get a lot of the really interesting nuggets and the things that you wouldn't normally be able to see because it's behind a paywall. So be sure to check out that. What's the long-term plan at quarterback for Texas A&M?
Yeah, that's kind of the question for me. They lost Anthony Maddox, who was a kid out of the state of Mississippi, committed to the previous coaching staff. Lane Kiffin comes in late, flips Anthony Maddox. They're going to sign Miles O'Neill, a late bloomer out of New Jersey. I've studied Miles O'Neill. I think there's some developmental upsides. I have a little question marks about the level of competition. I think if you took some of his throws, you put him down, I don't know, in Georgia or South Florida, some of those touchdown passes might be some interceptions, but you can see it there. I said when Mike Elko took over, hey, DJ Lagway's a guy you got to try to get an in-home visit with. Well, the Aggies did get one of those visits, and we'll see what happens with DJ Lagway here in a few hours. I think you bring up a good point. 2025 recruiting, that quarterback position's going to be big for Mike Elko. Hey, Terry Bussey, we mentioned him on the top of the show as a 5-star prospect, #1 athlete. He's played some quarterback at Timpson High School. Maybe you can run some Wildcat with him, but I'm not concerned too long-term just with the transfer portal. You got Connor Wegman there. They'll figure it out, but 2025 is when they definitely need to get an arm.
They need a home run in 2025. I was looking at the numbers. They had the old staff, I guess we could say, is over 25 scholarship offers to that 2025 class. So they had cast a really wide net. Now it's going to be Elko's job to really hone in on who the top target is for them.
On defense, linebacker Tristan Jernigan is a guy that I know that you're really excited to see. What can he do early on with the Aggies?
Well, Trayshawn York, I mean, in 2023, he was a freshman All-American for the Aggies, which is crazy to think about when they signed the highest ranked recruiting class ever 2 years prior for him to come in and make an impact. I think it's the same thing with Jernigan. He's an athletic linebacker. He can play all 3 downs. It was interesting to see Texas A&M push into the state of Mississippi. I think that is a region of the country that is under-recruited a little bit. You know, yes, you have Ole Miss there. Yes, you have Mississippi State, but not a lot of people mind the area for it. We'll see if they can hold on to Tristan Jernigan. A few other defenders here that they need to hold on. Steve Wiltfong reported Dominique McKinley, 5-star defensive lineman. He's not expected to sign today. And then still no NIL or, no. NLI. I'm confused from Dalen Evans, who was a top 46 player for us, defensive lineman out of Pine Tree, Longview High School. He reminds me a little of Gervon Dexter, the Florida defensive lineman who's now with the Chicago Bears and having a heck of a rookie season. Just a guy that can move people, apply some pressure in there. So there are some things I like in this defensive class for Texas A&M that kind of Mike Elko inherited. Now he's just got to get it across the finish line.
And a reason why you would make a coaching change when they did and they were so aggressive is because you need to lock in some of these recruits. They were bit by the decommitment bug as hard as anyone, especially in the SEC. When you think about Cam Coleman headed over to Auburn, Draylon Miller committing to Colorado, you have to hang on to McKinley and Jernigan, like Andrew mentioned. I think it's going to be really important because you need a solid core in that first group. Even though it's not his first true recruiting class, you still need a foundation to build with.
You mentioned the slew of decommitments. It's a kind of a natural transition process when you do fire a head coach and bring in a new one. You're going to see a little bit of that. But when it comes to Texas A&M in the future, and of course Mike Elko coming in and wanting to steady that ship a little bit, did to a certain extent in the fact that he gets to keep the man that I know you love, the #1 athlete in Terry Bussey. How much of a gift is it to keep him on the front?
Well, you said Mike Elko is a defensive coordinator, so we at 24/7 Sports list him as an athlete because some of us think he's a receiver, some of us think he's a defensive back. I'm hoping Mike Elko pushes him to the defensive side of the ball. And, is it going to be a year one type of impact? I think there's a chance. When I watched Texas A&M this season, I thought the biggest weakness for the Aggies was that secondary. I thought there were times it was not a good unit. And Terry Bussey, yes, he's had to play both sides of the ball, so he hasn't really honed in on being a defensive back, but he still had 84 tackles. You turn on that state title game I was talking about earlier, he's in the flats making plays. So it's huge for Mike Elko that Terry Bussey's there, because I think he could be maybe that low safety. You can play him half field. He's just a playmaker, and you want to play those guys.
And I'm still hoping that he gets in on some Wildcat packages. I mean, he's so electric with the ball. Maybe in the situational down, right, where you need to pick up a play or an end around, or where he could throw the football. I know he's got a pretty good left arm. That'd be really, really fun.
Throw the football, intercept I mean, it sounds like that this is the guy that you just got to get on the field no matter which side of the ball is playing. We're going to continue our SEC breakdown in just a moment, but first let's keep you updated on everything that has happened today, because we told you there were going to be flips. We have seen flips already. We just awarded Georgia the #1 class following a major flip, the #1 safety in KJ Bolden from Florida State to Georgia. #1 player, no flip there. Jeremiah Smith signing with Ohio State. And then look at this flip here. Another one for Alabama, Arian Hampton. What do you think about that?
He's another two-way guy. They're just coming out of the Lone Star State now. Arian Hampton has been linked to the Crimson Tide really back to the spring months. They pull this one off. He goes by Bubba. That is the nickname on there. Plays multiple positions, kind of like Terry Bussey, not quarterback, but there's clips of him out running back, wide receiver. Just a guy that can create chunk plays. And you think about Alabama, that receivers class, they have Amari Jefferson coming in. We already talked about Caleb Odom, just adding more weapons. And I think for Tommy Rees, that offensive coordinator, you can get more creative with the individuals that they're bringing in.
And then you take them as an athlete, and then you figure it out later, right? You're just taking the mold or the clay, and then you're molding it once he gets on campus. That's the big thing here with Hampton. Flipping someone that's coming in from a program that's going into the SEC is probably a little bonus, a little cherry on top for Nick Saban as well.
I know we all get really excited when we see flips, but it's just big news when they don't flip and when they stay put. Edric Houston is one of those guys, one of the top defensive linemen in this class, number 33 overall. That's about as close to 5-star status as one can get. He will stick with Ohio State. How big a sigh of relief is that?
What a roller coaster of a day for Ohio State fans, and really a month. We mentioned you lose Justin Scott to Miami, you lose Jordan Lyle to Miami. Jeremiah Smith, there's all this Miami smoke. He ends up pulling out the Ohio State hat out of his bag, and now they're holding on to Edric Houston. We mentioned it. They are looking for that answer at defensive end as a pass rusher. They really have been since Chase Young and the Bosa twins. I'm not sure if Edric Houston, I would put him in the same category, but he's a guy with traits. He is a decorated wrestler. He runs track. I think in our production meeting yesterday, you're like, wait, Edric Houston?
Track.
Yeah, Edric Houston. They all run track at Buford. But you could see the flashes. I think he's best coming at forward. I don't know about moving laterally, but he can get after the quarterback. And holding on to him is big for Larry Johnson. They needed to do that. He gets the job done.
Yeah, all respect to Lou Holtz, the former coach, but he's probably punching air right now, thinking that Ohio State was going to have a terrible day. No, in all seriousness, it's huge because they needed to hold on. Now they get Jeremiah Smith to hold on. Edric Houston is important for that edge rusher class. And
Blair, we were just talking about it in the break room. Like Aaron Olin, Jeremiah Smith, Edric Houston, having spent time around all those guys, they kind of fit Ohio State. And I used to say, oh, this kid fits Notre Dame, oh, this kid fits Clemson. But I think in the current landscape right now, there are certain individuals that just fit Ohio State from a talent level and then the mindset, mentality in between the ears. All three of those guys do. Ohio State signs all three of them. And I think for Ryan Day, Mark Pantoni, all the guys in the building, it's like, okay, we can keep doing this. We just need to find these individuals, identify them, recruit them, get them on campus, and we can build a winner.
And I think we can characterize the Ohio State recruit as a player that's playing the long game, right? That's a long-term play. You're betting on Ohio State getting you to the top and giving you the platform to shine and maybe immediately not reaping the benefits of what NIL can do for some of these other schools, I think they're betting on the resume that Ohio State has presented.
I said those non-flips are still a big deal. Do we call them sticks, maybe flips and sticks?
Ooh,
who knows?
But
we do sticks. Okay, I'm coining that right here. You heard it now. Clip this and remember it. But we do have a big flip to update you on, and that is 4-star linebacker Adarius Hayes flipping from Florida, another take to Miami. You hear that and think what?
It's not been a good day for Florida. We got to see what happens with DJ Lagway, LJ McCray, the 5-star defensive lineman. There's reports out there that he's not going to sign. Adarius Hayes is a guy that Miami has quietly been working behind the scenes. Gabby Arrudia of Inside the U does an excellent job. I mean, he signaled, hey, if this kid visits Coral Gables over the weekend, it's probably a done deal. Sure enough, Adarius Hayes shows up, spends the weekend on South Beach. I'm sure they went to some nice steakhouses and everything, and he's going to end up in Miami's class. They needed to add some linebacker talent, in my opinion. I think the strength of Miami's class is on the defensive side of the ball. We keep pointing to the guys in the trenches, Justin Scott, Marquise Lightfoot. How about Zaquan Patterson? I think he is day one ready to go for the Hurricanes. I could see him being a multi-year starter. Now you added Adarius Hayes, a little bit older for his age. We're excited to see him at the Under Armour All-American game. It's been a difficult evaluation. He's at Largo High School. Haven't really got updated measurements on him, but he is good playing the angles. He comes down and he comes downhill and hits people. So a nice flip for Mario. He doesn't get Jeremiah Smith, but he got Jordan Lyle. He gets Adarius Hayes. Maybe there's some more out there for him.
The cafecito is probably strong right now after Jeremiah Smith, maintaining his commitment and signing with the Ohio State Buckeyes. I think it's another example of Florida potentially bleeding. This is an issue for them down the stretch and something that they're going to have to clean up heading into the 2025 cycle. There was a lot of messy situation there with the Jaden Rashada situation and things that were happening there in the previous cycle, and then things maybe not going the way they needed it to on the field to show the progress, to show recruits that, hey, look, this is a program that we're turning around. And then it doesn't help that Miami is recruiting as aggressively as anyone. It doesn't help that Florida State has elevated itself into a different stratosphere in terms of player development and progression and being able to step up. So, yeah, I think Florida and their 2025 cycle, the importance just gets accentuated considering their finish here to 2024.
And there's no love lost in the Sunshine State. It is just kill or be killed when it comes to nailing some of these recruitments. Well, let's go back to our discussion in the SEC, and this is just life in the Southeastern Conference. The University of Tennessee, 14th overall class ranking, good for 8th in the SEC. To help us break down this class, let's send it to Ryan Callahan of GoVols 24/7.
A lot of interesting storylines and some highly ranked players in Tennessee's 2024 recruiting class, but to me, nothing is bigger than what Tennessee has done on the offensive line. They've really done a good job of restocking the cupboard at that position with 5 signees, potentially 6 if Jeremiah Hurd finds his way from the defensive line to offensive tackle. But some highly ranked guys, some guys with long-term potential, some guys who could maybe help in the near future. I think they really like what they've gotten done there, and that's really changed the outlook for a position group that really needed to get better. Tennessee also needed to continue to improve on defense. I think they've done that with Kellen Lindstrom and Jordan Ross at the edge rusher position, 4-star linebacker Edwin Spillman, and a few guys in the secondary they really like. One of those guys, Boo Carter, I think they're really excited about, 4-star defensive back. I think they will start him off at the star position. He was a major priority for Tennessee in-state. I think they are really excited about him. They're also excited about his teammate, Marcus Gorey, 4-star corner with verified speed, 6'1", in the mid-4.4 range. Played a lot of nickel and safety in high school, but I think they believe he can play the corner position. And then Gage Ginther as well on the offensive line. One of those offensive linemen we talked about out of the state of Colorado, not a place Tennessee recruits a whole lot. I think they believe they're getting a steal in Gage Ginther. They had to fight off Colorado to hold on to him this fall. I think they believe he can play tackle or guard. So a guy they're really excited about on the offensive line.
A lot to like in this Tennessee class. You have 2 5-stars, 21 total commits. What stands out to you if you just were to encompass this fall's class?
I like Jordan Ross, the edge rusher. Yeah, I think he's kind of the headliner. Sometimes you don't like doing these player comps because it's hard to find a guy. To me, he reminds us of Brian Burns, the former Florida State defensive lineman, edge rusher, linebacker, whatever you want to classify him as, who's now in the NFL. This guy can get after the quarterback, and we ranked him super high. We were kind of it's always a projection, but we were really projecting here. What is he going to look like as a senior? Checked some boxes in that department. Twitchy, he's got the length. And for me, I think that's where Tennessee needs to get better. Pass rush on the defensive side of the ball. That's going to keep them in games because we know Josh Heupel is going to score points. Nico Iamaleava is eventually going to take over as the quarterback there post Joe Milton. So they have to get some stops at some point. The best way to do it is to apply pressure to quarterbacks. I think Jordan Ross is a guy that could do that. So I'm fired up about him for Tennessee.
The significance of the recruiting battle, I think, is what stands out to me about Jordan Ross. They were going up against Florida, Georgia, and Texas, 3 other SEC schools. That's what Tennessee needs to do a little bit more of here in 2025. More Jordan Ross wins, please. I'm sure the Vols fans are hoping for.
Yeah, I'm sure Vols fans love talking about Tennessee defense because that's always a highlight. But I want to go back to the offensive side of the ball because there's just some wide receivers in this class that I know a lot of people are really excited about. Mike Matthews, in particular, 5-star wide receiver. You said it's tough to make some of these comparisons. You did make one to Rashee Rice, who's maybe a guy that fans didn't know a whole lot about, but is quickly becoming a favorite target for Patrick Mahomes with the Chiefs. What is it about Mike Matthews that reminds you of his game?
All right, I want everyone to go, well, keep this YouTube tab open. Look up Rashee Rice's highlights from his days at SMU, and then look up Mike Matthews' highlights from his senior season at Parkview High School. Both these guys, uber competitive at the catch point. They pluck the football out of the air, and I think it's the basketball background is the reason why they're able to do it. Rashee Rice played basketball in high school. Mike Matthews, prolific basketball player, offered by Mississippi State's Hoops program as a freshman, someone that was on my freaks list. There's something about Mike, and everyone on the scouting team brings this up. He kind of, you watch the tape, you're like, are we really this high on him? And then you come away from it thinking this is one of the top receivers in the class. And initially, early on in the recruitment, some schools liked him as a safety. He has billed himself as a wide receiver, and to me, I think he makes a ton of sense at Tennessee. He can play in an up-tempo attack. He can make the catches. They're getting a good one. 4.5 on the lasers. Really impressed at the Under Armour All-America camp in Atlanta back in February. That was a loaded camp. Cam Coleman, your guy, was there. So it's a good one. And I think when you think about Nico taking over under center there, Mike Matthews is going to be a target for him. They had Nathan Leacock last cycle. Braylon Staley, I'm sure we'll talk about him, but they have some weapons at that receiver position.
I love his open field elusiveness. In the 7-on-7 setting, you only get 40 yards, right? They're only playing on half a field, but he was still making it feel like it was a 100-yard field, considering the space he was generating when I saw him out west at a 7-on-7 tournament. So he's going to be able to make those plays in a conference that's really tough to find those spaces. He's got the elusiveness and the creativity to be really impactful.
Man, and that's got to gel very well with what Josh Heupel likes to do to get his wide receivers open. You mentioned that Nico Iamaleava is the future at the quarterback position. They're adding another arm in Jake Merklinger. What does he add to that QB room?
This is the perfect take for Josh Heupel, in my opinion. 4-year starter down at Savannah Calvary Day. Nothing, what jumps out about Jake Merklinger? I'm not really sure. It doesn't have the strongest arm, okay? Isn't the best athlete, but this guy wins football games, and he has done it for 4 straight years at the high school level. It was never going to be easy to take a high school quarterback after getting one of the biggest names of the year prior to me. I think Jake can run the offense that they want to there in Knoxville. I think he could step in, and if you needed to, he's called upon. He has to come out of the bullpen. He can win games. Has a lacrosse background, and I thought as a senior, he showed some grit as a runner. Tennessee will go RPO sometimes, right? And the quarterback needs to pull it and run. Jake Merklinger can do that. I've seen him take hits. The helmet will pop off, and he's just fine. He gets up and he starts celebrating. So I like the quarterback take. I don't think enough people are talking about it. It makes a lot of sense to me. Yes, all the transfers and everything like that, but you still need to take the high school guys. Jake Merklinger, program individual, has been recruiting for Tennessee. Great find, great evaluation.
I don't want to call him a stopgap, because they got a 5-star Nico Iamaleava, but he is a top 24/7 prospect for a reason. He had 8 other SEC offers, so he's not someone that we should, like you mentioned, Andrew, is a player that we should just kind of pass over, right? Because he's going to be a player that's going to give you quality playable depth behind Nico in case anything happens, and then a player that you can bring along slowly, develop. Once he's ready, he could be a really impactful player as well.
So Mike Matthews highlights the wide receiver haul for Tennessee, but is not the only pass catcher that they're bringing in. Braylon Staley, the comparison you make to him is somebody I know Tennessee fans know and love, and that is Squirrel White. Where do you see that connection?
I was at the Shrine Bowl of the Carolinas practices. Braylon Staley, I thought that was the best guy on the field. We're talking about someone who was a state champ in the triple jump and the 200-meter dash. Every kid at the practice, it was the South Carolina practice, was just talking about how good Braylon Staley was. They said when you're that good, you can get away with stuff like that. Caught 69 passes as a senior there. And to me, he is a high volume target. And I think the combination of Mike Matthews and Braylon Staley is perfect for Tennessee. You can play Matthews on the outside. We mentioned his ball skills, ability to go get it. And then Braylon Staley, you can run the swing passes too. He can create the chunk plays. He can turn, what should be a 5-yard gain into a 15-yard gain. I think he had one of the better senior seasons here amongst the pass catchers. And we talk about all these guys up the board, right? And we've forgotten a little bit about Braylon Staley. South Carolina made a late run at him. The Gamecocks, Shane Beamer, Justin Stepp, the receivers coach, had an in-home visit. Staley decided to stick with Tennessee. I think it's a big addition because I do think he could be another Squirrel White in that offense.
And a really smart pickup for them because, like you mentioned, Andrew, he's a top 100 player, so maybe we shouldn't think about him as this afterthought or a player that maybe doesn't have an impact potential like some of these other 5 stars in this deep wide receiver class. But when you invest as much as they did in a Nico Iamaleava and you go all in and you're trying to build a program, you're going to need some complementary pieces. He's exactly what they need to pair with Mike Matthews. They can do a little bit of everything in an offense. They're going to spread it out. They're going to be able to spread the ball as well to a lot of targets. So it's huge. It's an important thing for Tennessee to continue to stockpile that room.
Especially this year, man. They went really deep into the cupboard at the wide receiver position. Just so many injuries. So I know Tennessee fans are excited to get him on campus. Let's go back to the defense because they do need help there, especially in the secondary. And it seems like they've got it in Boo Carter, the number 9 safety in this class. Ryan Callahan talked about how important it was for them to hold on to this guy. I think Colorado was making a push late. But Andrew, how can Boo Carter come in and make an impact for Tennessee in a position of need?
He's been a hard one to kind of figure out. What is he, a linebacker? Is he a running back? I agree with Ryan Callahan thinking he could be a star at the next level. I mentioned Tennessee. They need to figure out how to get stops. That is the key to the success in the SEC. Boo Carter to me is just a football player. You can play him wherever. We're going to get him hopefully at the All-American Bowl. Mr. Football was one of the Mr. Footballs there in the state of Tennessee during his senior season, made plays in all 3 phases. And I think really what stands out about him is just that senior season. It's so important. You look at the guys making plays on Saturdays, and a lot of them had big 12th grade campaigns. I think Boo Carter, best football, is still ahead of him, which is saying a lot because he was excellent as a senior.
It's sometimes not having a position is a good thing because then you can go in there without a scope and without this predetermined notion of like, okay, this is where you're going to fit. Especially right now in the SEC, you need that versatile defender that can play maybe some nickel, play some safety, play in the box, cover tight ends in the flats, chase down running backs. Like he's that versatile weapon they're going to be able to use that any SEC team right now needs.
We've got some breaking news as it pertains to the SEC. I know the Tennessee fans will probably like this, but I got another hit to report from Florida. Amaris Williams has flipped from Florida to Auburn. And just to add some perspective about what Florida's class has gone through today, they began the day with the 10th ranked class. A month ago, it was the number 3 class. Now they're down to 15th, starting with 11 top 247 guys, down to just 8. You hear this news, Andrew, and think what?
Amaris Williams is another blow, and it's because Florida and that army of people that Billy Napier has hired and put into place, they made excellent evaluations this cycle. They were on Amaris Williams well before most of these other schools. Amaris Williams, number 33 player in the country for us, Good chance he finishes as a 5-star. He's an edge player. He could technically be a class of 2025 recruit. He is that young, has a late August birthday. Had to play some running back, initially build himself as a running back. You see him listed there at 270 pounds. I'm not talking about some guy that's just running between the tackles. There are clips of him outrunning defenders, shaking them in space. He's just a special athlete. Second in the state finals in the shot put there in North Carolina. This is a big get for Hugh Freeze and Auburn, but this is another crushing blow for the Gators. Nas Johnson, kind of the same thing. Florida was in on him early. He ends up flipping and signing with Georgia. I mean, you can go up and down that list. You said it was ranked number 3 after they picked up that commitment from LJ McCray. Now they're sitting 15th. Still don't know what's going to happen with DJ Lagway. LJ McCray's pushing things off. I want to know what Florida's going to do in the transfer portal.
Yeah.
You saw Billy Napier get Graham Mertz, hit on him. Some of these other guys he brought in hasn't been the same results. And I think Florida is going to need to get veterans here in 2024 because when you look at that schedule, it is arguably the toughest schedule in America. Billy Napier needs to win. And I think Amaris Williams, all those guys we just mentioned, they could have played as freshmen. We saw Florida's 2023 class. A lot of those guys, Jordan Castile, Kelby Collins, Eugene Wilson, all those guys played key roles. These individuals would have done the same thing. Now they're not going to Florida. They're going to other teams in the SEC.
I think you see the snowball effect and what negatively can happen if you lose a commitment, a high-profile one this close to signing day. I'm going through the list. November 20th, which is exactly a month ago, you had Georgia at number 1, followed by Ohio State, Florida State, Bama. Those were the only 4 teams ahead of Florida in the team recruiting rankings. So if you lose a recruit and there's some uncertainty and there's some skeptical feeling from all the commits in that class, they're all in a group text message. They're all talking to each other. If one guy is falling off and there's not that trust, that bond between the commitments, you see what's happening, and that's what's happened with Florida. I think it's just people jumping off the bus.
I don't think the noise is helping.
No.
It's certainly not.
Well, it's this trickle-down effect. We talk about the dominoes falling, particularly when it comes to the quarterback position. But if I'm a Florida commit right now, I'm looking at what everybody else is doing and saying, well, should I keep my options open? Right? I mean,
yeah, and the other thing, too, is I think we're seeing a lot of recruits get out in front of the eventual transfer. Right? Like maybe they are going to look at Florida and say, okay, I don't know what the future looks like there. Am I going to have to transfer at some point? Maybe they just want to avoid that on the front end, and that's the issue. And it's as bad as it may be to say it, Billy Napier is on a hot seat, and it's early in his tenure, but it hasn't helped not only with what happened on the field, but in recruiting, it's clearly not working.
But they still got Lagway.
We'll see.
We'll see. As of this moment, right now, they still have DJ Lagway, which is certainly the bright spot in this class. Elsewhere in the SEC, Lane Kiffin, of course, making headlines in the transfer portal, as he always does, but has a really solid class here in 2024. Here's David Johnson of Inside the Rebels with more.
Yeah, I got to say the top storyline as far as Ole Miss high school recruiting is going is the fabulous job defensive coordinator Pete Golding, as well as defensive line coach Randall Joyner, have done in assembling what I think is one of the nation's best defensive line classes. It starts off with Kamarion Franklin, kid from right up the road in Lake Cormorant, Mississippi, a former 5-star, got knocked down to 4 stars, but Cam Franklin is a beast. And, he's not the only one in this class. You've got Cameron Beavers, a 4-star defensive lineman out of Bay Springs, Mississippi. You look around, you have Jeffrey Rush, another 4-star out of Pascagoula, Mississippi. This class is absolutely fantastic on the defensive line. And the guy that you can't leave out is William Eccles. He is a guy who went to the U.S. Army Combine in San Antonio back before his junior season, and he went through almost every drill as an offensive lineman. So we rated him a 3-star prospect here at 24/7 Sports as an offensive lineman. But man, you got to watch that defensive film. And our evaluators did. As soon as they saw it, William Eccles jumped up to a 4-star defensive tackle. And, when you put that collective group together, it's absolutely one of the best defensive line classes in the country, period.
So Lane Kiffin making waves in the transfer portal, but you heard David Johnson talk about the guys that they're building through the recruiting ranks on the lines of scrimmage. And that's what we say is the recipe for success, right? Because you're not going to go find an offensive lineman in the portal. It's a challenging position to find there. But what does this class tell you about Kiffin's roster building strategy?
They're doing it 3 different ways. Through the transfer portal, which is where Lane Kiffin has had as much success as anyone. They're doing it at the high school ranks. And then the junior colleges. And I think anyone at Ole Miss or at Mississippi State, you have to understand that JUCO ecosystem. The headliner for us is William Eccles. I know David Johnson would probably have him as the #1 player in the country. This class would rank #1 if David Johnson was doing it. But he was a big riser for us. We saw him at the Alabama-Mississippi All-Star game. He was excellent. Alabama 5A Mr. Football, Mississippi 5A Mr. Football, 2-way lineman, 15 sacks. We got him in the All-American Bowl. And then Anthony Maddox, I mentioned him a little bit earlier when we were talking about Texas A&M, quarterback where the arrow was pointing up. Cam Franklin, they've just done a great job. 3 of the top 5 prospects in the state of Mississippi are set to sign with the Rebels or have already signed. It's been a while since they've been able to do that. Normally, it's the transfer portal. Now they're doing it through the high school ranks. I always compare high school recruiting, NFL draft. Lane Kiffin is buying in there.
Kiffin went on a journey in quarterback recruiting. He had Damon Williams, our video game star, committed early on in the cycle. Then he got Trevor Jackson, the Elite 11 finalist, to commit, and they end up with Maddox. So a nice little adventure that he went on, but I think he landed on a really good prospect there.
Yeah, we talk about Lane Kiffin and how you see his fingerprints all over this class, transitioning now to Kentucky. How does this look like maybe a Mark Stoops kind of group?
It's good on the defensive side of the ball, right? Kentucky has put some scares into some people in the SEC over the years. They got Jared and Jacob Smith up front, pair of twins, have kind of bounced around different high schools, finished at their high school careers in the Bluegrass State. We love these guys. Both of them are in the top 247. You got Brian Robinson, another pass rusher. You know, he's an inside guy, an outside guy, testing numbers off the charts. Quaysheed Scott, saw him at the Shrine Bowl of the Carolinas, playmaking defensive back. I think you could play him in the nickel. He's related to Cam Smith, who's now with the Miami Dolphins. And then you also got linebacker Antoine Smith. He might be the fastest linebacker in America, 4.5 in the 40-yard dash. So when you look at Mark Stoops, what they have done since he has arrived there is they develop guys specifically in that front 7. I think all these guys have a chance to hit big, be potential all-SEC guys, and potentially play in the NFL.
The player that stood out to me when I was kind of looking at their list was tight end Willie Rodriguez, the in-state prospect there, 6'4", 240. He had over 30 scholarship offers, so at the time of the announcement, it was a huge pickup. So I thought I'd bring him up because I think he's got the size. He's 6'5", 240-ish or so, a top 40 prospect at that position. I think he's got a chance to see the field early on.
Normally, this is where I would transition to talking about another SEC East team, but you can wave divisions goodbye in the SEC. It's just a powerhouse of divisionless football, so interested to see how that affects things. But we're going to go to South Carolina because back-to-back top 20 classes for Beamer. That is incredibly impressive. And Hale McGranahan from the Big Spur has more on South Carolina's group.
The line of scrimmage has been a point of emphasis for this coaching staff, both sides of the ball, not just offense, where South Carolina's got 3 in-state commitments, guys who are going to come in as highly rated recruits, and Josiah Thompson and Cam Pringle and Blake Franks. But over on defense, they've got a 5-star defensive end, and Dylan Stewart from Washington, D.C., who is a really good pass rusher who can not only potentially play early, but maybe even start and be a difference maker for the Gamecocks coming off the edge. In the secondary, they've got a really talented player in Jalua Solomon, who's classified as an athlete but will play cornerback for South Carolina, and is someone who the staff is very high on. They think he could come in potentially and be a day 1 starter and even be a guy who's done in 3 years because he's off to the NFL. Very excited about him as a player. Over on the offensive side of the ball, again, they've got a receiver in Mazio Bennett from Greenville, South Carolina, who could come and help get that receiver room back in order and playing to the level that it needs to be, and giving some playmakers to Lenore Sellers, who is coming off a true freshman season and heading into his second year with the Gamecocks.
Hale said it, lines of scrimmage. That's the way that I would probably define this class. What's so impressive about what Beamer has been able to do on that side?
Got Dylan Stewart, right? So second 5-star in 24/7 Sports era for the Gamecocks. Nick Harbor last year. They could finish with 3. Josiah Thompson, the offensive tackle, they got committed. We saw him at the Shrine Bowl of Carolinas, just moved him up in the rankings. He is a huge get for the Gamecocks. They need to get better on the offensive line. Played 2 true freshmen here in 2023, Tree Babalade and Trovon Baugh. Both those guys were leaned on heavily down the stretch. Now they got Josiah Thompson coming in, who I think is a developmental guy, but he's got rare length, rare movement patterns. If they can get him going, that's 3 offensive linemen. That's huge for South Carolina. We talk about the transfer portal. Everyone wants the big bodies. They have a chance to really shore up that line with Josiah Thompson. And then obviously Dylan Stewart, big body out of the DMV. South Carolina's had success in that region, so like all of that for them.
Yeah, to your point, Emily, about the lines of scrimmage and how do you get a player like Dylan Stewart ready to make an impact? Well, you pair him on the practice field against a big body like Cam Pringle. He's 6'7", 340. So maybe part of Georgia's class at some point.
Yeah, Blake Franks is a big dude as well. I saw him at the Shrine Bowl.
So these are big guys that Dylan Stewart has to muscle up and get past on the practice field to get him ready for those games. And then eventually the Cam Pringles of this class are also ready to step in and make an impact.
Speaking of big guys, none bigger than a huge haul for Missouri and Williams Nwaneri, top 5 player in this class. Smoke Dixon has what we like to call a breakdown or a smokescreen of one of the top guys.
Williams Nwaneri, an athletic, big, thick, physical, athletic, scheme versatile, meaning he can play in the 3-4 or 4-3 defensive lineman. Let's jump to the smokescreen to get into this guy a little bit more. First one, you're going to see him lined up as an edge player. Good bend. Now you're going to see him go speed to power. That's his ability to now come out of his hips, explode with his hands, and now find the quarterback with his burst to finish with a sack. Big man physicality you love. Let's get to the second play. Now you're going to see him lined up now, hands in the ground. Quickness comes there. Now finds the gap, squeeze. Now you can see a 6'6" guy now bend. Eyes under chin, makes the tackle. Athletic guy that can bend, hard to find those guys, but when you find one, you got to keep them. Let's go to number 3. Now you're going to see him lined up here on the right side. Good get off. Now you're going to see his ability to bend, get underneath that tackle. Right. Now you're going to see his ability to run on a straight line and close. Come underneath for the sack. Big, physical, scheme versatile defensive lineman that can win on first down, second down, third down, and if you got him on fourth down, this guy here can make the stop too as an interior defender.
Appreciate the breakdown and the smoke screen. Fantastic name for a segment. We'll try to get to that as much as possible. But when you look at this Missouri class as a whole, how have you seen Eli Drinkwitz parlay on-field success to success on the trail?
Well, transfer portal is a big reason they had the season they did here in 2023. And then they got this sneaky good group there. They've been down in Florida. They were in Alabama. I mean, Missouri as its own doesn't produce a ton of NFL talent, so you have to get creative. We've seen them in Texas before. I love what they're doing in the defensive trenches. They got Elias Williams committed, Jalen Brown, who was an excellent at the Alabama-Mississippi All-Star game. We'll see how they finish it out. I mean, 5-star committed from the state, and the smoke breakdown we just saw, it's a solid group. James Madison, a wide receiver out of the powerhouse that is St. Thomas Aquinas, a bunch of difference makers. I love this recruiting class. It is one I'm buying stock in.
And it's become a place that I think is a real destination for players in that area, right? We've even mentioned Ryan Wingo, and that's been a possibility for them for a long time. And to get a Williams Nwaneri to buy in and to say, yeah, I'm going to stay home and represent for Missouri, I think it only helps you in 2025 and 2026. And if Coach Drinkwitz is able to then take that next step, he already has those recruits and those players, those locals that everyone can buy in with already established.
Especially in that area. We mentioned Texas and Georgia and Florida and California as these big talent-rich states, but there's a lot of talent in that St. Louis area. So to keep them home and suit up for the Tigers is a huge deal for what they're trying to build. Elsewhere in the SEC, the head hog, Sam Pittman, has put together a top 30 class. Here is Danny West from Hog Sports on that.
Yeah, I think one of the biggest takeaways from this year's Arkansas class was the defensive staff and their ability to go into some new places that don't often produce a lot of Razorbacks, states like Mississippi and Alabama, and they finally found some success in those states this year. When the state of Alabama produces a 4-star quarterback and a 4-star defensive end for the Razorbacks in the same cycle, that's a pretty good run for the Hogs. So now you can team up Kavion Henderson, a 4-star defensive end out of Leeds High School in Alabama. Team him up with your homegrown Charleston Collins out of Little Rock Mills, a top 247 All-American selection. Those are two that Arkansas feels really good about for the future of that defensive line. So going into new places in recruiting was probably one of the biggest storylines, especially with their success in Mississippi and Alabama this year.
Andrew, you look at this Arkansas class. What stands out to you the most?
Have they got Bradley Shaw yet?
Yeah, they're waiting for it.
The linebacker. KJ Jackson, the quarterback, had a chance to study him as we went through the senior arms. This guy reminds me a little bit of KJ Jefferson. I don't know what the reaction is going to be from the Arkansas fans about that. I think he's a left-handed version of KJ. He can beat you with his arm. He can beat you with his legs. What stands out about him, highest yards per attempt of any of these quarterbacks we charted here in the 2024 cycle. 13 yards a pass attempt. He can push it down the field. He can work under center. I'm excited to see what he's going to be able to do there in Fayetteville.
We mentioned Charleston Collins earlier, a player that we're going to see at the All-American Bowl down in San Antonio. They beat out Ole Miss for him, and you know, I think the summer was such an important part of the process when it was time to recruit, and this was before the season, right? This is when a lot of these coaches are still able to sell promise and potential and all that. So to hang on to him is super important considering the season that Arkansas had.
Yeah, and then another headliner for us, Selman Bridges, the cornerback. Everyone's looking for the length out on the perimeter. I think he's over 6'3", close to 6'4". Tyreek Woolen, the comp for him initially early on, maybe not as fast as Woolen, who is now with the Seattle Seahawks, came out of UTSA, but in the same mold. So 3 top 247 guys. Bradley Shaw, the linebacker, would make number 4. There's a lot to like about this recruiting class.
Mississippi State, new head coach there, Jeff Lebby, coming in from Oklahoma. And when we look at what it's like when you have to come and join a new program, it's all about keeping the class together. It's not about building at that point. He's only been there for about 3 weeks. So how will you evaluate Lebby's job of coming in and kind of steering the ship there?
Well, he's already made some splashes on the recruiting front. Got Michael Van Buren committed, quarterback out of St. Francis Academy. He's about as battle-tested as they come. SFA played the most difficult high school football schedule I think ever assembled. The IMG Academy, they played in Hawaii, they were in St. Louis, all over the country. Michael Van Buren took his shots, but he hung in there. I thought he was impressive in the final game he played against IMG, like I said. They've added some receivers as well. I think for Jeff Lebby, the big thing is going to be the transfer portal. And then I said that junior college ecosystem with Lane Kiffin and Ole Miss. You have to recruit that if you're going to be in Mississippi. I think he's going to be able to do it. I've made some phone calls on Jeff Lebby. Their collective is all in. When he got off the plane, I think he was wearing some badge for the collective there in Starkville. So impressive start so far, I think, for Lebby.
Michael Van Buren, a former Oregon commit, so he has a lot of promise, a lot of that dual threat ability. He took a beating in the game that I went to see him against St. John Bosco, but he hung tough in the pocket and has that ability to escape pressure in the pocket. The one thing that I think Jeff Lebby has to do is identify what he wants that roster to look like, because there's been obviously some coaching changes. The death of Mike Leach, didn't help things in terms of the roster building. So Jeff Lebby needs an identity of what he wants that team to do.
And then real quick, I think they got a sleeper out of South Florida. They flipped Elijah Canyon from FAU this morning. That's one that's going to fly under the radar, but I wouldn't be surprised. Mississippi State, they've turned out some NFL defensive backs in recent years. I know they're fired about that there in Starkville. He had a heck of a senior season.
If you want to learn more about your team's haul from the 2024 class, be sure to check out your favorite team site, or as always, just go to 247sports.com. We'll take you where you need to go. And as a reminder, we are having a free day at 247 Sports, meaning that all the premium content that is normally behind a paywall is free for all to read. what a great day to pick to do that. I mean, there's so much content going out right now. So check it all out at 247sports.com. Real quick, we got some breaking news. 4-star running back Kevin Riley has flipped his commitment from Miami to Alabama. We called the race for the number 1 class in favor of Georgia, but Alabama still keeps chipping away there. Andrew, we've got him as the number 5 running back in the class. Who did the Tide just add?
Oh, you're seeing a guy making people miss in
Look
space
at him.
right here. Cooper Patagna has a great player comp for him. Brian Robinson, remember the former Alabama running back, also from the Tuscaloosa area. The Crimson Tide, this is a bit of a luxury to me. Remember last cycle they took Justice Haynes. They also got Richard Young. I thought those guys were going to see the field in 2023, and they didn't. Now they add Kevin Riley to the fold, who was committed to Miami throughout the recruiting process. I had someone at Miami tell me he can do a standing backflip. He was considered for the freaks list, didn't make the cut. It's not easy to be in the top 50, but he's an interesting ad. I mean, Alabama really since Monday night has got it going. Jason Ross, Arian Hampton. I mean, they just keep finding these guys. Nick Saban, looking like the Nick Saban of old here when it matters.
Are you saying the Death Star has the evil empire has multiple Death Stars that maybe we didn't know about? Kevin Riley was impressive there because he's got the vision, the patience behind the line of scrimmage to feel out where those gaps are going to be, where those running lanes will develop. And no one, I think, in the last 15 years has been able to really develop those running lanes for running backs more so than Alabama. So a really, really nice fit for Kevin Riley.
Another impressive ad for Alabama, another flip today. We will continue to track all the latest news when it comes to the flips because there are still some guys that we're waiting to put pen to paper, as we like to say. We will be tracking all of that. But now let's head to Nashville and check in with Grace Remington and the guys.
Thank you, Emily. Carl Reed, Brandon Huffman back here with me as we do a big boy breakdown. We are looking at both sides of the line of scrimmage, offensive linemen, defensive linemen. They are hard to find, but once you find a good one, they completely change the game. Huff, I'll start with you. Brandon Baker headed to Texas. He's one of 2 offensive tackles that currently rates as a 5-star. What's it say about Texas going out to California to get the second best OT in the nation?
Your head coach is from Southern California. Your defensive coordinator is from Southern California. You have ties to California. Mater Dei is continuing to send players all over the country, so naturally Texas becomes a fit. Remember, one of Steve Sarkisian's biggest wins was getting Bryce Young to Alabama. Well, Brandon Baker comes from the exact same program that Bryce Young played, and he was able to win a very significant recruiting battle for Brandon Baker. And this guy is everything you want in an offensive tackle. He's got the length, he's got the size, he's got a frame that's going to put some more weight on, light on his feet, he can move around. He's got Oregon ties. His brother Gary played at Oregon. Oregon thought they had a great chance of getting him, but it became obvious down the stretch that Brandon Baker was leaving the West Coast. And what I thought was interesting is he gave me one of the most fascinating quotes a year ago when USC and UCLA made the move from the Pac-12 to the Big Ten. He said, how could those schools try to sell you on being the hometown schools when they're leaving the hometown? So at that point, Mater Dei to USC pipeline became in jeopardy, but he ends up leaving the whole West Coast altogether. He doesn't want to play for the hometown school. He's going to play for Texas. Steve Sarkisian, Kyle Flood did a fantastic job recruiting him, and they're getting an athletic tackle in Brandon Baker.
When I watch this kid's film, it really excites me when you're talking about offensive line play. A devastating run blocker. And in this day and age of spread offenses and guys throwing the ball a lot, you don't see many guys that come off the ball in the run game the way he does. He's also an excellent pass blocker, but plays with tremendous pad level, tremendous bend and flexibility, great hand movement. He's a guy that you put in at offensive tackle and you watch him play for a really long time and you win consistently. And at the end of games against great defensive linemen, you won't hear much from him. It'll be because Baker's playing on that offensive line.
One of the offensive lineman prospects that everyone in the country was fighting over at one point is Jordan Seaton, rating as the top offensive tackle in the country. Now, he is committed to Colorado at the moment, which would be huge for them. One of the worst offensive line and rushing units in the nation. However, he is on flip watch to Maryland. Carl, what's the latest you're hearing on him And how big of a get would it be for Colorado if they keep him?
Well, it would be a huge get because he's what they look like. He's the one offensive lineman in the country besides Baker that you're absolutely sure can step in and start from day one in your program, and especially at the left tackle, that's hard to do. So it would be tremendous for Colorado because of what their needs are, but he can pass block, he can run block, he has great feet, he's played against a very high level of competition. This guy is the total package as an offensive lineman, and that's why everybody in the country is coming after him.
When you watch him and you just see there's a viral clip that went out a couple weeks ago of him running stride for stride with his running back. I mean, guys that size don't move that fleet, but he's got that frame. He's got an 82-inch wingspan, too. He's exactly what you want as a left tackle, and he's got this frame that's going to be perfect for the collegiate game. We talked about it earlier. We were talking about Colorado's dependence on the transfer portal to shore up the offensive line, and Deion Sanders saying numerous times that they had to get better on the offensive line. So he goes and gets experienced players in the transfer portal, but he gets the best offensive tackle in the country and a guy that could play as a true freshman. And again, it's not unusual. It's rare, but it's not unusual completely to see a true freshman factor in as an offensive lineman if their skill set can match it. We see with Caden Proctor this year at Alabama. I would anticipate that Jordan Seaton does end up signing with Colorado. There's a very good chance that when Shedeur Sanders is taking that first snap this fall, Jordan Seaton's going to be up front blocking for him.
Would definitely be a relief for Shedeur. Let's move on to the defensive linemen. We have 6 that are rated as a 5-star this year. The first one we're taking a look at is Aiden Breland, the number 4 defensive lineman in the country. He'll be headed to Oregon as the Ducks get ready for Big Ten play. Huff, what's to say about the job Dan Lanning is doing building the line of scrimmage?
You know, one of the things that with Oregon's class this year is they address their need to be bigger and stronger and more physical in the trenches. When they're making that move to the Big Ten, and what's fascinating is that they were doing this before they were making the move to the Big Ten, but now they're going to be prepared to get Aiden Breland. We talked about Brandon Baker and what he's been able to do as an offensive tackle. Well, he's going up against Aiden Breland in practice, and you see a guy who's got that quickness to play any spot inside on the defensive line. He could be a 3-tech, he could be a D tackle, he could grow into a nose for all we know, but he's got that positional versatility as a defensive lineman, and he's a guy that I think when you look at what Oregon has wanted to do, and if you look at what Dan Lanning had at Georgia before he came over to Oregon, they were winning because they had the best defensive lineman on the field almost every single game that they were a part of. So Dan Lanning knows the key to winning and the key to making that transition a smooth one is to get bigger and stronger inside, and that's where Aiden Breland enters.
Dan Lanning coming over from Georgia, Huffman, you're absolutely right. They dominated defensively during his tenure as the D coordinator, and they were the best D line in the country for that entire run. He has done a tremendous job this recruiting cycle and the last one of stockpiling them with talented defensive linemen. Aiden Breland is a guy that has tremendous twitch, tremendous hand movement. You see him chase the passer. You see him flat down the line of scrimmage in the run game. Reminds me of a young Tommy Harris that used to play at the University of Oklahoma, a guy that has big-time football written all over him. And it's seldom do you find guys who play as hard as he plays, and that's what jumps off the tape to me.
The top defensive lineman in this class is Williams Maneri. Massive get for Eli Drinkwitz after the Tigers' first 10-win season in almost a decade. He did send in his LOI officially this morning. What kind of prospect is Mizzou getting with him?
You're getting a can't-miss guy in this situation. I mean, he has the size, he has the speed, he has the head movement, can rush the passer, can stop the run. You can use him in multiple fronts. When you have to go to the 3-4, you can play him in the 4-eye. When you go to the 40, you can play him in a 5 technique. So you got a guy who can do it all. I would compare him to when Albert Haynesworth came out of high school. That's a similar game comparison that he has. This is a big-time football player, and he's going to be a day one starter at the University of Missouri, and he's going to make a major impact. This is a very, very special football player.
And I love the fact that Carl's going back to the old school with Tommy Harris and Albert Haynesworth, but that's when you saw the big defensive linemen really start to take over college football. And when you look at what Georgia has done the previous couple of years, you look at what Alabama has done under the reign of Nick Saban. It's getting the bigger, faster, physical specimens on the defensive line and turning them loose. And that's where William, I think, has that kind of ability to be an instant impact guy, and certainly at a school like Missouri, which, yes, they've had some really good players come through in recent years, but he is a transcendent type of player. He's a guy that can make an offensive genius like Eli Drinkwitz look really smart because he's now emphasizing the need to have speed, power, strength on the defensive line. And I think that that's what Williams provides. And this is an instant impact player. And it's whether he's ready for it or not, A, I think he is ready for it, but B, he's coming in. Missouri is going to need him to be unleashed right off the bat, and I think he's got that ability to be that instant impact guy from the moment they start this fall.
One guy who's known as a big line of scrimmage guy is Mario Cristobal, and he's bringing in one of the best defensive hauls in the country with 7 defensive linemen commits for Miami. One of those is Justin Scott, who they flipped from Ohio State. What do you know about him?
Well, I tell you what, he may have had one of the most fascinating recruitments out of that Midwest region. You know, we were used to there being excitement down in the Southeast, but Justin Scott, a lot of people thought he was going to head a state over from Chicago and go play at Notre Dame. He was a heavy lean to Notre Dame early in the process. Then he announced for Ohio State. Ohio State has him in the fold, thinking he's them, and then out of nowhere, he flips to Miami. We talk about Mario Cristobal's ability to recruit in the trenches, but it's always seemingly been on the offensive line, yet here he is able to get Justin Scott. In fact, 2 of the top 3 players in the state of Illinois are defensive linemen, both headed to play at University of Miami. But Justin Scott is kind of everything that you want in a defensive lineman. He's an elite player, and for Ohio State, given their track record of defensive linemen, and certainly under Larry Johnson in recent years, that was a big blow to them, but that was a huge boon to Miami to get him. He's going to have Joe Salavea. He's also going to have Jason Taylor, a Hall of Famer, getting to coach him and develop him. So I anticipate that he's another guy. When you have the ACC Freshman of the Year being a Miami defensive lineman, it wouldn't be a surprise if they made that 2 years in a row with Justin Scott.
What I like about Justin Scott Huffman when I look at his tape is he plays great against a double team. Not a lot of young defensive linemen can handle double teams. They run away from the pressure. He fights through it, does a good job of anchoring down and holding the integrity of his gap and making it really, really tough for them to dig him out. Linebackers can free flow really well behind a guy like this. I think this is a big time interior get for the University of Miami, and he's a guy that can really anchor the front of your defense.
Okay, we're short on time, so let's get through edge with our last few minutes here. But looking at the top edge prospects in the country, it starts off with Jordan Ross out of Vestavia Hills. He's a Tennessee commit. Elijah Rushing headed to Oregon. Dylan Stewart to South Carolina, and Colin Simmons. I feel like we've been talking about him all year and the talent he is out of Duncanville, Texas. Huff, who are your favorite edge prospects here?
Well, I like Elijah Rushing a lot. Obviously headed to the University of Oregon. Was one time a commit to Arizona, being in Tucson. But you look at that list, and there's 3 defensive linemen from the state, 3 edge rushers from the state of Arizona. Noah Carter headed to Washington. Deshaun Warner also headed to the Power 5. He's going to play at Kansas. And Elijah Rushing is kind of the alpha of a group of really good defensive linemen from Arizona. You look at the player comp, he's compared to Jalen Phillips, who was the 24/7 Sports composite #1 player back in 2017, a first-round draft pick of the Miami Dolphins. And with Elijah, I still think he's just scratching the surface of how well he can play. You see just the absolute flexibility he plays with, low pad level. He plays with that leverage. He's quick. He's got the speed. As he puts weight on, he is going to be a force making that move to the Big Ten. And when you look at Oregon's defensive line haul, where they already have Aiden Breland, they've now added Elijah Rushing as an edge rusher. They're doing really well with Jericho Johnson. Dan Lanning is addressing those needs on the defensive line with interior guys and edge rushers, and Elijah Rushing is one of the best pass rushers in the country.
Well, since we've been talking about the defensive line, we've been talking about Dan Lanning. This is the Dan Lanning and Oregon Ducks hour. But Hugh Freeze and Auburn pulled one out in Jamonte Waller. I love this guy's twitch off the edge. I love the way he uses his hands. And very few defensive line edge guys this day and age can play the run or the pass. Kind of puts me in the mind of former Florida Gator Alex Brown, a guy whose game is very similar to him in his ability to be an every down edge guy. Some guys can only come in and rush the passer, but Waller is a guy that I expect to make a major every down impact for the Auburn Tigers.
It's been a great cycle for Hugh Freeze and Auburn. Carl and Huff, thanks so much. Let's get into our Big Ten breakdowns now. Coop and Pate, over to you.
Yeah, Grace, we got a lot to Big Ten to talk about. Cooper, it's been an interesting day because you cannot talk about National Signing Day without talking about a lot of SEC programs. And then you've got a program like Ohio State that's battling against a lot of SEC programs. And so we see the Buckeyes enter the day, and it looks really shaky. And then all of a sudden, nope. And then all of a sudden again, nope. And, dust is not settled yet. But it looks like Ohio State's going to pull out of this thing with the top 5 class. And although the season didn't end the way they wanted it to, it looks like signing day very much will end the way they want it to.
Sometimes it's about playing defense, right? You get to this time of the year, you look at Jeremiah Smith, the #1 player in the country, they're going to lock him up. I mean, this one is done, right? So, and then you think about guys like Edric Houston. There was a crystal ball in for Alabama. Now Edric Houston stayed in the boat with Ohio State. So Ohio State They are winners here, even though they have been playing defense throughout the last 24, 48 hours, and they're swimming with the Sharks, man. I mean, you got Alabama, you got the likes of Miami, Oregon was able to come into St. Louis and grab a guy like Jeremiah McClellan as well. But this is a win for Ohio State to keep a guy like Jeremiah Smith in the boat. We talked about him being a generational talent. Then you think about the guys like Edric Houston as well. Big win for Larry Johnson, defensive line coach, and Brian Hartline on the offensive side of the ball.
We're going to get Dave Biddle here from Bucknuts to talk to us. That's been an exciting website to be associated with today, I would imagine. Do we have Dave? Hey, that is Uncle Biddle there. Hey, Bids, how you doing, bud?
Josh, always good to be with my nephew. Thanks for having me on. Yeah, man, it's been crazy. I mean, people are getting ready to jump off the Lane Avenue Bridge today, and now it's all good. As Cooper said, it's like damage control. It worked out well. There was a lot of smoke. They might lose Jeremiah Smith. They get him, and then Edric Houston looked like he was gone. I mean, now I can't trust Steve Wiltfong ever again. I was on my podcast today saying, well, if Fong says he's flipping, he's flipping. I'm kidding. I'm still going to trust Steve. He does a great job, but it worked out well for the Buckeyes in the end. They have the number 3 class according to the composite. So we'll see. They did lose McClellan, but that was expected. At least they were able to hold on to Jeremiah Smith and Edric Houston. They still need to do a better job recruiting on both sides of the line, in my opinion, guys. But, a pretty good day for the Buckeyes.
So, I mean, Biddle, I'm sitting here in Nashville, and so I'm not as dialed in on the Ohio State side as you are. I'm just hearing these rumors, and you're looking at Edric Houston, for example. Will he flip to Alabama? Then you've got the whole side rumor conveyor belt about Larry Johnson and what is his future. Defensive line coach, of course, historic defensive line coach there at Ohio State. So from your end, what do you guys hear about Larry Johnson? What is the future of that position unit there?
Yeah, it's so interesting, Josh, because, I'd heard last year that it was probably going to be his last year. And something changed, and I wasn't the only one to report that. So it's interesting. Ryan Day was asked point blank today, is Larry Johnson going to be the defensive line coach next year? And he said yes. And, some of us were, joking afterwards. Maybe that was just a way because he found out mid-press conference that he got Jeremiah Smith and Edric Houston after that. So that made the press conference a heck of a lot more interesting, seeing him react in real time to Jeremiah Smith. He left the room for the Edric Houston situation and came back in after about 15 minutes. So it's interesting. He was asked point blank about Larry Johnson. Is he going to come back? And he said yes, like I said. But a lot of us were joking. Was that just a message to Edric Houston? But it does sound like maybe Larry's going to come back for one more year. There's no doubt that there is negative recruiting going on. And why wouldn't you if you're another program? You'd be saying, look at this guy. He's got to be close to retirement. Even people close to Ohio State are saying it. You talk to Larry Johnson, he says, come on, I'm a spring chicken, I might be 71, but I feel young. He looks good. And he always points out, nobody asked Nick Saban about that. I'm thinking people ask Nick Saban about it, but seriously, but he compares himself. He's like, I'm the same age as Nick Saban, younger than Nick Saban. Nobody asked him about it. But yeah, man, it's definitely a thing. It's definitely a thing, and people are negative recruiting Ohio State, but it worked out in the end somehow with Edric Houston.
Bids, with the way the season ended, which was far less than ideal, and the negative energy that comes with that kind of ending, how pivotal was today? Because you know as well as I do, you make that field goal against Georgia, last year feels totally different. You don't turn the ball over against Michigan and give up an early score, maybe this year feels a lot different. Well, in signing day terms, landing these two guys versus missing out on one or both of them today, how different could things have been, and how big is this for Ohio State?
It's huge. Now, Josh, when you look back on this 3 years from now, are we going to say this was like a game changer? They were able to hang on to Edric Houston and Jeremiah Smith? Perhaps. We're talking about the number one player in the country and Jeremiah Smith and, a 5-star or at the, very least a very, very high 4-star in Edric Houston. But I think for momentum purposes, as you articulated, it was huge because, overall, you go 11-1 this year. You could say, not a bad year. You only lose to Michigan on the road by 6, but that's not how Ohio State fans are looking at it. It felt like they escaped a few games this year, and then, it wasn't just this year's loss to Michigan. It's the fact they've lost 3 straight years to Michigan. So it was huge, Josh. If they would have lost their best recruit in their class and their best defensive recruit on the same day. And Ohio State used to, pride themselves on flipping recruits. Urban Meyer, the spatula. If it's going the other way and on the field and now in recruiting, that would have been not catastrophic for Ohio State. I don't want to overstate it, but it would have been really, really bad. So it was huge for them to hang on to both of those young men.
All right, brother, we appreciate it. Get back on that message board. I'm sure that the contingent over there on the front row has handled things very professionally and calmly today. I'm sure there's been no drama whatsoever.
This is why it's Buck Nuts and not Buck Rational Observers.
Yeah. I appreciate it, man. You can catch all of that action over there at bucknuts.com. Also, you heard Dave just talking about being in Ryan Day's presser, and mid-press conference, you're getting word, Ryan Day does, as a matter of fact, that they've landed Jeremiah Smith. Well, here's what that actually looked like. Really?
Yes, it's real. There's pictures, there's video. How nervous were you?
Yeah, you want to take us through your emotions real quick? How you feeling?
You gotta address
The floor is yours.
You got to address that one.
Yeah, well, I don't know if everything's in yet. Jerry, you got to check to make sure it's in.
Yeah. Hey, Mike, you want to check with Justin?
Yeah, before I do something to get myself in trouble.
That's some heavy mouth breathing, followed by, I counted 24 seconds of dead air on Ryan Day's side. That's a long 24 seconds, by the way. Now, I know that there are some different schools of thought out there as to whether he knew if the paperwork was already in before he took the podium. He's over there asking Jerry Emig if the paperwork's in. So I'm pretty sure what we just saw was authentic, little weakening in the knees for just a second. So you know what it's like to mouth breathe into a microphone. You don't ever do that unless something really big has just happened. What a weight off the shoulders of that guy.
I think he's like one Jeremiah Smith away from going to that guy going to a different school, him being like, do I still want to do this anymore? I mean, it's been a rough couple of years. You think about how successful Ryan Day, Ohio State has been. You think about the standard in Columbus. They haven't lost to another Big Ten team outside of Michigan. You got people calling for this guy's head. It's pretty crazy, right? But this was a huge one. We talk about this. It might not be sexy, right? Because they had him in the boat and Jeremiah Smith, this is what you're supposed to do. Same with Edric Houston. And we put out all these first round receivers. This is a huge deal for Ryan Day from a perceptional standpoint too. Like, you got to keep the train going, right? So to get this signature, and here's the other thing, Josh, I think Ohio State's been having second guessing themselves over the last couple of years of like, hey, can we keep hanging and banging in the Southeast, right? With these guys in Florida and the Sunshine State and Georgia. Think about Ohio State and what maybe the future would look like for them if they lost to Jeremiah Smith, if they lost in Edric Houston, and they lost it to Miami and Mario Cristobal, and they lost it to Nick Saban in Alabama. Do we still want to do this in the land of NIL? We're going to go invest all these resources in these type of players, and we have them all the way to the 11th hour until not. This is a statement win when it comes to Jeremiah Smith and Edric Houston that Ohio State is here to play and they're not going anywhere. And it might be frustrating the last 3 years what Jim Harbaugh has provided as a huge obstacle for the program. Listen, if you want to get over that, you got to continue to recruit guys like Marvin Harrison Jr. And for all intents and purposes, that's what we believe Jeremiah Smith is. So a huge win for the Buckeyes. The Jeremiah McClellan stuff, that happens, man. That's part of the business, right? So they got to keep trucking. Nobody's feeling sorry for them. They got to go out and they got to get the job done.
Look, this is the kind of show you and I want. We're just going to ping pong ball all over the place here. We go from Ohio State, and congrats to them for landing a consensus top 5 class, to all of a sudden, I just glance over here at the screen. I got Wiltfong's Twitter account just pulled up. I just refresh it all day. From Stephen Wiltfong. USC coach Lincoln Riley is still reaching out to Florida quarterback commit DJ Lagway. Now, the context there is it has been a very shaky day for Florida. I mean, shaky day for Florida. And the saving grace has been, for eternity, if we can hang on to DJ Lagway, we got a shot. Now, there's been no decommitment, there's been no flip, there's nothing like that, but there also hasn't been paperwork faxed in either, or whatever we do with paperwork these days. So, what do we feel about the Florida class? And obviously, this would be a sink or swim type recruitment to hold on to and commitment to hold on to, but this is This is probably the biggest bellwether recruit that's still involved in this thing, and it would be the biggest signifier for Florida, but also for USC. It surprised me that Lincoln Riley's still calling him up. Do you think he's got traction on the other side of that phone is my question.
He's still picking up, right? If you're Lincoln Riley, that's what you do. Here's the other thing. Who is Billy Napier developed at the quarterback position? That would be my question if I was Lincoln Riley. You want to look at me. I got Caleb Williams. I got Baker Mayfield. I got Kyler Murray. I got all these guys. I got Heisman trophies, man. You want to go play in the Big Ten. You want to go play in one of the premier conferences in all of college football. He's got the opportunity to do that at Florida. I think his heart is probably in Florida. That's what I gather. But at the same time, there's a little bit of doubt there, right, that we talked about. It's been circumstantial for a lot of these guys. I think Florida would have been in a great position if they flipped the record this year and they're not 5-7 and they're 7-5. Josh, a couple weeks ago, they were in the top 5.
Yeah.
They were the highest ranked class in the Sunshine State. Now they're number 3. They're at number 15 or something like that. They lost to Maris Williams earlier today to Auburn. LJ McCray pushes off his commitment for another day. And now you got DJ Lagway. We knew he was going to announce in the afternoon. So I talked about it earlier. I'm not trying to sound over dramatic, kind of house of cards type of deal. And I also don't like to say, hey, this is like a critical 24 hours in a coach's tenure when you're not even playing football games. But this is a big one for Billy Napier.
Yeah.
And they've done some good things today. They got to get this dude. They got to find a way to get out of today with DJ Lagway.
Yeah, it's not overstated. I mean, what did we say the entire year? The production on the field's fallen off, but you heard out of Gainesville, no, his fate, Billy Napier's fate, is tied to the 2024 season and the recruiting class. Well, if the 2024 recruiting class falls off the cliff, then by and large, everything you tied your hopes to has fallen off as well. How about this quote before we start talking about Michigan? This is per Wiltfong from Derek Lagway, who is DJ's dad. And I quote, "He told me he just got off the phone with him being Lincoln Riley. I thought he was done with that. I guess he saw he hadn't signed yet, so I guess he'll keep calling, I guess." Everyone's guessing, man. The father of the aforementioned DJ Lagway included is guessing. Also, I think he went and got a haircut at some point.
Hey, getting a Dougie, right?
Yeah.
We got guys sleeping in, getting haircuts. I mean,
we've all been there.
All right, we're waiting.
Some more than others. All right, Michigan sitting here with the 16th ranked class in the country. Important to note, these are rankings, not power ratings. These are legit rankings. What do you think about their class? I mean, we've talked about Ohio State top 5. We're going to hit Penn State in a second, but Michigan sitting here in the mid-teens, about to play in the Rose Bowl for a trip to the national championship game. Program's rolling. What do we think about the incoming class?
I've kind of gotten past the point where I'm like overly critical of Michigan and what they do because they're just kind of an anomaly. They just keep beating the spread. You're like, wait, this really doesn't add up. You go back, 2023, number 17 ranked class. 2022, number 9. 2021, number 13, and then number 10 in 2020. That doesn't seem like a team that's in the playoffs for 3 straight years, and that's exactly what Jim Harbaugh has done. 34 players drafted in the last 5 years. They continue to get it done on the offensive line. This has been one of the best offensive line units in the country, winning 2 Joe Moore Awards for the best offensive line group. And then you think about, all right, what do we got post J.J. McCarthy? From what I hear, it sounds like he's going to be back in Ann Arbor for another year. How about Jaden Davis? This is a huge deal, getting him out of Charlotte in Providence Day, and a guy who won a state title, completed over 70% of his passes. The game manager tag, there's a lot of people that are, sensitive to that, but this is a guy within Michigan's system. He can spread the ball around, make the right decisions, quick decisions. And they put a lot on the quarterbacks, Jim Harbaugh and Sharon Moore there. When you have that offensive line and a really good running game, guys like Blake Corum, Donovan Edwards as well, it opens things up for those guys. And then Jordan Marshall, another guy that they're getting from Ohio, and Archbishop Moeller. More players out of the state of Ohio than actually Michigan this year for Michigan. So I love what they're doing. Hogan Hansen, another guy, 6'5", 230 from the state of Washington. Colston Loveland was a guy they got out of Idaho a couple years ago. They recruit really well nationally. How about this? Gatlin Bear, the highest ranked player, still uncommitted. Michigan seems to be the team to beat. He'll sign in February. He's a 10-1-8 guy, absolute freak of nature, that kid is. So we'll see what happens. They have a proven track record, right? So when it comes to the credibility of what they're doing, I think the proof is in the pudding. And it's another Michigan class sitting there at number 16. You just kind of glance over it, and then 3-4 years from now, it's another team just doing what they've been doing.
Yeah, another team that's been sort of out of the spotlight for, I guess, the right reasons today is Penn State. I mean, we're sitting here talking about a lot of teams and making moves and getting rated at the 11th hour. Penn State's kind of had a drama-free National Signing Day. We haven't been talking about them positive or negative, just the guys they expected are in the fold, and no one unexpected has joined the fold, at least as far as we can see right now. They're sitting here with a number 15 overall class. Thoughts on the Nittany Lions Haul?
They just kind of do what they do. I like James Franklin, his approach, what they've been doing a great job in the state of Pennsylvania as well. How about Luke Reynolds, man? One of my favorite, reminds me a lot of Luke Schoonmaker, tight end from Michigan, actually played his ball in Connecticut when I was a recruiting coordinator in Michigan there in 2017. Luke Reynolds is one of those guys, the only 5-star tight end. We absolutely love this kid. Got to see him in LA at the Elite 11. That's a quarterback combine, by the way. He dominated that event as a skill player. So you think about Luke Reynolds, you think about Quentin Martin, one of the highest ranked players in the state of Pennsylvania, a guy that can do a little bit of everything, going to play running back at Penn State. You think about what they've done at that position, you don't doubt him there. And then Ethan Grunkemeyer. Penn State is one of those schools. Mike Yurcich, the former offensive coordinator, you got to give him a ton of credit. I know he got relieved of his duties there, but in terms of what he was able to build at the quarterback position, you think about Drew Allard. They followed up with Jackson Smolik, another guy that was a late riser in the top 247 last year. Ethan Grunkemeyer went 4-7 as a junior, goes 11-2 this year. This dude can absolutely spin it. He was one of those guys, you got the roster at the Elite 11 finals in Los Angeles. You said, who the hell is this guy? This guy is ripping it, dude. I like Ethan Grunkemeyer. Penn State, man. Like, offensive line, too. Last 2 cycles been really, really good. So, Cooper Cousins, we'll get to see at the All-American Bowl in a couple weeks. They just, Michigan, along with Penn State, Ohio State, all these teams we're talking about in the Big Ten, they have a very good sense of self, of who they are in the talent identification and evaluation process. They don't go outside of their means. They kind of know what their wheelhouse is, and every other year they might have to supplement it, maybe get a little bit uncomfortable in the transfer portal. Penn State's going to have to do that at receiver. Other than that, I think everything is pretty good in Happy Valley.
You're keeping an eye on the portal, obviously, with them. It's so funny when you see them continue to run up against the brick walls that are Michigan and Ohio State, and you can't get it done. People want to paint it as this complete failure, and we got to burn it down, start from scratch, complete overhaul, and obviously that's not the approach they're taking, nor is it the approach they should take. Selfishly, I want to see Penn State break through one of these years because it's going to be such a testament to just frankly doing what Jim Harbaugh did at Michigan, sticking to your process, and even though it doesn't yield these immediate, fantastic results that everyone wants, you believe in it, and you know it's just inches here, and it's just very, very marginal over there. And there is no grabbing of the steering wheel and jolting to the left and right for them. They're just kind of doing their thing, like you said.
They're close. I mean, they need a tweak, right? It's not an overhaul like you mentioned. You talk about Penn State. Is Drew Allard the guy? We love Drew Allard in the evaluation process. I believe he is, but you got to unlock him. How do you do that? Well, play callers. They got a new one, right,
Yep.
coming over from Kansas. Also, you need playmakers on the perimeter. They have to address the receiver position. They have the talent in the backfield. I like who they are up front. They're a tough, nasty, physical team, but they need to understand where they need to get better. I think they do, and James Franklin understands that, and they got to get some talent at the receiver position.
Let's toss it over to Grace now in our other studio for more Big Ten talk.
Thanks, guys. Our Big Ten Power Hour continues, and we've been covering the newcomers in this studio, so let's keep doing that. Oregon ranked 9th nationally, 2nd in the Big Ten with 23 commits. No 5 stars, but 19 4 stars. Huff, Oregon's class has 11 of the top 24/7 prospects. That's tied for 2nd most in the nation. We'll start off with the 5-star they do have 5-star. Aiden Breland out of Mater Dei. We talked about him a lot in the show. What do you like about him?
I just like the ability that he has to play any position on the defensive line. And I think, we talked about this earlier with Dan Lanning knowing they're moving to the Big Ten. You need to get bigger and stronger, more physical in the trenches. And Aiden Breland provides positional versatility. He could line up inside of the 3-tech. He could play as an edge pass rusher. He could play like straight up over a good offensive guards or centers. But he provides that ability up front to be able to make that transition to the Big Ten a smooth one for Oregon. You need that size in the trenches. You need that physicality. You need that athleticism in the trenches, and that's what Aiden Breland has. And I think that Dan Lanning's focus on defensive linemen is certainly something that's going to pay huge dividends as they make the transition to the Big Ten. And when you're getting the top pass rusher out west and the top interior lineman out west, you're on to the right start.
By the way, I need to correct myself. Oregon's class now ranked 6th in the nation. Another 5-star in this class is edge Elijah Rushing. And Huff, he had a quote that kind of made me laugh because he said, "I'm from the South, So Coach Lanning reminds me of the coaches I grew up knowing. There's a Southern feel. Mind you, Elijah Rushing is from Arizona. I did not know that counted as the South, but we'll give it to him. But when you hear recruits talk about Dan Lanning, there is kind of a sense of comfort there. And obviously he has the Georgia background. But what do you think about this relationship and recruitment here?
Yeah, I mean, he's from Southern Arizona, so maybe that was the South he was talking about. But when Dan Lanning first got the job at Oregon, one of the things that recruits were saying was that he was making Oregon have an SEC feel. Well, why were they so successful at Georgia in those national championship seasons? It was their guys up front. It was the Jalen Carters, it was the Jordan Davisons, it was the Trayvon Walkers, it was the Nolan Smith. Well, now what does Dan Lanning do when he gets out to Oregon? He goes and he gets Aiden Breland, but then he gets in Elijah Rushing. And keep in mind that tomorrow night they're in the Final Four for Jericho Johnston, the number one player in Northern California who's a defensive lineman, but as an edge rusher. Arizona thought that they were going to be able to keep Elijah Rushing home. He's from Tucson, went to South Point Catholic. They had a commitment from him, but Dan Lanning and his staff, Tosh Lupoi, they don't quit when it comes to recruit. When a kid commits somewhere else, they just know how much harder they have to recruit him, and they were able to get Elijah Rushing. So you've got guys inside, you've got guys outside. You have the West Best as an inside defensive lineman in Aiden Breland. You have the West Best edge rusher in Elijah Rushing. That is a 1-2 punch that you're used to seeing in Athens or in Tuscaloosa. Not as used to seeing out west, but yet here Oregon pulls it off.
Let's take a look at 4-star linebacker Braden Platt. This is a guy you're familiar with. He's from your part of the country, Yelm, Washington, the number 4 linebacker in the country. And top prospect from the state of Washington. Now, he actually played running back in high school. So I'm curious, why the switch to defense?
Well, he's a two-way player. And the state of Washington had a really good two-way player about 10 years ago. It was the Pac-12 Freshman of the Year on offense and defense, and Miles Jack. And Braden Platt will run the ball like Miles Jack. He'll run through you rather than around you. But where he's going to make his money as a college football player and NFL player is going to be as a linebacker. He is 240 pounds. He's 6'2", ran a 4.6 40 this year at 244 pounds, ran an 11.07 100 meter. He's moving at that size. He's also a state and national champion shot putter and javelin thrower, also does the discus as well. And that was a big draw for Oregon, is that he could play football and run track, but he is a classic throwback inside linebacker, but because of his athleticism, he can drop into coverage and be a 3-down backer. He'll be a pure inside guy for Oregon, but at 6'2", 240, you look at him, he is physically ready to be able to play at the next level. That offensive background that he has allowed him to, keep being speedy, keep being athletic, and I think that's what's going to translate to him being a 3-down backer and an immediate instant guy for Oregon.
Yeah, that's really impressive. 4-star cornerback Sione Laulea out of the College of San Mateo, the top cornerback in the country, top JUCO player out of California. What do you know about him?
He is a player that I was tracking 2 years ago when he was in high school. We had him as a 3-star, and he had no offers. He had one offer at the end of the day his freshman year, or after his senior year in high school, to Sacramento State. He bet on himself, went to the College of San Mateo, helped lead him to a national championship in 2022. He's the premier JUCO player out on the West Coast, and a guy that I think has a chance to get to Oregon and be able to play the second he steps foot on campus. Evan Williams, who had transferred from College of San Mateo to Oregon, Bennett Williams, Evan's younger brother, who also transferred. Bennett also played at CSM. George Moore, they've had some history of success at CSM, and Sione Laulea, 6'3". He's long, he's lanky, he can run, and he bet on himself, and it paid off handsomely with him going to the University of Oregon. And because he's going in as a JUCO player, he's got 2 years to play his last two. He may be able to go to the NFL after a year. This is a player that's going to be a plug and play immediately. He could also play safety if he needed to, but with his length and his size and his speed, I think he's going to fit right nicely as a cornerback.
Oregon seeking its 3rd top 10 high school recruiting class in the last 4 years, but that's not the only place they're impressing. There is some transfer portal action we need to talk about here, and that's their quarterback room. They have done something rare in securing their short-term future and the long-term future with Dylan Gabriel and Dante Moore, bringing them over from in the transfer portal. How important was that for Dan Lanning?
Well, it was huge because Bo Nix is gone after this year. Ty Thompson had been there for 3 years, and it was clear when they brought Dylan Gabriel in that they were not ready to turn it over to Ty Thompson. So they lose Ty Thompson, but they gain Dylan Gabriel, who's got plenty of experience, plenty of statistical output in his time. He's going to be your guy. But Dante Moore is back in the picture with Oregon. Remember, he was committed there for about 5 months a year ago, and a week before the early signing period, he flipped his commitment to UCLA and ultimately signed with the Bruins. He went to UCLA, started as a true freshman, had an up and down season, and he comes back to Oregon knowing that Dylan Gabriel is already in the fold. It is rare in an age where quarterbacks leave because they want to play right now. They don't want to sit on the bench. They want to be able to play and make an impact. It's rare that a quarterback transfers knowing I'm not going to be the guy this year. I'm going to get competitive reps. I'm going to go up against a good defense in practice. I may play in some blowouts and get a chance to throw the ball. But Dante Moore started as a true freshman. It did not go as planned. And now he's got a year to kind of get his bearings straight, take his time to get ready to get thrown back into the fire in 2025. Also keep in mind with Dante Moore, one of the big reasons he picked Oregon in the first place was he was attracted to their program, but when he flipped to UCLA, it was because UCLA was going to the Big Ten. At that point, Oregon was staying in the Pac-12. He's from Detroit. Well, now Oregon is going to the Big Ten as well, so he's still going to have the opportunity to play in front of friends and family, but stay out on the West Coast. He may play a little bit this year. I anticipate Dylan Gabriel will be the guy, but in 2025, Dan Lanning, Will Stein, if he's still the offensive coordinator, doesn't have a head coaching job by then, turns it back over to Dante Moore.
Yeah, that's great insight there. And just an example of how you never stop recruiting. The guys you think you lose, they might come back around. Another newcomer to the Big Ten is USC. The Trojans class currently ranks 17th nationally, 5th in the Big Ten with 21 commits. That includes 13 4-stars. The first one we're going to look at is an interior offensive lineman, Jason Zandamela out of Clearwater Academy. Tops at his possession and a top 50 prospect. And this stands out to me, Huff, because it addresses a huge position of need for Lincoln Riley.
You know, and this is where sometimes when you rely too heavily on the portal, you can lack the cohesion and you lack the consistency. And USC's offensive line lost a lot of talent from a year ago, guys that had been in the program for a while, and so they replaced them with portal guys. Well, Caleb Williams spent much of the year running from the pass rush. If you watch the Notre Dame game, he was running from the pass rush that whole time, was being harassed into multiple interceptions. And if you watch the UCLA game, 3 yards rushing for USC, or about even negative 3 yards rushing. They needed a talent upgrade on the offensive line. So what do they get? They get the #1 interior lineman in the country to leave the Southeast to come to the West Coast. There's going to be an opportunity for him to play early. They actually started a couple of their younger guys, Alani Noah, Micah Banuelos, both saw some significant snaps as true freshmen. So Josh Henson does not hesitate to play freshman offensive linemen. And considering that Caleb Williams is no longer there, you can't count on his magic of extending plays when the pocket collapses. It's going to be potentially Miller Moss. It may be Will Rogers, who there's a lot of buzz that he might end up there out of the portal. They're still in the mix and still trying to flip DJ Lagway. But whoever it is does not have that Caleb Williams-like electricity of extending plays, so that makes the offensive line that much more vital. And so landing him out of Florida was huge for them up front.
Yeah, he is one of 5 offensive lineman prospects that USC has signed. Another position group they were focusing on is defensive back. We know they needed all the help they can get after this year on the defense. Marcellus Williams, he's a 4-star cornerback, and just the size of this defensive back class is just another sign that USC knew they needed an upgrade at this position. What can you tell us about Williams?
Well, I think when you look at Williams, you know, he's the third of 3 football playing brothers. His older brother Max started at USC. Another brother is at Arizona State. But Marcellus is probably the best of the bunch. He's got the size that you need. He's got, again, I keep coming back to the phrase positional versatility. He could play either boundary corner or field corner. He could play in the nickel. He could be a safety if you need him to. But he is going to be challenged against the best receivers, and that's exactly what he wants. Playing in the Trinity League at St. John Bosco, playing Mater Dei twice a year for the last few years, he's been going up against elite receivers, and he is an elite cover corner. You see the ability that he has when he flashes it on film, and he's kind of the heart and soul of that Bosco secondary. And now USC is going to bring him in with the expectation, especially with Domani Jackson going into the portal, he's going to have an opportunity to play. I think the key thing is that you mentioned there, Grace, was the amount of defensive backs. They just lost Dante Williams, who had been probably their best recruiter over the last few years. He left for the University of Georgia, but none of these defensive backs followed him. They're all staying at USC. They're seeing the same thing that the fans saw, that mostly everybody else saw, that USC's defense is in need of an immediate talent upgrade. Now you have Danton Lynn coming over from UCLA. He's a DB by trade. He is going to be working in that secondary and getting those guys on the field. And, you know, I think there's an opportunity for Marcellus Williams to play as a true freshman, and I think he's physically ready and able to.
Washington also moving to the Big Ten. They currently rank 34th nationally with 16 commits. Now, what we're going to have to see from these West Coast teams moving to the Big Ten is matching that ground and pound style of play. That's not what Washington looks like. Of course, they run the ball really well, but we know them as this prolific vertical passing attack. What do you expect to see out of their new roster building?
Well, I like what they've addressed on the offensive line. Paki Fanal, one of the best offensive linemen in the state of California, is kind of their signature offensive lineman, but they've also got some other really good offensive linemen coming in. But it's on the defensive side of the ball that I really like what they've done. Noah Carter out of Arizona, he's a 4-star that's headed there. They've also got Radumana Bulabalavu out of San Diego. He's a player that I have really been impressed with. Seeing him in the spring to watching his senior film, he made a recent jump to a 4-star based on his senior performance. And then Dom Kurtz, who they've been waiting all day kind of for his letter of intent to come in. Ohio State was pursuing him, USC was pursuing him. So they've addressed some needs on the defensive side of the ball as well as the offensive side of the ball in the trenches. It's already clear that, yes, they brought Austin Mack in a year early. He reclassified to 2023. But with Will Howard going there, it became very obvious that Washington needs somebody that's ready to play right now. With Michael Penix graduating after this year, Rome Odunze probably gone to the NFL. Jalen McMillan and Jalen Polk could be gone to the NFL. So if you're going to lose some of your weapons at receiver, it helps to have an experienced quarterback and one of the most experienced quarterbacks in the SEC. So DeMarcus Davis, who will be their 2024 quarterback, he's going to come in. There's not an expectation for him to play right away. But I like what Washington has done. It's not a big class. There's not a lot of guys coming in. It's only 16 members, but they're going to be hit in the portal. And with the way that they've had success and they've become this popular offense that guys want to play in, they're having an easy time recruiting out of the portal.
UCLA, quite the opposite of the other West Coast teams we've discussed. Their class currently ranks 67th nationally with 11 commits. When you look at the Big Ten, they are number 17 out of 18, above only Northwestern, which was in kind of a difficult situation this year. Now, Huff, I know you have some strong thoughts on UCLA and their recruiting process and how they're maybe a little bit too reliant of the transfer portal. Please share.
Well, you look at New York City this year for the Heisman Trophy candidacy. Jaden Daniels, Michael Penix, Bo Nix. Yes, the portal can be very good to you. UCLA's had success with Zach Charbonnet and Latu Latu. But the reliance on the portal and risking the reliance on the portal at the expense of high school recruiting has a class that may not be that remarkable. Marquise Thorpe-Taylor, love the development that he's had as a junior to his senior year. Isaiah Patterson, overshadowed by Braden Platt there. Those are really good players, but UCLA has not emphasized high school recruiting enough under Chip Kelly. They have gone to the portal well too much, and for every Zach Charbonnet and Latu Latu, they got players that transferred in and never saw the field as transfer portal players. So that's why I think you need to recruit and then develop. I know there's still some evaluation skills and development skills in Chip Kelly and his staff. They just don't seem to be prioritizing that. At one point this year, UCLA was 16th in the Big Ten, and the only two schools behind them at that time were Michigan State and Northwestern, who both had interim coaches. Michigan State has since passed up UCLA and moved ahead of them. Indiana was right above them. They also had a coaching change. So you look at the schools at the bottom of the Big Ten, 3 of those 4 had a coaching change, and yet Chip Kelly looks like he's saved his job for another year. He'll be back, and they've gone into the Big Ten play. They only offered 3 players in the entire fall that were 2024 members. They got one of them today, Henry Hasselbeck, who's the son of Matt Hasselbeck, the former NFL quarterback. But UCLA with a very curious approach as they make that transition to the Big Ten this fall.
Curious is one way to describe it. Brandon Huffman, no one knows the West Coast like he does. Emily, let's go back to you.
Yeah, we're going to roll through some rapid fire Big Ten. Outside of landing Dylan Raiola, what's to like about Nebraska's number 18 national class?
Carter Nelson.
Yeah.
This guy was made in a lab for Matt Rule. He is traits. Plays 8-man football there in the state of Nebraska, but does everything. I mean, you turn on the highlight tape. I think my favorite clip for him is he takes off, 40-yard sprint, forces a fumble, playing some linebacker. Matt Rule, what he did at Baylor, what he did at Temple is he took those diamonds in the rough and he developed them into NFL draft picks. Now he has access to one of the top athletes in the class. I think if you're Dylan Raiola, you think about throwing to him and Malachi Coleman, who was a freak in the last cycle. A lot to like. I also think it's impressive what they did in South Florida. You see Ja'Cory Barney up there, also flipped Larry Tarver, a cornerback from Maryland. Willis McGahee, he's coming in as well. Really like what they did down in Miami-Dade County.
Dalen Raiola is your asset, right? It's the guy that you need to protect. Grant Bricks is a big-time offensive lineman that they beat out some other schools for. And then the guy I really like is Preston Taumua, a sleeper, if we can call him that, because he's a 4-star, but he missed his whole senior season as he recovers from a torn ACL. The closest player I've seen to a Panay Sewell out west in recent recruiting cycles, Donovan Raiola, the uncle of Dylan Raiola, was the lead recruiter there. So Preston Taumua, a player Oregon really wanted, he's going to be a Husker, and he's going to be a big-time asset for Dylan Raiola as a protector.
Dylan Raiola, also a poet, we're learning when he announced his commitment and eventual signing to Nebraska. You should check that out on his Twitter page, or X page, whatever you guys want to call it. Speaking of Dylans, there's a lot of Dylans in this Wisconsin class. Some in particular that you say just look like the type of guy that Luke Fickell wants to bring in. What do we need to know about the number 26 class in the nation?
Luke Fickell was a 3-time state champion wrestler, right? And he's got 2 of the top wrestlers in the 2024 class. Dylan Jones, he gets it done on the mat, and then Dylan Johnson, he could wrestle in college if he wanted to. He's going to be an interior spark plug on the defensive line. I love this guy's tape. He's a bull in the china shop. Just pushes people around. Luke Fickell, player development. We keep talking about that. We saw what he did at Cincinnati. Brought that strength staffed with him to Madison. I love these 2 guys. And then really the Badgers reloading at running back, which is important. Braylon Allen is off to the NFL. He's kind of been one of the guys there for the Badgers in recent years. Dylan Jones is my favorite of the bunch. You also got Darian Dupree, Gideon Ituka, depending on who you talk about. You know, they stack those guys differently. We're rolling with Dylan Johnson. I loved him, Dylan Jones. I loved him when we saw him at the Under Armour camp in Baltimore. And then finally, this one, not a lot of people are going to know about. Xavier Lucas ended up signing with Wisconsin this morning. Miami made a late push for him. When I was flying back into Fort Lauderdale last week, Paul Haywood, the Wisconsin DB coach, was on my flight, was trying to go in-home visit. He got that job done. Prototypical corner out of American Heritage. I always say it, take the corners from AMH. They usually pan out. You got 2 good ones in the league right now, Pat Surtain Jr. and Tyson Campbell. Xavier Lucas could be next up.
I think Wisconsin got a huge steal in the state of Hawaii. They got Anelu Lafaele, if you remember. He's the one that announced on a dock with his friends tackling the schools into the water, but he's going to be able to do that in Madison. A really close comp is Nick Herbig, a player that just got drafted out of Wisconsin, also from the state of Hawaii, who's a rookie with the Pittsburgh Steelers, really aggressive. He's got that tenacity off the edge. I love what he's going to be able to bring to that Big Ten program.
Tough spot for Michigan State when a coach is fired mid-season for cause. Jonathan Smith, though, coming in, and it's a top 52 class in the nation. What does he have to work with this group?
Well, Blair, why don't you tee off on your guy, Rustin Young? We're just staying out on the West Coast.
Let's do it. What do you like about him?
He's awesome. He's going to be an Under Armour All-American. We'll see him in Orlando, one of the best players out west, regardless of position. I think from an upside standpoint, he's just oozes a ton of potential. I think he's the prototypical guy that you build around along the offensive line. You kind of give him a couple years to really develop physically, a former commit to Oregon State. And Jonathan Smith also landed Aiden Childs. We can't forget about that and how big that was. They flipped Rylan Jesse, a quarterback that had been committed to Utah State. They did that today. And then Rustin Young, like we mentioned, it comes from that same high school that Tua Tagovailoa played at, St. Louis in Honolulu, and just a player that's going to be a tremendous asset for the Spartans.
Yeah, Spartans have to completely rebuild that quarterback room. Mel Tucker's out. It's all the guys have left there. We like Aiden Childs. I like the other quarterback they signed, Alessio Milivojevic. I think I nailed that one. This guy's built to play in the Big Ten. He outside of Chicago. I liked him at the OT7 finals when he was committed to Ball State. I pulled a few of our guys aside. I said, they are getting a steal here. Ball State is. New staff there, they zero in on him. Second in the state in passing yards as a senior, second in touchdown passes. I think he has a chance there in the Big Ten, if Aiden Childs isn't the guy right away.
Iowa is also a school we look at as that kind of developmental upside. You come in and you leave being potentially an NFL prospect, especially at the tight end position. It seems like that. But where do you see the opportunity for development in this Hawkeyes class?
Well, Iowa's class, it's like you want to make all of them 4 stars because you know these guys are all going to make the NFL, right? It's going to be a few years. They develop them. I had an Iowa coach tell me a while ago, we want to recruit individuals that memorize the door code to the weight room. We want those type of guys. One that jumps out to me, Derek Weisskopf was on the freaks list. Linebacker, safety, actually had to take over as a quarterback his senior season, ended up winning a state title there. Gavin Hoffman, the tight end, he's got traits. Joseph Anderson, I don't even know if he was on the screen. He's a big, twitchy edge rusher with like a 47-foot triple jump. I know my guy Hudson Standish is a big fan of him. This class has traits. I just want to know what the plan is at quarterback because I don't really think they have one in this class, but it's just a solid group, and it's a group that's going to yield some NFL draft picks.
Emily, you mentioned the tight end. Gavin Hoffman, freaky stuff in terms of his testing at around 6'4", 6'5". He's doing 4.5 in the shuttle, and he's a basketball player as well. He can high point the football, really athletic route runner. If you're going to bet on someone, you're buying stock in Gavin Hoffman being able to be productive and to develop at Iowa.
The next Big Ten school we want to talk about, this works out perfectly, guys, because we have some news as it pertains to Maryland. We're all kind of waiting for the Mike Locksley magic that he likes to pull off on signing day. And according to our Jeff Ehrman of Inside MD Sports, he has officially put in a crystal ball for Maryland to land Jordan Seaton, the #1 offensive tackle in the class. What would this mean for the Terps 2024 group?
This would be one of their biggest wins in a long time since, Raheem Jarrett, I think. Maryland's already gotten really heavy on the offensive line here. 7 offensive line commits. I don't know how many of them have actually signed. We got to get that updated there. But they need to improve in the trenches. And Jordan Seaton, he could be the only offensive lineman they signed, and I would give that group an A+. He's our #1 ranked offensive tackle. He's a guy that can protect the blind side. Originally from the DMV, would be a monster win. I think Under Armour's got to be fired up. This is going to be a guy, do some NIL with. In terms of advertisements and whatnot, he'd be a monster addition.
The Locksley special, it's become really dramatic for him to pull off these late flips and to do it on the grand stage where all eyeballs are on the college football recruiting world. I really want to spotlight DeJuan Williams. He's a running back from St. Francis Academy, a bruising running back. He was injured actually when I went out to see them against St. John Bosco, so I was bummed out. But just checking out his film, I think he's going to be a player that can go and see the field early and contribute because he's got that potential to not only run between the tackles but also break things outside. He's got a good combination of speed and physicality.
I'm not going to highlight anybody in particular, but in our production meetings, we were talking about, has Mike Locksley lost his touch? He will answer that question with a resounding no if they are able to pull off the flip. Again, Jeff Ehrman with a crystal ball in favor of Maryland to land Jordan Seaton. You can see that crystal ball on 247sports.com along with everything you could possibly need to know about everything happening today. And a reminder, we are having a free day at 247 Sports, meaning that all the premium content, that VIP stuff that's usually behind a paywall, that is completely free for everyone to read. We're going to move on now to the ACC because the portal king, Mike Norvell, has put himself together a pretty nice recruiting class. What stands out to you with this Florida State group?
Well, this is going to sound weird because they just lost KJ Bolden, the safety, but I still really like the defensive backs they have coming in. Jamari Howard, Charles Lester, who teased earlier this morning that he might not sign early. I think it was like 8 minutes later, Florida State announced him as a signee. These are guys that are over 6 foot. They have speed. They have ball skills. Play on go both ways. You look at the cornerback coach there, Pat Surtain. He comes from the NFL. I think it's been impressive what they've done in the secondary and really just capitalizing on this season. I think FSU does an excellent job of evaluating talent over the summer months, and they put themselves in position to, if they rattle off some wins, they can go out and get some guys, and they did that this cycle. Obviously, losing KJ Bolden hurts, but it's still a really solid class. It's headlined by Luke Kromenhoek. They did damage in South Florida. They were active in South Georgia. That's an area Mike Norvell and the Seminoles really want to own. So a lot to like, even with KJ Bolden headed to Georgia.
In this cycle, they were living and dying by the flip. They came up short on the Jeremiah Smith sweepstakes. Obviously, he sticks with Ohio State. Then you lose KJ Bolden at the finish line to Georgia. But looking at their list, Landon Thomas is a tight end that they flipped from Georgia early in the cycle. Manasseh Atete, a big offensive lineman from California, they flipped from USC. They flipped Kai Bates from LSU. They had a delayed flip of Michigan State, Jamari Howard. So they've been kind of towing that line of let's get some guys, let's flip them, but also, trying to figure out how the pieces fit. It just so happened that at the finish line, things didn't work out with some of those others, but I don't think we should overlook what they did early on in the cycle.
You win some, you lose some. That's what this day is all about. And it's not weird that you said you like that kind of secondary group, because I think that's what Seminole fans want to hear is, okay, now that we lost KJ Bolden, what do we have after that? So it's good to know they have some talent. Looking at the quarterback position, Luke Kromenhoek is just a fan favorite here, just because you describe him as this one-of-a-kind quarterback and somebody that Florida State and Mike Norvell was on super early, and he's somebody that's going to come in early and go through some of these Orange Bowl practices, so you'll get him on campus. But what kind of quarterback can he maybe develop into in the future?
Well, I think an interesting nugget here is Zach Blostein of Knowles 247 reported over the weekend. Georgia called Luke Kromenhoek just to kind of gauge the interest with Dylan Raiola off to Nebraska. And he said, no, I'm in Tallahassee getting my physical right now, so I can participate in those Orange Bowl practices. I said it a little bit earlier. I think he's the perfect fit for Mike Norvell's offense. They want to move that quarterback around, throw on the run. He can do that. He's one of the best at hitting his marks when he's on the move. He's got a super strong arm, still kind of figuring it out, learning how to be a quarterback. But at the end of the day, 26-3 as a starter over the past 2 years, can run it. And what stood out to me really about this senior season in the playoffs, started at safety. 2 games in the playoffs and quarterback. I've never seen an Elite 11 quarterback, a blue chipper, actually play both ways. Luke did it. And Florida State, they're fired up about him. It was quite the steal for Norvell to trust the evaluation from the camp, decide to take him, and then have to fend off Penn State, Georgia, and plenty of others.
Think about the mindset that takes as a quarterback who's already got this full scholarship laid out to Florida State. You were at the Elite 11 finals, you put up these stats, and then you decide to go put your helmet on and play on the defensive side of the ball. Like, who doesn't want to play with a player like that? So Mike Norvell getting a competitor, getting a player that's going to suit up and go to essentially war for the Seminoles. And he's not far from being ready. Like, he's a work in progress. He's not polished fully, right? He still has some way to go, but I don't think he's that far off. Whereas a redshirt freshman, maybe if you need him in a pinch, he can help you because he's got that type of ability.
Yeah, the cerebral. I mean, just to be able to wrap your mind around going from reading safeties as a quarterback to then becoming a safety. And yeah, that is a team attitude right there, willing to suit up on both sides of the ball, especially the quarterback position. I want to talk about the wide receivers because Elijah Moore, I'm reading here, similar to Keon Coleman. You look at his height, I think that's why we see it. He's 6'4.5", but what else about him reminds you of a guy that Florida State fans grew to love this year?
Yeah, I mean, he can go get it on the outside, right? So if you watch Florida State this season, it was Keon Coleman, Johnny Wilson, perimeter targets. They have Hakeem Williams waiting in the shadows. He was playing as a freshman, got injured. We keep saying it. It is a loaded year for pass catchers. So I think for a Florida State fan, you look up, all right, Elijah Moore not in the top 247, ranked 50th. I think any other year he's for sure in the top 247. I think he's, again, another perfect fit for what Mike Norvell wants to do. He can make plays on the outside, and then you pair him with a LaWayne McCoy, two-way athlete. I think the top perimeter talent for Miami-Dade County. I mean, Mike Norvell's getting the top perimeter talent for Miami-Dade County, and that receiver room is going to get better.
Absolutely. You took the words out of my mouth. McCoy is the good complementary piece. I know we mentioned it earlier with a couple other schools that you need that big home run threat, but you also need the underneath guy, the route guy, the dude that you can put in the slot that can make plays when they are maybe doubling or they have the safety covering that big name wide receiver on the outside. That's the new age of college football, and Mike Norvell was able to check off both of those boxes at the receiver position in this class.
Let's discuss the number 3 team in the ACC, which is headlined by the featured player in this smokescreen.
Sammy Brown, a freakishly athletic 3-down linebacker that thump you in the run game, has speed and athleticism cover you in the pass game, and burst and acceleration as a blitzer, as an off-the-ball linebacker. Let's get to the smokescreen and get to Sammy Brown a little bit more. First play, you're going to see his sure burst as a pass rusher. Good get off. Now you see his ability to bend and close and eye this quarterback. 2 steps, he's to the quarterback. Now you're going to see with a sack strip. Ball's out. Next play. Lined up over the number 3 receiver. Look how quickly he covers 7 yards. This is a 21.8, 200 speed runner. Now you see him close. Now the thing that you want to see is as he gets to this quarterback, he comes to balance. Only with 1 step. That means he has good change of direction, balance, and body control. Now you're going to see his burst and close for a chase down tackle. Third play, and not this one that you want to see, his ability to thump as a Mike linebacker off the ball. You'll see him come through, sift through traffic, find the runner, and now you're going to see the explosiveness from his hips to knock that guy back. Now, Clemson, I know you had one a couple of years ago in Isaiah Simmons. This might be a clone. A freakishly athletic linebacker that can thump you in the run game, cover you up in the pass game, and get after you as a pass rusher.
Thank you, Smoke Dixon, for that breakdown. So that's Sammy Brown on the field, but a big reason that he is named the number 1 freak on Andrew Ivins' list is because he can do some work in the weight room. What did he tell you? He told you that the freakiest thing he's ever done was what?
405-pound power clean, or actually I guess it's a full clean. I was with Sammy Brown Monday night at FBU freshman All-American game. He's got a brother in 2027. The family and all the coaches will tell you he's going to be better than Sammy Brown, so keep that name filed away for another day. Decorated wrestler. We talked about the weight room. He can do it in track, and he's really the heart and soul of his team. You know, they made a deep run in the playoffs. Sammy Brown ends up twisting his ankle, and the team kind of falls apart, turns the ball over the next 2 possessions, and they end up ending the season. Sammy Brown just had tightrope surgery to replace that, and what I love about him is he's going to try to come back for the All-American Bowl. Clemson, we talked about it earlier, they need guys to play as true freshmen. Sammy Brown should be ready to go. Yes, Jeremiah Trotter comes back, but he's going to be there somewhere, pass rushing situation, special teams and whatnot. Sammy Brown, look for him on the field in 2024.
And he'll have to. They don't go into the portal like maybe some of these other schools. I know Dabo has had a hesitation to build a roster in that way. I know he's faced some criticism. Well, players like Sammy Brown are going to have to pay that back, right? They're going to pay it back his trust to go and see the field and make an impact early. He's got obviously all the athletic freakiness that you want him to be able to play, and now it's just about getting in tune with things, making sure that he's going to be ready mentally to impact and be a contributor.
And speaking of that freakiness, we actually have video of him doing that power clean of 405 pounds. And just to illustrate how impressive that is, we put maybe some side-by-side video with somebody else on his desk. There's Andrew Ivins. Is that 405?
Yeah, about half of it.
So you did this morning just to test it out. How much more impressive is what Sammy Brown as a junior was able to do?
I mean, it's crazy. Like, guys in the NFL aren't moving that type of weight. I think the strength staff at Clemson is going to be fired up because Sammy Brown's not coming in as a freshman. He's basically a senior with that technique. You know, he's the real deal when it comes to it. And that's why he's the Max Preps National Athlete of the Year for 2023.
Yeah, are they going to have to change a lot of the plaques or maybe get some new paint for the wall where they have the personal records? I think he's going to have to rewrite a lot of those books at Clemson.
That's the fun stuff. You certainly hope that he makes an impact on the field as well, and it sounds like that is in his future. Outside of Sammy Brown, there are more guys in this class. It's a pretty small class, though, only 18 pledges for Clemson, but there is some depth there. I go back to a magical week in the month of June when they landed both Sammy Brown and Bryant Wesco, and TJ Moore. That was pretty awesome, but you look at those wide receivers, 2 of the top 3 players in that class. What can they do for Clemson early on in a position of need, Andrew?
Well, Bryant Wesco reminds us kind of the Clemson wide receivers of old, right? Guys that are game breakers, big targets on the outside. When Clemson had it humming, not too long ago. It was those difference makers on the outside. Bryant Wesco, tons of developmental upside, has the athletic traits. It was a big win for them in Texas. And let's not forget, not too long ago, Clemson wouldn't do summer official visits. Like, that was not their thing. They've completely changed the strategy, not in the transfer portal just yet. So I like Bryant Wesco. I like TJ Moore out of Tampa, a guy that a lot of schools went on. I think he is one of the best at tracking the football, just kind of a complete wide receiver. And then for me, kind of my favorite guy, Christian Bentancur, the tight end. I always say you want tight ends that can do a ton of different things. Honorable mention, all-state selection on the basketball court. Final game of his high school season or high school career, he got 21 passes. This guy is in all the Illinois record books. He's ahead of Laquan Treadwell, which I think says a lot for a tight end. We'll see if he's ready to go, but I think he's someone that is going to be a big part of Clemson's offense at some point down the line.
The change in ideology is what stands out to you about this class, because it wasn't long ago that Clemson was not offering a lot of players. They are very selective in who they go after, and they obviously are another school that maybe just doesn't bring in as many official visitors as you would like to earlier on, now that the recruiting cycle has been accelerated. Well, Dabo has adjusted to that. He's now made those audible calls and he's changed things up, and now they need to kind of take that next step and start to integrate different parts of the recruiting process. And apart from adding offers and apart from bringing in early official visits and balancing that roster, I think that magic still can be there for Clemson, because it's not too far removed where they were basically a write-in for the college football playoff. Like, we could write them in with maybe not Sharpie, but probably a pen and say, okay, Clemson's going to be in a great spot. I think the diminished product of the ACC and the national scope maybe has affected things. And Clemson, I think, still has that opportunity to really capitalize on their name brand and also on Dabo Swinney.
Yeah, this is Clemson's lowest ACC ranking at number 3 since 2017. But a lot of that has to do with the team we talked about before this in Florida State and the team we're going to move to now, which is Miami, and those guys both beefing up their recruiting efforts. What stands out to you about this class when it comes to the Hurricanes?
I mean, Mario Cristobal continues to do it in the trenches. Last year, it seemed like the focus was the offensive line. Francis Mawanoa comes in, is a full-time starter. Ruben Bain on the other side of the ball. This year, it's way more focused when it comes to the defensive front. At the top of the list, you see right there, Justin Scott, a rare body type. He could play O-line. He wants to play D-line. I think it makes a ton of sense. 1-gap, 2-gap player. Zaquan Patterson, number 2 right there. I think he is one of the most physical individuals in this class. He's been a 4-year starter at Chaminade Madonna Prep, won 3 state titles. And then Marquise Lightfoot. He reminds me a little bit of Jalen Phillips, who obviously wrapped up his prep career or his college career at Miami. I like this group, some difference makers, and they're going to play early. I mean, Mario Cristobal gets those guys on the field. So Zaquan Patterson is the one I have circled. We'll see about Justin Scott. I think he could be in the rotation, right away, maybe as your, third or fourth defensive tackle.
And Justin Scott, one of the biggest flips for Miami in this cycle. You only wonder what could have been with Jeremiah Smith down the stretch. But there's another player that's still in play for them, Armando Blunt, who's supposed to announce a decision here in a couple hours, probably 6 o'clock Eastern is what the estimated time is. He's currently committed to Florida State, a reclassification, right? Was a 2025 recruit that's now part of the 2024 cycle. And Miami is trending. They have a lot of buzz right now for Blunt.
Miami currently sitting as the number 7 class nationally. You mentioned that early impact. They're the only school with 2 true freshman All-Americans on both sides of the ball, Ruben Bain and Francis Mawanoa, who in this class could maybe follow in their footsteps as true freshmen next season.
I said Justin Scott, right, potentially in the rotation. I know Miami's looking for some veteran defensive line help. They already got C.J. Clark out of NC State committed, so we'll see if he can crack through there. It's a little difficult for those point-of-attack players. Zaquan Patterson, absolutely for sure. This guy on special teams, he has some of the best special teams highlights we've came across in the 2024 cycle, blocking punts, running down the field, and kick coverage. I mean, he's the real deal. And, a while ago, someone in South Florida told me this is the next James Williams They're not the same size, but they have that type of voice on the back end. Cam Kitchens, James Williams both leaving. I think Zaquan Patterson has a chance to get to start as a freshman, at least be in some of those nickel and dime packages. And then what about the two receivers? Chance Robinson, Nikar. You could also put Josiah Trader in that category. We list him as an athlete. He's played a little bit of DB. Shannon Dawson wants to throw the football around. All of those guys were prolific on Friday nights for their respective schools. I think Nikar is my favorite of the bunch. I've compared him a little bit to Jordan Addison. Can win on the inside, can win on the outside. Game-breaking speed. Senior season, his highlight tape is awesome.
Andrew, I know you're a tight end guy. Elijah Lofton is the name I want to bring up, a player that a lot of people have compared to Brevin Jordan, the former Miami Hurricane who is now with the Houston Texans. They call him Baby Brevin out in Vegas. He's a Bishop Gorman star playmaker, the number one player in the state of Nevada. Really versatile. Can play some H-back. They've lined him up as the goal line running back. He can do some things out wide if you need him in the red zone. That inline tight end. He's really improved as a run blocker. How do you see the field as a freshman at tight end? Well, you're kind of selfless, right? You're able to block and be there on run plays as well. I think Elijah Lofton has a lot of potential to impact that Hurricanes offense. As soon as he gets to Coral Gables, Washington wanted him, Texas wanted him, a couple other schools had been poking around there, but he's sticking with Miami. It's a huge win for them.
It's all well and good to talk about these pass catchers that Miami's adding, but I got to be devil's advocate here. Who's throwing them the ball, Andrew?
Yeah, Judd Anderson, liked him on the camp circuit. He had a good senior season after throwing a handful of interceptions there as a junior. And you look at Miami, Tyler Van Dyke is out. Emory Williams is going to come back. He obviously got injured in that Florida State game. We don't know what's going to happen with Ja'Curry Brown. They need to add a portal arm. Will Howard visited, Cam Ward visited, still no smoke from Cam Ward's camp as to what he's going to do. Yeah, but that is kind of the big question mark, I think, moving forward in Coral Gables. I'm not giving up on Ja'Curry Brown. We had him in the top 247. I've compared him in the past to Hendon Hooker. Not sure if he fits what they want to do on offense, but they need to find someone, right? And this offense has a chance to go. I mean, Cam Ward was sacked a ton of times at Washington State. You look at what Miami returns on the offensive line. Why not pick the Hurricanes?
I wonder, does that become the number one bullet point for Mario Cristobal in the 2025 class? Like, I need that elite quarterback that when it comes down to trying to flip Jeremiah Smith on National Signing Day, I can push and say, hey, look, this is the guy that's going to be throwing you the football. He just hasn't had that since he arrived from Oregon. And I'm wondering, when can he get that? When can he get that 5-star maybe to stay home, or can he get a big flip at the quarterback position? That's been the one thing that Miami hasn't been able to do.
Well, certainly helps. The top 5 class in the ACC is North Carolina, and I am not the one that's grinding tape, so the first thing that stands out to me is just the amount of players that Mack Brown is bringing in, 27 total pledges in this class. But for the guy who is, well, both wearing powder blue and has grinded the tape, what do you like about the Tar Heels class?
Touched on it this morning. I think they made some excellent evaluations. Guys that we've shot up into our top 247 as the cycle has progressed. Andrew Rasinski, offensive line tackle out of the Peach, or offensive lineman out of the Peach State. He's a former lacrosse player, developmental guy. These are the people that if they enter the transfer portal after being on a college roster for 2 years, he's going to have offers from everyone in the country. So I think Andrew Rasinski stands out. Malcolm Ziegler, Jaden Patterson, excellent combination there of safeties. Jaden Patterson has one of the best 400-meter dash times in the entire class. Has only been playing safety for a year now, and you turn on the tape, and he flies to the football. You love to see that. Jordan Shipp, high floor prospect. Javarius Green, he can go get the football. I like the combination of those pass catchers. Quarterback they got committed, Michael Murdinger, self-taught, born in Israel, 1-year starter at Fort Lauderdale Cardinal Gibbons, right down the road from the studio. He had an impressive senior campaign, so there's a lot of different pieces I like there with North Carolina.
27 commits. That means that Mac Brown had to fire up the golf simulator quite a bit on those on those visits. They're seeking their 4th top 25 class in the last 5 years. So I think clearly Mac Brown has them recruiting at a level that you would expect, right? Tar Heels are a brand. They're a national program that I think a lot of people are attracted to. It's the baby blue. It's the environment there on campus, and I think Mac Brown has been able to, despite some of the shortcomings on the field and maybe the crumbling that they've had to overcome over the last couple of years, recruiting hasn't been affected, and the evaluations are good.
Yeah, solidly one of the top classes in the ACC for that. Very consistent when it comes to North Carolina. They're not going to be at the very top, but you're going to see them right in that top 5 range in the ACC. Well, a guy that I have flipped positions with, Bud Elliott, who's usually in Florida, is in Nashville, and I'm usually in Nashville. So let's send it over to Bud for more.
Thanks, Emily. Yeah, I'm here with Cooper Patagna. We're going to keep talking about the ACC and some of the top classes in that league. Let's start with Virginia Tech, a team, new coach Brent Pry, his 2nd season there, had to have a nice year, did. They made a bowl game. We are seeing the recruiting ranking jump up some. Coop, who are some of the top guys in that Hokies class who you're excited about?
Well, they got one player in the top 247. I like Gabe Williams, linebacker out of Maryland. Big kid, 6'4" plus, over 200 pounds. He's a little bit thin, but he can play sideline to sideline. 4'5" guy, a guy that's explosive as well, 10 foot in the broad jump. You turn on the senior tape, there's a lot to like about him. Really good player, good fit out of Maryland. That's where Virginia Tech really needs to attack. Outside of that, how about Keelan Adams, a guy right there in the state of Virginia, back-to-back, 1,000 yards receiving as a receiver, dynamic playmaker out of the state of Virginia. So I like what Brent Pry is doing. Another name, Jared Johnson as well, one of the top edges in the country too. So when you think about him, I like what Virginia Tech's doing. I think back-to-back top 40 classes, right? Big opportunity against Tulane in the Military Bowl. So they win that, a little bit of program momentum there.
And you think about 20 years ago when Virginia Tech was really, really hot. They were ripping off the edge. They had linebackers who would clean it up. And that has to be the identity, I think, under Brent Pry, right? A guy who was awesome as a defensive coordinator for a long time for Penn State. Things might be coming together now for the Hokies. So a team that actually it all came together in year 1, Louisville. Jeff Brom gets in there, sees that he has a favorable schedule. They attack the transfer portal really hard. This year, a little bit more focus on the high school ranks. Who are some of your favorite players in Louisville's class?
I look at JoJo Stone, the former LSU commit, ends up in Louisville's class. Dynamic guy out of the state of Georgia, can do a little bit of everything, can play him at receiver, running back, will add some in the return game as well. And then the tight end, Dylan Mesman, the teammate of C.J. Carr, the quarterback who signed with Notre Dame. Big, tall drink of water, a guy that I think is going to fit in there nicely, could actually play early. Deuce Adams, the quarterback as well. But you think about Louisville, right? They're one of 3 teams in the country that took over 20 players last year in the transfer portal to win 10 games, right? So I look at Jeff Brom and I think of a guy who likes a little bit of a microwave program. I think they're going to lean more into the portal more and more. You saw the success that they had with Jack Plummer. Now they bring in Tyler Shuck as a grad transfer from Texas Tech. So although they are supplementing with high school, I think this program is really going to focus and build through the portal going forward.
We talk about recognizing your window. We see Ole Miss, we see Missouri, teams that look at their difficult SEC schedule and they say, actually this year, by normal standards, this is not that hard, right? We can go all in the portal. We can be really aggressive and make some moves. Louisville had that window last year, but it doesn't look like, to your point, that they're really backing off. Like Louisville's making a statement that they want to compete for the ACC each and every year. I love some of the additions they've made in the transfer portal. They're reloading with speed. They're getting help on the lines. I don't think Tyler Shuck's going to be a downgrade over what they had from Plummer, to be honest. And I always have confidence in Jeff Brom to scheme up points. It'll be interesting to see how they play in their upcoming bowl game against USC. I'm very impressed with how that program is being run right now.
I like Tyler Shuck too, man. We had him at Oregon when I was there in 2020 with Mario Cristobal, and this was a guy, dealt with some injuries. Anthony Brown came in, ends up getting unseated, goes to Texas Tech. Same type of deal. Season ends earlier. You turn on the tape, there's a lot to like about him. There are a lot of interesting quarterback arms in terms of intrigue. But Louisville was aggressive in their pursuit of Tyler Shuck. He's kind of a plug-and-play guy, obviously a guy that has a lot of experience. But, out goes Jack Plummer, in comes Tyler Shuck, and it's another kind of turnkey year for Louisville.
You think about it, Coop. What could you have seen Shuck becoming had he not got injured? And I ask this because we look at a guy like Rice's quarterback, JT Daniels, who was one time USC, then Georgia, then West Virginia, and he really never could stay healthy. But this final year at Rice, before he got the concussion, he was actually ripping it. The guy was playing great ball. I know it was in a lower division. What could you have seen Shuck turn into had he hit and had he stayed healthy there at Oregon?
I think the injuries, the lack of continuity at the coordinator position, had Joe Moorhead there as last year. I think it was a guy that they felt pretty confident at Oregon that they had a playoff team type of there. That COVID year is a wonky year. So, a guy who's kind of been through some adversity. But, I think for him, the ceiling is a developmental upside multi-year starter at a Power 5 program. That's exactly what he's turned out to be. I wouldn't be surprised if he's got an opportunity to play on Sundays at the end of the day. So I think Jeff Brom, a guy who's known for his influence over the quarterback position, this is a really good fit for him, which should be the last stop on his collegiate career.
Seems like a great fit, and it seems like Louisville has figured out the winning formula. I slipped up there because I was going to talk about Pitt next, which we'll do right now. Pitt obviously has won the ACC in Pat Narduzzi's time. Unfortunately this year, a major step back offensively, just couldn't get it going. But defensively, they continue to recruit really well. Who are some of your favorite guys there on Pitt's side?
Yeah, I think Sincere Edwards out of the state of Florida, a guy that Andrew Ivins, director of scouting, knows well. Another one, Francis Brewu from the state of Ohio, that I think Ohio State had their eyes on as a potential flip coming into today. So Charlie Partridge, defensive line coach there, one of the best in the business. I think those who know Charlie Partridge even know that he's squared away at Pitt and tucked away up there. But on the offensive side of the ball, I really like this Caleb Holmes kid, guy that we have in the top 247, number 199 player. And a guy that's really impressive, 6'3 and a quarter, 289 pounds, 35.5-inch arms, man. So this dude's got some length, he's got some twitch. I think he could play tackle if need be, going to find a nice home on the interior side at guard. So Pittsburgh's got some guys. They're a really good talent identification evaluation program, developmental program as well. So it's easy to overlook them sometimes, but once you start to dig in, you'll like what you see.
Pitt's also a bit this year of a cautionary tale of if you go get your quarterback out of the portal and he doesn't work, what happens? Because it might be a commentary on what you think of the readiness of your quarterback room behind him. Pitt went out and got Phil Dracovic. That didn't work. And then what they had behind him really wasn't that great this year. So we'll see what they do from that standpoint as well. But obviously, Pat Narduzzi, a guy with a winning track record, I expect him to get it back together. Stanford, pretty nice little first year there. I know they lost to an FCS team, major comeback over Colorado. I think you're starting to see some of the signs of growth and really Stanford putting in their game plan. Like, what the offense is going to look like. You can see what their plan and vision for the program is.
They've been a lot more proactive. Usually under David Shaw, it's been around December you start to hear Stanford kind of make the noise, and that's because of their admission standards, right? They get these guys on campus really kind of late in the process. Troy Taylor's kind of flipped that on its head, that process a little bit. Try to be more aggressive in terms of getting guys on campus earlier. The talent identification part is really important there early on in the process. And here's the deal. Here's the dirty little secret on the West Coast, right? You get these guys to Stanford early and you get them committed, you're going to have a hard time losing them, right? That place in terms of the power of the degree and what that program can do for you. And in the era of the transfer portal, guess what? If the degree is keeping them there for 3-4 years, then that's actually a plus if they end up going and transferring as a graduate transfer. But Elijah Brown's the name that I come to, a guy in the top 247 out of modern day, 41-2 as a starter. Guy won a state championship this year, 12-1. Only lost to St. John Bosco. We know how those rivalry games go, but he's been unbelievable. The physical traits at times leave a little bit to be desired. That's kind of why we have him tucked away in the 200s. But outside of that, man, like from a cerebral standpoint, I would not be shocked if this guy plays early.
Looking forward to see it. And now we're going to throw it to our friend Josh Pate, who has an interview coming up with Dan Lanning.
Yeah, but kind of an important guy to talk to on a day like this. Oregon head coach Dan Lanning, all the way out there on the West Coast, probably breathing heavily even as he joins. You guys have been busy today, man. What time did the day start?
Well, 4 a.m. out here is, 7 a.m. East Coast time, but we've been rolling through the night. It's been a good day for sure for the Ducks.
So a lot of folks watch on signing day, and they haven't been tuned in to recruiting, from sun up to sundown like you guys have. So they just kind of come in and they see, oh, this guy flipped late. Oh, Oregon made a late charge for this guy. But if you're in the weeds of it and you're working the phones constantly, explain to folks in layman's terms as much as you can how relentless that process has to be of leaving no stone unturned.
Yeah, really, the entire process is about consistency, right? And things change throughout, the recruiting cycle. But if you can stay consistent, you always have a chance for great players down the stretch. And it's about relationships. It's a lot about a lot of pieces, what people see exist here at Oregon. And, I always say the proof's in the pudding. I think more and more players are wanting to be a part of what we're doing here because we have a phenomenal staff and a great setup here.
I know you got to be careful. I mean, I'm sitting here looking to a screen just off to my left. I see Ryan Pelham flip his commitment to Oregon. Don't even know if the paper's in. Don't know if you can talk about him. But in general, some of these guys that you made late moves for, how fluid is the last 72, 48, and 24 hours leading up to signing day for you guys?
Yeah, you're always knowing there can be some moving parts. But again, like I said before, as long as you're consistent, you normally walk into the end game knowing that you're sitting in a good spot with some great players that can make a change and make a difference for your program. And that's the way we felt down here at the stretch. We felt like that we were in play for some really good players that had decisions to make, and we were able to, finish it off.
What were the focal points on this class? What were specific areas of concern that you wanted to address?
Yeah, several. We wanted to find dynamic playmakers on the offensive side of the ball that can create explosive plays. But I think really it always starts for us, up front on both sides of the ball, getting some guys on the offensive line and the defensive line that can make an impact. That's where games are won in the trenches. We wanted to add some speed, in the secondary and some length. I think we were able to find that. We were able to find some, linebackers that are instinctive. So several positions, whether it's tight end, D-line, really across the board, we were able to kind of add guys that we felt like could be big-time impact players for us.
Let me ask you this. So today's National Signing Day. We're talking about high school football, but high school kids are paying attention to at least moves that you make in the portal as well. How much talk do you get? How much traction does that get in the living rooms or on the phone late with guys at the high school level knowing, hey, if I come there, I'm being paired up with big names that I'm seeing come there from the portal as well?
Yeah, I think more than anything, guys recognize success. They've seen the guys that we've been able to sign, whether that's enhancing our program through the portal or bring guys. We had several high school players that were freshmen this year for us that made a big impact, in their freshman season. And I think guys want to play with great players. We've been able to bring great players here, develop great players here. So that's something they want to be a part of.
You guys are about to move to the Big Ten. So, nationally, a lot of people talk about the style of play, which has probably become a little bit of an overused term because, program to program, it differs. But when you look at the move, does it impact the style of team you want to put together? Do you look at the fact that we may go play here or there and stylistically we got to change? Or do you just have your approach and you think if you do it right, it works no matter which conference you're in?
Yeah, we believe in winning football, right? And winning football to me, it doesn't exist based on a conference. It's based on, the attributes of your team. So we want to make sure we get the right pieces in place for our team. I feel like if anything, there's going to be some teams that have to adjust to what we do. And we're going to make sure that we always try to do the best job of getting great talent in here and then more importantly, developing that talent.
You guys are sitting here right now, according to a lot of folks who do this for a living, as maybe having the best defensive line haul in the entire country when all is said and done. I don't know that I've ever sat at a desk and said that about a West Coast team, much less the Oregon Ducks. What does that mean? When you came from Georgia, you've been in the South. They say that about Southern teams. They're saying that about Oregon now. How much does that mean to you?
Well, I think it translates again to winning football. And we know that we have to win games up front. And the best way to have great coverage is have a great defensive line. The best way to stop the run is have a great defensive line. And we realize that. And I think players are realizing they don't necessarily have to go to the South to go, have that opportunity. Or on the same note, they feel comfortable coming from the South or the East Coast to come out here and play for a team like Oregon where they can get developed and perform at a high level.
Do you notice a difference in that? Like I've had kids tell me over the past probably half decade, technology has kind of shrunk the United States a little bit, and that it's not any big thing to go from the state of Georgia to the state of Oregon like it used to be maybe just 15, 20 years ago. Is that the kind of vibe that you get from kids when you start to recruit them from different areas?
Yeah, Oregon's been a place that's recruited nationally for a long time. And I definitely think, distance used to be a limitation. But when people recognize opportunity, it's not necessarily about what's most convenient. It's about what's best. And I think a lot of players see that this is the best opportunity for them to grow and develop and be a part of a team that they want to be a part of.
when you guys wrapped up the season, you had a great regular season, you have one hiccup. You get another shot against Washington in the Pac-12 championship game, and that is I'm sitting there on the field watching it, and I'm in your press conference afterwards, and it's a gut punch, and if you're a fan, you kind of just get to, mope around for the next week. If you're you, or if you're your staff, you got to fly home that night, and you got to put pedal all the way down to the floorboard to ultimately, hopefully, do what you guys are putting the finishing touches on today. But talk to folks who don't do this for a living like you do on how quickly you have to be able to mentally turn the page, one of the biggest, upset moments you're going to have all year, and immediately you got to get right back into it.
Well, the one way to improve it is to improve your roster. And that's certainly our focus, is to continue to get great players here. But there's no time to sit back and cried over spilt milk. We have to get back to work, and I've got a great staff that's done a phenomenal job of bringing pieces to the puzzle. And we know that we can outwork people, right? That's a big piece of this, is you got to be willing to go back to work even when you don't feel like it. And we got a group of people here in this organization that are willing to do anything and everything to make sure we get the right pieces, in our program. And that's a big piece of that.
Right now, a lot of the focal point on shows like mine, when we look at different programs, some programs have been, and then they waffle a little bit. Others are on the rise, and others have been dominant for a long time. And the common thread for the ones that are on top is they've been able to evolve and adjust with the changing landscape in college football, which has probably changed over the last 5 years more so than any 5-year period in the history of the sport. How frequently, even as still a pretty new head coach in your own right, do you have to sit down and do a healthy inventory of, here's how I've done it, here's what I believe, here's where we may need to start evolving, here's where, we may need to touch up a little bit? Like, what's that process? When do you have time to do that?
Well, it's every day. It's every day. And, part of the reason I came to Oregon, when I think of Oregon, I think innovation. I think of being on the cutting edge. And, this is a place that's done a great job of adapting to the changing culture of college football. And that's a stat. We have a staff that's hungry for growth too. But if you're not adapting, if you're not learning, I've learned this from the best coaches I've been around, then you're going to fail. And we want to be on an upward trajectory, which we are right now. So that's a big piece of us, is, taking what we learned, processing it forward, adjusting how we do every little thing in our program to make us better. And it's been a big, piece for us to have success.
That's Dan Lanning, head coach of the Oregon Ducks, squarely now inside the top 6 nationally. Brother, congratulations. Continued success out there.
Appreciate it, Josh. Thank you. Have a good one.
And now we toss it back all the way down to the state of Florida and Emily Proud.
Thankfully for technology, it's not too far. We can talk about some of the latest headlines, though, happening on National Signing Day. Georgia officially taking the top spot in this cycle. Jeremiah Smith looking like maybe he might have flipped, but nope, he puts on the Ohio State hat and he is sticking with the Buckeyes. But the big news here, crystal ball for 5-star offensive tackle Jordan Seaton to potentially land at Maryland. We're going to break down the Big 12 in just a bit, but I want to start there and just the domino effect that could potentially happen if you take Jordan Seaton out of this Colorado class. How do you reevaluate things, Andrew?
You just did the class calculator. He said it would be, 95th in the country?
That's a big drop.
Yeah, I mean, Colorado's getting it done in the transfer portal, but high school recruiting still need to kind of check those boxes off. Would be a blow for Coach Prime and Shedeur Sanders.
It would be a blow, especially because it's the offensive line and it's the position that Coach Prime has talked at length about needing to replenish. And Jordan Seaton was essentially already on board, and so to lose him in a very Coach Prime fashion, like we mentioned earlier, will Deion Sanders get Deion Sanders here by Loxley? I think obviously it's a huge bit of news.
Something's telling me that Deion Sanders is working the phone right now, and he is not going to go down without a fight. But again, that is something that we are continuing to track. When it comes to Florida, though, that was that 4th headline there. We talk about Colorado potentially dropping by losing that one player. That's because they have a pretty small class, so that would make a big dent. But we've just watched the Gators go further and further down as a slew of decommitments happening on National Signing Day. But Andrew, they might not be done yet.
Yeah, DJ Lagway, still waiting on that. And then Isaiah Williams, his NIL, or is it
NLI?
NLI.
LOI, as we can say.
LOI. All right, we're going with LOI for the final hour here. That's not in either. He's a wide receiver that Florida made an excellent evaluation on. We keep saying that. Missed part of his junior season with a shoulder injury. They take him. responds with a big senior year. I mean, we're talking a sub-11 guy on the outside that can win and go get the football. I'll say this, though, about Florida's class. They have added 2 commits today, so I don't want to keep pouring it on UF. Jaden Baugh, two-way athlete out of the state of Georgia, former Arkansas commit, running back, reminds me of Rocket Sanders. And then Greg Smith, a safety, had a track and field offer to West Point. He could have done that. He fits Billy Napier with the traits and the speed, but this is not the day Florida fans wanted, not the day that Billy Napier wanted.
A disappointing day for the Gators. And if I'm DJ Lagway, I know this is signing day, but it's called the early signing period. So he doesn't have to make a quick or rash decision. He can still mull things over and consider what has happened today to maybe continue to hear out the parties, right? The USCs that are making a push, A&M, Houston, Clemson, schools that had been mentioned as potential suitors for him as well. And it's one of those things where there is no deadline. I mean, there is a deadline later this week, but he doesn't have to do it today.
Can we talk about USC and DJ Lagway a little bit? I think that one is a bit intriguing. And Houston, Texas A&M, they weren't really ever involved with DJ Lagway early in that recruitment, but USC was. DJ Lagway went out there. He met with Lincoln Riley, who has a strong track record with quarterbacks. So I think you got to keep an eye on the Trojans. That's the one where if I'm a Florida fan, I'm a little bit concerned. I don't know about Willie Fritz at Houston, Mike Elko at Texas A&M, but Lincoln Riley, I would be concerned.
And Lincoln Riley offers quarterbacks one at a time. That's been his style. He doesn't send out 5 at a time. He targets one guy. And one of those guys he was targeting at one time was DJ Lagway. Missed on him the first time. Shifted over to Dylan Raiola. Missed on him. And now could backdoor his way into a DJ Lagway at the finish line, which would be huge considering that they lost Malachi Nelson to the transfer portal earlier this week. Caleb Williams is gone. They're getting Will Howard in the transfer portal. You're going to need a big-time quarterback to be waiting in the wings for when you're ready to make that change.
And then if Florida loses DJ Lagway, I mean, Graham Mertz, yes, he's going to come back for 2024, but Max Brown, who got in the game against Florida State, started. He has already transferred to Charlotte. You know, where do they go? Yeah. Not a lot of high school quarterbacks out there, not a lot of transfer quarterbacks, assuming you want him for spring practices. I mean, this could set them back significantly.
The latest reporting that we're hearing is that Lagway does plan to announce this afternoon. Apparently he did send in his LOI, but it's tough when you look at what's happening with Florida right now in the class. It's only natural that DJ Lagway is maybe looking around and seeing what his options are. But it is time now to talk about the Big 12. And so we welcome in Mike Roach, national recruiting analyst, to break down everything that's happening in a new look Big 12. And speaking of, let's start with Colorado, because they apparently are now in that conference, Mike. And we're talking about Jordan Seaton and what could potentially happen with him. So how differently do you evaluate Coach Prime's class depending on what happens with the number 1 offensive tackle?
I was all ready to come in here and talk about Jordan Seaton. We're doing the right things. We're getting some offensive line help. And well, I guess we'll see how that one goes. I mean, losing him would be a massive blow, especially when you consider that when Jordan Seaton committed, he basically went on a nationwide media tour pumping up Colorado for the last couple of weeks. So it would be a huge blow both on and off the field for him. We'll see if Mike Loxley can close on that one, but they've got to find more guys like him. And I don't know that you're going to find those guys in the transfer portal. You have to develop your own offensive lineman at a point. And you have to really invest in it. And I think that Seaton was a great start if they can hold on to him, obviously, but they've got to add more guys like that.
Draylon Miller was a bright spot after a slew of decommitments. How could he potentially be a weapon in this offense?
Draylon Miller is, when you look at a versatile, multi-tool offensive guy, that's Draylon Miller. He can line up in the slot. He can line up out wide. He can line up at running back. You can do a lot of things with him. This guy is a tremendous athlete, plays basketball at a high level as well, was one of the best pure football players in the state of Texas during his career, put up insane numbers in his junior year, was previously committed to Texas A&M. He's a guy that I think will see the field immediately. He's just, for lack of a better phrase, he's just a football player. And I think that he's a guy that understands how to get himself open, how to find the end zone, and how to score. He did that at a very high level out there at Silsbee. And so I think he's a guy that sees the field very early on in Colorado.
Speaking of guys who are just a football player, one of the top athletes in the country, and Cameron Michael, is officially signed with Colorado. I not going to compare him to Travis Hunter, but how can they potentially use him like they've used Travis Hunter?
He's a speed merchant. He clocked one of the fastest times at the National Underclassmen Combine, three-time state qualifier in Georgia in the 100, and to run that fast at the National Underclassmen Combine on what is notoriously a slow track, I think speaks volumes about the level of speed he has on the field. We talk all the time about it being a height, weight, and speed game. He is a guy that can go both ways. I think that you like him on either side of the ball. I like him with the ball in his hands, but Deion Sanders has shown that he will play guys both ways with Travis Hunter. Maybe it's another fit here for them to go with a two-way player.
Moving on to the number 1 team in the Big 12 right now, that is Texas Tech. Certainly helps that they signed the highest-ranked prospect in history with wide receiver Micah Hudson. That's all well and good. We'll celebrate it on a day like today, but ultimately those Red Raiders fans want to know, what kind of difference can he make for them as a freshman this upcoming season?
He's as good as any receiver I've covered in the state of Texas. That includes Jalen Waddle. It includes Garrett Wilson, Jackson Smith, and Jigba, guys I saw through high school. He reminds me actually a lot of Garrett Wilson when it just comes to body control, bounce, jumping ability, the way he attacks the ball in the air. He is the complete package. I mean, I think that people might question his speed. He doesn't have that many times speeds, but I've seen him play a lot over the last couple of years. Speed has never seemed to be a problem for him. And I think for Zach Kittley and that offense at Texas Tech, they want to throw the ball vertically. They want a guy that can create his own separation and go get the ball. And I think that is exactly what Micah Hudson gives you. I would be shocked if he is not a significant contributor next year.
So Micah Hudson is, of course, the headliner in this class, but what else has Joey McGuire brought in here with this 2024 group?
I think they've done a lot of good up front. Starts with Ellis Davis, their top 24/7 offensive tackle, chose Tech over Stanford, Oklahoma, and Auburn. This is a big frame kid. He's about 6'7", 285, 290 pounds, but he moves like a much smaller prospect, can really get out to the second level and engage guys. Extremely athletic. Looks like your prototypical tackle. And then when you look at Cheta Ofili, their top 24/7 edge, he's got an incredible frame testing number. He's still really raw from a football perspective, but if they can develop that guy, he has NFL traits through the roof. And then let's talk about Will Hammond, who's their quarterback, an Elite 11 guy who threw for 3,900 yards and 35 touchdowns as a senior. Also ran for 1,000 yards and 19 touchdowns, so he's got some dual threat ability. The kind of guy that Zach Kittley and Joey McGuire targeted right out of the gate and went and got him. He put up big numbers this year. I think impressed our guys at the Elite 11 finals and rose up the rankings. The last guy in that group is Peyton Morgan, a guy that I really loved throughout the process, who we saw move into the top 247 during the season. Led the state of Texas in interceptions, big frame, strong track numbers, really instinctive, really figured out how to go get the ball playing in center field, but can also go up and hit you.
Sticking with the defensive side of the ball, Cheta Ofili, top 247 player at the edge position, top 20 player at that position. You can never have too many of those players. What can he bring to the Red Raiders?
Well, they've really prided themselves on pass rush. 2 years ago, they led the Big 12 in sacks, and I think that they want to keep that going, and that's what Ofili gives you. He's a guy that runs the 200 in high school at his size, at 6'3.5", 215 pounds. And he runs the arc on the edge like he's running the curve on the 200. I mean, it really is something to behold. I think he's got to get better at the little things, like playing with his pad level, playing with more consistent hands and a more consistent motor. But this is a guy that can get after the quarterback. And when you're looking to find these big framed, twitchy athletes, there's few better in the state of Texas than Cheta Ofili.
Mike, before we get into specifics with Utah's class, I think it's glaring to see the difference between last year as a top 20 group and then this year. Just it's 61, it looks like. Clearly, they're capitalizing on the success, winning back-to-back Pac-12 championships. But how do you evaluate this group taking kind of that steep drop from what they were able to bring in last cycle?
I think a big part of it is the numbers aren't quite there what they were able to take in the last couple of years. You look at their class and they've still got some really interesting prospects. They've done a really good job in the transfer portal as well. But I think a big part of it is just not being able to take as big a numbers as they have in past years.
At the quarterback position, there's got to be waning eligibility when it comes to Cam Rising. I mean, this Guy's been playing college football for a very long time, so you look to the future, and I look at somebody you're seeing on this list right now, Isaac Wilson. What can he do when he steps on campus?
He's the younger brother of New York Jets quarterback Zach Wilson. Had a really productive career at Corner Canyon, which is the powerhouse school there in the Utah area. Was an Elite 11 finalist, threw for nearly 5,000 yards, almost 50 touchdowns, 66% completion, ran for 1,300 yards. So, again, he's got that dual threat ability. He's a little bit of a gambler. I think he'll put the ball in jeopardy at times, and I don't know if he quite has the pop in his arm to make a lot of the throws he does try to fit into windows. But this is a guy who's going to take shots. He'll take them vertically. He's confident in what he can do. I've seen him in the 7-on-7 setting, and he loves to throw it down the field. So when you're looking, it worked out for Zach Wilson at BYU. I'm guessing the Utes are hoping it works out as well for Isaac Wilson there.
Also some protection for whoever is playing quarterback, Isaiah Garcia. What do you like about what he can bring in at the offensive tackle position?
Well, when you look at his offer list and who he chose Utah over, you're looking at Oregon, Stanford, USC, Alabama. These are schools with a track record at the offensive line position. And so, it being in contention with those schools mean you're probably getting a good quality prospect. He's a long tackle. He's got room to add weight. He's going to need to bulk up a little bit, but he's got a real mean streak in pass protection. He shows really good feet, and I think is a guy that in a year or two could really figure into that Utah offensive line rotation.
So there's good news and there's bad news for Arizona's class. We're going to start with the bad news, just get it out of the way. Lost Elijah Rushing, who would have been one of the top prospects in Arizona history, but how do they make up for the loss of that position in this group?
Well, I think what you have to do is you have to look towards the transfer portal to hopefully find somebody there. And then you've got to look to what you've got at the high school level. There's nobody they've got in their class that's going to match what Elijah Rushing could do. Very few prospects in the country, period, will match what Elijah Rushing could do. But I think Jeff Fish has done a really good job of assembling talent there and patching that roster together and really raising the level of it.
At the quarterback position, we're already trying to make the comparisons with DeMond Williams and what we saw Noah Fafita do in his true freshman season this past year. But what are you expecting from Williams at the quarterback position?
And this is, you guys talked about it earlier, he's the perfect video game player. I mean, just a guy that you want to run, spread option stuff with and be able to make all sorts of fun highlight plays. Not only can he run, I love his arm. I saw him in Battle 7-on-7 in Las Vegas last year. Compact frame, but he can really whip it. He attacks defenses vertically with that arm strength. We've talked about the speed. He's 11.01 in the 100, 22.3 in the 200. Was productive there at Basha High School in Arizona, threw for 3,250 yards, 34 touchdowns, and then ran for 1,100 yards as well. So this is a guy that, you got to account for him at all times. Even if you think you've got him in the backfield, you don't have him. And we've seen that so often, right, with guys like with Caleb Williams at the college level, where you think you have him, he scrambles around, he makes a play. Being able to do those things off schedule is I think, what makes quarterbacks special at this level. And I think DeMond Williams is that type of player.
Their only commit in the top 247 is at the running back position in Jordan Washington. What can we see from him early on?
Didn't have a ton of output this year, only 80 carries, but ran for 807 yards. So 10 yards a carry, doing the math, that seems pretty good to me. Another speed guy, 10.31 in the 100, 20.93 in the 200. I mean, those are elite speed times. State medalist in the 100. Chose Arizona over Oregon, Washington State, Fresno State. I think if Oregon's looking at you, it's pretty clear you can move. And this is a guy that, for me, when you look at what they do offensively, he kind of fits everything, right? Like he's a guy that can take it to the house from anywhere on the field. He can be a threat in the receiving game. And I love pairing him with a guy like DeMond Williams. I mean, that's incredible speed in that backfield.
Our director of scouting here at the desk, Andrew Ivins, he just perked up. I'm not talking to you, Andrew. I just want to give you a shout out here. When we're talking about Kansas's class, you seem to really love the edge rushing duo. So I'll ask you, Mike, what do you like about those guys?
Yeah, I think Kansas got away with theft here. I mean, getting Deshaun Warner out of Arizona and signing him, and then Dekias Brinkley was the younger son of former NFL linebacker Jasper Brinkley out of the state of Texas. Both of those guys are high-level pass rushers. And when you talk about Kansas, a team that has done a remarkable job rebuilding under Lance Leipold, what they've done getting two impact players at a money position like that, that could change the way your defense plays. It could change the way you recruit going forward. I think it should be one of the bigger storylines of signing days that Kansas was able to get away with two guys like that.
Get away with theft, things that we love to see. Mike, thank you so much for being on the show. We appreciate it. You can check out more of his work online at 247sports.com. Andrew, it is time now that we are going to ask for your services again, because you're not just the director of scouting, you're also the creator of the Andrew Ivins Freaks List, and there are a lot of freaks to talk about in this class. So who do you want to point out first?
Well, there's 50 of them. I was only told I can pick 3, right? That was the number.
That's hard to do.
Carson Gordon, UCLA, my good friend right here.
Hello,
Blair Angula, UCLA Bruin grad. This kid's electric. He kind of reminds me of Thomas Castellanos, who's the quarterback at Boston College. We'll see where UCLA plans to use him. It sounds like it could be quarterback. I think he could be a wide receiver, possibly even a running back. National champion in the triple jump. Lone Star State's Gatorade Track and Field Player of the Year in 2022-2023. That triple jump, 51 feet, 5 inches, better than Marquise Goodwin, who participated in the Olympics. Obviously, he's now in the NFL. This guy is one of a kind. He was committed to UNLV, ended up flipping to UCLA, signing with the Bruins. You think about Chip Kelly, what he was able to do in the NFL. I think they're going to get creative with him. I'm buying stock in Carson Gordon.
He's been able to do this before at his previous stops and using a situational quarterback that can go in there and make some plays. He did that this past season with Colin Schlee, the transfer. And I think Carson Gordon gives him an option because they lost Dante Moore. They've had some injuries at the quarterback position. They landed Matt Hasselbeck's son. They beat Boston College for his commitment as well. So Carson Gordon becomes a wild card for the Bruins ahead of that move to the Big Ten.
I just personally love to see quarterbacks on this list. There aren't that many, just 4. He is one of them. So clearly highlights the talent that he has, just the athleticism. You're the tight end guy. So we got to talk about tight ends. I want to make sure I get the name right. Jamie Tremble. You probably know his brother, Tommy Tremble, who's tearing it up in the NFL right now for the Panthers. But what makes Jamie Tremble so freaky?
He has the best broad jump that we came across in the 2024 cycle. Over 130 inches. That would have ranked top 15 all time at the NFL scouting combine. We had to watch the video. I had to send it to everyone. I'm like, do you think this measurement is correct? It is. That came from the UC report. Syracuse is getting a steal here. We're trying to figure out how he is headed to Syracuse. A few SEC schools kind of kicked the tires on Jamie Tremble. Miami was involved. I mean, Fran Brown's taken over there. And what stands out about the senior tape is he's going both ways. We list him as a tight end, more of a receiver, also playing some linebacker. We absolutely love him. He's sitting inside our top 247. A bit of an outlier, that's fine. Think about what Syracuse did with Arondé Gadsden the second. When he was healthy, they threw it to him on the outside. Fran Brown, haven't talked much about him. You know, comes from Georgia, where he was the recruiter of the year. Didn't have to do much to get Jamie Tremble, but man, I think he could be a star player for the Orange.
We saw you do the power clean. Is that what we were calling it? You mentioned 113 broad jump?
130.
130. So what's a good broad jump for context?
That's a great question.
Any guy that's north of 200 pounds, 115. And then 130, I mean, Cormani McLean last cycle, I think he was a 129-inch. Scouting combine, I think the record is about 140.
So Jamie Tremble is going over a foot more than a good broad jump, and that's one of my favorite things to watch at the combine because it tracks explosiveness, right?
Yep.
And you're just standing there and you have to burst and just jump as far as you can, and that just means leg power. It means power, you know, a lot of explosiveness, and to do that at 6'4", 210, freaky.
Yeah, that's why it's called the Freaks List. So you mentioned that you could see him play maybe something outside of tight end. Where would you like to see him play on the field?
I think a slot receiver, but I mean, I like guys on defense as well. You think he could cover and run with some people in the new look ACC, a ton of different offenses. I think there's some position versatility. I would get him on special teams early on in his career. Tommy Tremble, his brother, wasn't able to go to the scouting combine. That was the COVID year, so he had his pro day. Jamie smashed the older brother's mark, whatever it was. I think he was like 118. So genetic family. Again, dad played in the league as well.
We kind of, we let you pick two guys from this list because we have to talk about the number one player on the Freaks list, and that is linebacker Sammy Brown. We've talked about the power clean, all that he does in the weight room and how impressive that is, but Clemson fans want to know what makes him a good linebacker.
Well, I think it's the instincts. I mean, he's been doing this his entire life. And you talk to his dad. I just brought up the COVID-19 pandemic. Dad built a gym in the garage, and they worked out every single day. And that's when Sammy Brown really took that physical step forward. We see this pass rushing clip. He didn't do a ton of that as a senior, but he did play running back, ran for 2,200 yards, averaged 9 yards per carry, 36 touchdowns, also caught 4 touchdowns, blocked 3 punts on special teams. I mentioned that PAI score from tracking football. It's a 5.0, obviously. I mean, this guy is one of one. I don't know if we're ever going to come across another one. Maybe the younger brother in the class of 2027, but he's a guy that's going to be at the NFL Scouting Combine one day. When they do the bench press thing, that's kind of one of my favorite events. You got the coach in there hitting the chest, and they're trying to get as many reps as they can. I think Sammy Brown, he's a gym rat. He looks like Bosworth with the hair. He doesn't like that player comparison, but yeah, he's an easy one. Nick Harbor was easy in the 2022 cycle. The cycle
The Martian.
The Martian. The year before that, it was Malachi Starks. Now we got Sammy Brown. I'm looking forward to who we have in the next cycle. I'm starting that list now.
I'll always remember the story of Sammy Brown skipping Georgia's G-Day, which was their big recruiting event when they had Dylan Raiola and KJ Bolden and all those guys show up to Athens. Sammy Brown decided to stay home because he needed to chop down a tree with his father. I mean, if the kid is power cleaning that much, how many branches can he load into the truck?
It probably didn't take very long. It's not an all-day process for him. It's just like, one swing.
Yeah, I got some work I need done at my house. If he wants to come over, we'll just hire him. Move some trees around.
Yeah, if this whole football thing doesn't work out, I can start his tree chopping business. I think the football thing, though, is going to work out. You mentioned the hair, too. You're going to work on your Freaks list. I'm going to work on the locks list, and I think that we got Sammy Brown as number one on both of those. But speaking of linebackers, let's head out to Nashville for a deeper dive at that position. Hey, Grace.
Hey, Emily, thank you. Yeah, breaking down the linebacker group is exactly what we're going to do. Smoke Dixon and Brandon Huffman with me now. There are 2 5-stars among this linebacker group in Justin Williams and Sammy Brown, but we're taking a look at a few others further down that top 10 list. Starting with Braden Platt. We talked about him earlier in the show, Huff, someone you're very familiar with. He's from the Washington area. He's a two-way player, playing running back in his high school days. Why the switch to defense at the collegiate level?
I think he sees that he's got a longer-term future as the hammer instead of being the nail. And when you watch him play, he will hammer you. He is a physical player, and that was what made him such a good running back, is that he would choose to run through you and over you instead of around you, but he brings that same mentality to the linebacker position. Such a physical player, 240 pounds. He's an 100-meter runner, ran a 4.6 40 this summer at 242 pounds. His ability to anticipate, he's diagnosing plays quickly. He can get into the backfield. He can cover receivers. He can cover tight ends, cover backs out of the backfield. But he also will be the guy that's the first one in the backfield making a tackle against the running back or hitting the quarterback. So he brings this physical nature, a real throwback at the position, a guy that probably would have really flourished in the 90s back in the old neck roll era, but he's kind of a throwback to that time, but he's a very modern linebacker with the athleticism and the speed to play that position.
And when you look at him, the first couple of things that jumps at you is instincts and ability to sift through the trash, what we call it, get over a lot of things, shoot through gaps and make tackles. So when you're looking at a linebacker, the number one thing you say, can he key and diagnose? Check that box, he can. When he hits you, which direction do you go? When this guy hits you, you stop and you are going backwards and flat on your back. And like you said, throw back to what we're used to, not what's going on right now of grabbing and dragging. This guy wants to run through you and put your face on the ground. Instincts, physicality, he's ready for this type of football. Bring a fullback at him. He's ready for 12 and 21 personnel with a fullback and tight end football.
All right, our next guy, you're going to have to pronounce his name for me. Kingston, out of St. John Bosco.
Yeah. Kingston Viliamuasa.
Okay, he's been a Notre Dame commit since the summer. What stands out about his play to you?
You know, what's been most impressive about him is the way he bounced back from an injury at the end of his freshman year. During that winter COVID and spring COVID season out in California, it cost him his sophomore year. So what does he do as a junior? He comes back and he looks like he never was away from the game. we talk about the physicality that Braden Platt has, but Kingston has it even more so. He's just never going to have a smile on his face when there's a football game being played. And you'll see the hair flowing out, very much like Marius Luafau at Notre Dame, Manti Te'o before him. He's going to be that inside guy for Notre Dame. He's a very serious player. He's a yes sir, no sir guy off the field, very quiet, doesn't say a whole lot, but he doesn't need to because he lets his pads do the talking.
When you cut on the field, like you said, I didn't know he wasn't a guy that spoke a lot. But his physical play says a lot about him. He's a tone setter, and it goes right in the hand of what a Notre Dame Mike linebacker, I know we haven't heard that in a long time,
right.
Mike linebacker looks like. A gap, B gap, C gap, but when you get through that gap, he's knocking down tacklers and the blockers back, and he plays the game the way it's supposed to be played. Violent, physical, not a lot of talking, not a lot of celebration, just buckles his chin strap, puts his mouthpiece, and gets back to the huddle.
Love that. A man of few words, let the play do the talking. Next on our list is Chris Cole, and I was really excited to see this one, Smoke, because we talked about him on a recruiting show earlier in the year. He's from the small town of Salem, Virginia. Really cool backstory related to the Bob Marley family. But how does a guy committed to Georgia, how do they find him in little old Salem?
Well, he has a running back also that's going to Tennessee. So like one of the most talented areas with two guys. And he's a hurdler, a national hurdler. So he has explosive hips, explosive see-ball, get-ball guy, but he is so fast, so athletic. He's a guy that came up to the Maryland campus. I believe he weighed 188 when we looked at him. He was 6'2", 188. Saw him back in the spring, and he was 215 pounds. That quick. And I just dropped everything. I said, he's the one. He's long, athletic, explosive, three-down backer. He gives you a lot of Channing Tindall feel when you look at him because you don't have to take this guy off the field. Unlike the first two guys that we just talked about, this is a new age linebacker of a guy that can play and run the middle of your defense in cover two, or cover your running back coming out in the backfield, or cover a receiver in the slot because he has the movement skills, he has the fluid hips to be able to be sticky in coverage. But also when you run through that hole, he has enough power in his hips to knock you back.
And you see that quick twitch on display, and that's what makes him so intriguing, is that this is a guy that probably ends up playing another 15, 20 pounds heavier, but has all the smoothness and the elite athleticism to be able to carry that weight and still be just as effective when he's in coverage.
DeMarcus Riddick is a four-star linebacker staying in his home state of Alabama, headed to Auburn. I love in our guy Cooper Patagna's scouting report here, he says he has a chameleon skill set, but he did contribute in all three phases of the game. So, Smoke, what do you know about him?
You're talking, it's almost a clone of each other. Like, these are the new age 4.4, 4.5 runners in terms of 40-yard sprint, and has the athletic ability and physicality to play in the box. But if you extend it and he goes outside, you're not begging to get him off the field because he's going to be in a mismatch. He's a guy that can get after the passer. He can cover. If you're trying to run at him downhill, he can shoot gaps or take on the blocker, knock them back, find a runner, sift through traffic, and get to the ball carrier.
He's one of those guys that is a three-phase player, but you see the explosiveness that he has, that athleticism that he has, and we talk about a lot of these linebackers. What are their bodies going to be like in 3 years from now? What are they carrying as 18-year-olds to what are they going to carry when they're 21? And you look at the frame and you look at what they can do with that extra weight on the frame and how well they can move. And this is a guy that physical growth is not going to hurt him, much like we talked about with Cole. All it's going to do is make him that much more dangerous as a linebacker as he fills out and he puts on some extra weight because all the athleticism is already going to carry over. And he's got that instinct, and he, very good at the play diagnosis. He knows where the ball is going to be. He knows where he needs to get. He closes well. He brings that heat seeking with him.
Here's the crazy thing. So these two young men, easily 6'2", 6'2 and a half, could be 240 pounds in the next 2 years. Running 4.4. I know that everyone says the game's not as physical as it used to be when I was running around. No, these kids are way more physical, stronger, and more explosive. And if you're on the field and you hear some of these guys hit, it's a violent act. We're just old guys, we're just thinking that, they're not tough. Run up on one of these guys.
Let's move into our cornerbacks now, starting with Zabian Brown. He is the number 3 cornerback in the nation, a top 50 player out of modern day. We know Alabama routinely brings in some of the best CBs in the nation, but this one feels a little more important because he was looking at USC, so it's important they pulled him out of his home state. But what stands out to you about Xavier Brown?
Well, you mentioned he was looking at USC. There was a quarterback once committed to USC that Alabama flipped that came from that same high school and won a Heisman Trophy in Bryce Young. Now, am I in any way saying Xavier Brown's going to win a Heisman? No. But I'm saying that there was once a yearly rule that if you went to Mater Dei, you went to USC. And that kind of started to change with Bryce Young and maybe Brew McCoy before. But now Xavier Brown, it was almost predestined that he was going to head to the Southeast and go play at Alabama. And you look at the secondary for Alabama, and you look at the players that have played in that secondary under Nick Saban and how hard it is to play as a true freshman, whether it was a Minkah Fitzpatrick or a Terrion Arnold, a Caleb Downs this year. Xavier Brown has the ability to play as a true freshman at Alabama. We know that the secondary is Nick Saban's baby, so you have to be an elite ball player to play early, but he's got that skill set that he can do that. He's going up against some of the best receivers in the country every day in practice. In fact, when Mater Dei would play their Trinity League schedule, it was kind of a walk in the park compared to what he was going against in high school. So this is a guy who is college ready. He's ready to make that move to the SEC and show what he can do, not just on a regional scale, but on a national scale. And I love his ball skills. I think he's got some of the best pure ball skills. There were games where he just absolutely took over with a game-changing interception here on a very loaded defense. Patrick Walsh, who's the head coach at Sarah High School, Tom Brady's alma mater, lost to them in the state championship. He said, "This is the best defense that I've ever seen in high school football." Xavier Brown was that senior star for them.
And you West Coast guys, y'all find a way to throw that daggone Tom Brady in there. There's other players out there, but when you talk about a corner getting to Alabama, they do a pretty good job of vetting their process. 5'11" is their cutoff, so you know that you have to have size and length. Ball skills and toughness. And I'm not talking about just being physically tough. You have to be mentally tough because Nick is going to get after you. He's coaching you. T-Rob's coaching you too. And there's a lot that they put on your table in terms of man coverage, press zone coverage, a lot of different things. But when you look at this tape, instincts, ball skills, rarity between having the same two of ball skills, speeds, and instinct. This guy can get on the field, and he has a chance of getting in there and also playing the star position, which is a very coveted spot for Nick's defense.
You mentioned the possibility of him playing right away, being college ready. Now it's starting to make sense to me, the Alabama over USC, because there is an opportunity there with Kool-Aid McKinstry and Terrion Arnold heading to the NFL. Early playing time could definitely be in his future. Smoke, two other guys you had on your list, Aaron Scott, number 2 at this position, and Charles Lester, number 4 among cornerbacks. What do you like about those two?
Well, whenever I talk about corners, you got to have size. Size, ball skills, and athleticism, and toughness. You can't have enough length and speed and coverage skills for me. And both of these guys show you the ability, when the ball is in the air, not to panic, find it, catch it. When they do catch it, they put foot in the ground and try to score. So DB with me, both of these guys check all the boxes. Size, speed, stickiness. That's coverability, be in your hip pocket. But when they do get in your hip pocket and you throw that ball a yard outside, they have receiver skills to stick hands on ball, put foot in the ground, and now ability to be a returner or a runner with the football to score. Both of these guys also played receiver in high school.
And I think when you look at a guy like Aaron Scott, you see that length. And we've seen what Jim Knowles has been able to do with the Ohio State secondary. And they got a little bit banged up at the end of the year, but they like that length in the back half of the defense. And when you see the schools that are coming into the Big Ten from the Pac-12, those are schools that have bigger, longer receivers. Yes, you got Washington with some of those guys may not be there next year, but some of those guys may be back, and they're big physical receivers. And so with a guy like Aaron Scott, he is that new modern era. I guess it's not really modern. It's been a few years that we've had those long corners, but he has that length that he can play like he's 5'9", 5'10" with the speed, but he's got the length to be able to match up against more physical receivers.
Big guys that move little, and then you have guys that can cover different type of receivers. Little guys that get out there, they smother. The big receivers now they can go out there and play with them. But if you don't have size and length in today's football, yeah, you're a bait.
Mm-hmm.
All right, we have more defensive players to get to, but before we do, I want to take a look at storylines that we continue to monitor as we near the end of signing day. Ohio State commit and the top player in the nation, Jeremiah Smith, remains unsigned. He was supposed to send that paperwork to Ohio State. We have not received confirmation yet. Meanwhile, 5-star offensive tackle Jordan Seaton, who is committed to Colorado, remains on flip watch to Maryland. And the Max Preps Player of the Year, DJ Lagway, has indeed signed with Florida. So that's a bright spot for the Gators on kind of a tricky day for them today. Let's get into our top safeties now. The top of the list includes some flips among the 5 stars, KJ Bolden and Xavier Filsame. But beyond that, Kobe Black committed to Texas last week. He's the number 5 safety in the country. And for him, Huff, early playing time was important to him, and he sees a path for that at Texas.
He does, and he sees that path just up the road in Austin. And I think that when you look at Kobe Black, he does have positional versatility. I know that's something I've been saying all day, but what gets you on the field is your ability to play a number of different spots, and he can play a number of different spots. He can play corner, he can play nickel, he can play safety. He's physical, but he can run. He can do all the coverage that you're expecting for him, depending on what spot you put him in. And he's got a little bit, we talked earlier about, having an edge to your game, where you're playing through the whistle. He's a guy that doesn't do a lot of talking, but he goes out there and lets that play do the talking for him. And I think what you look at Texas, and we know that Steve Sarkisian is an offensive-minded guy, but their defense has continued to improve under Pete Kwiatkowski since he took the DC job there. And adding a player like Kobe Black, when they're making that transition to the SEC, was very important for the Texas secondary.
Safeties that can cover is a very coveted position. I know that's a mouthful, but this young man has the ability to go out there and cover the slot and have the ability to play in space. And if you do drop him in the box, he can be your box linebacker in a dime situation, being a 6 DB, because he's physical enough. Like, he does not play like your typical DB of not wanting to get his face bloody. He's willing to go in there and make it happen. But coverage skills and physicality to this game, I like Cody Black.
All right, we have 1 minute left. So 2 prospects you want to hit on, Smoke, are Deshaun McBride, who's headed to LSU. He is one of 6 defensive backs LSU has signed in this cycle, and Zaquan Patterson headed to Miami. What do you know about these guys?
Both of these young men, I don't know in 3 years, we were just talking about it, if they're both going to be playing safety, just because of the way their body type is. And I've always looked at the developmental growth of players. And you're trying to get the most athletes on the field that can play in any situation. You take these guys and you watch them on film, a lot of their action is in the box. But you have that, they have the athleticism. If you put 10, 15 pounds, it's like we were talking about our 2 linebackers with Cole and Riddick, that they can be the dime linebackers and playing the modern day football moving forward.
All right, and remember, you can get breakdowns of all the position groups, all these recruits over at 247sports.com. Our team site experts have you covered wall to wall on everything you need to know. And guess what? We got a surprise for you. Today is a free day at 247 Sports, meaning all of the premium content, all the VIP content that is normally behind a paywall, you can get it free. Go ahead and sign up over at 247sports.com. Josh, Pate, and Cooper, what you got for us now?
Yeah, National Signing Day rolling merrily along. We used to say that in February. Cooper Pategna joining me. Now we say that right before Christmas. Why? Because the college football calendar is a disaster. But whatever. We're here for it. We got grown men crying, refreshing their Twitter feed all day at the whims of 17 and 18-year-old kids. That's what it's about, man. Look at the top 5 classes here. We've had all kinds of movement.
Yeah, it's been pretty crazy. How about Georgia at the top? This would be their 3rd number 1 class in the last 7 years, right? The only other team to do that, Alabama, Kirby Smart continuing to get it done on the recruiting trail. We're going to talk about them in a second. How about that offensive line, Josh? I know you like big bodies at the point of attack. They're averaging 6'6.5", 341 pounds on the offensive line. That is with 6 signees. Georgia, if you didn't know what they're about the point of attack.
What a moment in time for humanity. Just the overall size of humans. Now, do you think, by the way, you think we've peaked there? Like, you think the average height weight goes down from here, or you think we still got a ways to go?
No, I think that goes down, Coach. Yeah, 6'6.5", 341 pounds. Hey, come back for the big guys, right?
Hey, dude, KJ Bolden, Buford High School. We don't even speak that high school's name in Athens, Georgia lately, and all of a sudden they go in there, they flip him from FSU. That's a huge get for them today.
What'd you call it earlier when you were talking about
House
Buford?
of Horrors.
House of Horrors. They must have been listening, right? They go into Buford, they get KJ Bolden. Dylan Raiola flips earlier in the week right to Nebraska. This was a big one. Had to have this guy. If you've been living under a rock, KJ Bolden, the number 1 safety in all of the country out of the state of Georgia. Kirby Smart, Glenn Schumann, Will Muschamp, team effort, concerted effort there. They get him to go along with, guess who else? Ellis Robinson, the number 1 cornerback in the country. You could go through all of Georgia's class, offensive line, defensive line, running back. We haven't even talked about the linebackers in the secondary. People are going to look at this class and say, wow, there's so much top-end talent. Top to bottom, this class has been beautifully assembled. Great job by the Georgia Bulldogs. They are obviously not going anywhere.
Speaking of not going anywhere, we see the team they just played a couple of weeks ago in the SEC championship game. Bama's about to head to the Rose Bowl to face Michigan in the semifinal. In the meantime, they just put together the number 2 recruiting class in the country on what felt like just sort of another ho-hum day for Alabama.
Yeah, pretty quiet number 2. You know, they're used to being number 1 at the top. How about Ryan Williams, reclassified from 2025 to 2024? He is still set to sign in February, so that one's not done yet. Auburn's still pushing there, but committed to Alabama firmly at this point. Then you got Jalen Mbakwe, right? The corner out of Clay Chalkville, one of the most dynamic players in the country. They have done an incredible job in the state of Alabama. Double-digit signees there. Then you think about Julian Sand. They go all the way out to California. That's kind of the Alabama that we know. They can go anywhere in the country, get one of the best signal callers there is, one of the cleanest prospects at the position, getting it done on the offensive line too. Got to see William Sanders, a guy that they got from the state of Alabama, a name that not a lot of people are talking about, but kind of reminds me of Jaden Roberts a little bit. So a little bit of everything. They get it done at the top, but all the way through. They don't get enough credit for how good they are top to bottom as well.
Another kid is just right in front of me now, Caleb Odom. That's a tight end out of Carrollton, 6'5", about 215. And Ivans was talking earlier in the day about how that's not a classic inline blocker. He's barely someone who has been asked to do that his high school career. And yet 6'5", 215 with plus athletic ability, I mean, there's a market for that anywhere. What kind of player could he be there?
Yeah, new age college football. These guys really don't bang inside, inline guys. You know, you can call him a receiver, you can call him a tight end, basketball background. I think a guy with a wide catch radius, 50-50 guy. I think for Alabama, if you're a fan wondering, say, hey, where does he fit in? Is he a developmental guy? I think he's got to add some weight to his frame. But this type of skill set, Josh, I think you can find a way to get on the field if you're Tommy Rees in the red zone pretty early in his career.
We woke up earlier this morning. We were thinking about players like Edric Houston, possibly in Alabama's class. As it turns out, Edric Houston signs with Ohio State, one of 2 really big hold-your-breath types today. And I'm sitting here looking right now, and they're the number 3 class in the country. And so Ryan Day and the Buckeyes seemingly have staved off worst case. And as a matter of fact, they're right there in the top 5. I know we're still waiting on some paperwork for some guys, but let's just judge it as it is at the moment with that big smile across your face, because you know anything can happen. What do we think about the Buckeyes Hall?
It's important paperwork there, Coach. So I'm going to say Jeremiah Smith is sticking the number 1 player in the country. We talked about him being a generational prospect. You go back, you look at the receivers ranked in the top 5 since 2010. Jeremiah Smith is absolutely different. He's in the class of DGB, Dorial Green, Beckham, Julian Fleming, some of those other guys. The most complete prospect in the class, regardless of position. 6'3 plus, 200 pounds, checks every single box. This guy's going to be a nightmare the moment he steps on campus in Columbus. And then you think, what else have they done? Well, Mylan Graham, another 5-star receiver. We know what Brian Hartline, the offensive coordinator, receivers coach, is capable of over there. And then the quarterback position, one of the guys we really haven't talked about that much. How about Aaron Nolan? You talk to the people around Ohio State. What do they look for in their quarterback position? A winner, right? That's the one word they look for. 36-6 as a starter at Langston Hughes, the lefty. You need a distributor when you got guys like Jeremiah Smith and Mylan Graham that you're going to be throwing the ball to. Here's the other thing. A lot of people will overlook this. That Edric Houston, keeping him away from Alabama. Edric Houston's in Georgia, right? Jeremiah Smith is in Florida. This is big for Ohio State. They had a good day today.
Yeah, and the other thing about it is when you think about the margins that Ohio State exists on right now and the prism through which Buckeyes judge failure versus success, it's the difference in a couple of feet off the foot of a kicker last year against Georgia. It's the difference in 1 turnover going the other way against Michigan. And it's the difference in landing guys versus not being able to hold on to them on National Signing Day. And it's total feast or famine, because that's a program, rightly or wrongly, that doesn't get judged for the first 11 games of its season, and it doesn't get judged against anything other than the backdrop of, well, how are we doing against Georgia? How are we doing against Bama? The Oregon Ducks are in on that conversation. And Dan Lanning, we had him on the show earlier today, has the Oregon Ducks there in the top 5, and it's not a class full of cute ornaments. It's not just a bunch of receivers and DBs. You got possibly the best defensive line haul in the country here. When's the last time we said that about Oregon?
It's been a long time, right? Maybe early 2000s with USC and Pete Carroll. Hey, listen, there's a reason I call this dude the Danimal. You interviewed him later. Lights were on. Maybe nobody was home. This guy's an absolute machine. They just flipped Ryan Pelham, a top 247 receiver from USC. Before that, Jeremiah McClellan from Ohio State. He is all about recruiting. He is all about talent acquisition. They have had a good day when it comes to high school. How about the defensive line as well? 5-star Aiden Breland from Mater Dei in California. Elijah Rushing, another 5-star from Arizona. Zadavian Sims from Oklahoma. Jericho Johnson could be another guy that they land. Jaquan McCroy on the offensive side of the ball from Alabama, one of the biggest offensive tackles in the class. Oh, not to mention, first week of December, that was transfer portal palooza. What'd they do? They went out and got a guy that started 49 games between Oklahoma and Central Florida and Dylan Gabriel, and then they added Dante Moore, the former 5-star as well. So if you're a Ducks fan, this is the way to do it. This is the way. Follow your guy, because I don't know how to script out a better couple weeks in terms of talent acquisition, roster management than what Dan Lanning's pulled off here.
Here's the other thing to remember. So they're about to move to the Big Ten. And the old talking point for people who don't follow recruiting and they just tune in the fall, which that's okay, but we'd rather have you on our side of the fence, is, oh, they won't have the bodies out west now. Those West Coast teams, they throw it all over the yard, but it's a line of scrimmage game when you get into November. I don't think this can be overstated enough. This defensive line haul and the line of scrimmage talent they've been acquiring is better than just about anyone in the Big Ten. Now, you look at Michigan, and it doesn't necessarily matter that they're not in this top 5 group. They've got their business figured out. But by and large, this crop of talent that a University of Oregon, for example, is going to take in the Big Ten, I think it translates really nicely.
They still need to improve. They would tell you in that Pac-12 championship game that Washington out-physical them, right? And Washington at the point of attack, guess what? They got a prideful group that was in it for the Joe Moore Award as well, right? So you think about Oregon, there's still room to improve there. They've done a really good job supplementing through the transfer portal. This is a team out of the 4 teams that are going from the Pac-12 to the Big Ten. They are the most ready to compete. Guess what? They got Ohio State at home next season. They go to Ann Arbor at Michigan. You want to know about a litmus test for Dan Lanning and his program. Year 3, what a challenge for them going into the Big Ten. I think he's had that at the front of his mind in terms of when he got to Eugene, knowing that he was going to the Big Ten, what way he was going to have to build his football team. And I'll tell you this, there is big bodies on the West Coast. There's not a whole lot of them that meet the standard of playing at Oregon. So far, he's kept those guys home.
Let's talk about Texas. Sark and his team are about to face off against the aforementioned Washington Huskies in the semifinal down in New Orleans. Texas, quickly, top 5 class here again for the Horns.
Yeah, Ryan Wingo, they kept him in the boat away from Eli Drinkwitz in Missouri. I think Texas is operating as a team that understands they got 1 more year of Quinn Ewers, and then they got 2 or 3 more years of Arch Manning after that, right? That's what it comes down to. You talk about a window, this is how you dress it up. They've been aggressive talent acquisition-wise. 3rd straight year, if they finish in the top 5, Texas will be in the top 5 of the 24/7 Sports Composite Team rankings.
National Signing Day, ton of coverage. Wall-to-wall, 247sports.com also has you covered. For our friends on HQ, we're going to toss to break and be right back. For those of you on the web side of things, hey, we'll just keep talking as long as they tell us to here. It is National Signing Day. Stay with us. All right, man. Let's talk about positions now. And hey, look. TV's gone to break, so we can loosen the buttons now. We can let it fly. Some of the best position groups and the units that you've seen in signing class today.
Yeah, I'm going to start with Notre Dame and quarterback. People might be like, what? Why are you saying that? I think you have to consider the fact that they brought in Riley Leonard, right? So I'm going to talk about the transfer portal as well. You got to look beyond just high school. I love CJ Carr. I love their plan of attack there. Under Brian Kelly, quarterback was kind of a question mark. You look at Marcus Freeman, he had to address that. They've done a fantastic job there. You think about what they've done. Sam Hartman, right? Last year, now you bring in Riley Leonard from Duke, and then the succession plan, Stephen Jelly, Kenny Minchie, CJ Carr. I love how they've lined it up in South Bend.
Yeah, I'm just scrolling, and I can't get past number 8 in Auburn without thinking about the wide receiver haul that they've brought in already. Now, until Ryan Williams signs in crimson ink and heads to Alabama, they won't give up on him. But if they don't get him, look at the names like Perry Thompson, Cam Coleman they just brought in. Those are guys they badly needed pre-Hugh Freeze, but especially now that he's on campus and wants to run the kind of offense he's going to run.
When's the last time we were talking about Auburn's had like legitimate NFL talent at the receiver position? I will tell you something about these 4 guys. They're all legitimate Sunday players, right? You talk about Cam Coleman, comp him to guys like George Pickens, right, who's now with the Pittsburgh Steelers. Perry Thompson, another physical, tough player, run after catch guy. Malcolm Simmons, we got to see him in Hattiesburg, a guy who's super dynamic, high athletic upside. Bryce Kane's only been playing football for 2 years. A speedster, can play out of the slot, gives you some return ammo as well. And they're still out there for Ryan Williams. He has done a tremendous job. I talked about it. If you're looking at Auburn and how they're going to be different and separate themselves over the next couple years, look no further than this receiver position.
So I know we've talked a lot about Georgia today, but I did want to circle right back to talk about quarterback for just a second. People saw Dylan Raiola nationally decommit, and you think, oh, that must be like a 5-alarm freakout. And Ryan Puglisi's just there in the class. We got about a minute left. What kind of player is that? And why have Georgia folks not been freaked out nearly as much as folks thought they should at losing Raiola?
He's a talented guy. You know, he's in our top 247 out of the state of Connecticut, and this is a guy that's got everything you need from a physical trait standpoint. He's really put it together as a senior. You talk to people in Athens about Ryan Puglisi, they like the fact they took 2 quarterbacks. Now with Dylan Raiola out to Lincoln, they feel good about this quarterback situation, and I'll tell you this, they like the way this dude is wired. He never flinched when Dylan Raiola was in that class. He said, I'm here. I'm not going anywhere. Guess what? Stetson Bennett was like that too, right? It's worked out for those guys. Best players play at Georgia. I think that suits Ryan Puglisi.
And they've got quarterback development now to sell. Mike Bobo can look and say, hey, you don't have to guess now. We've done it. Look, we talk about all this stuff on Late Kick Live all the time. We do it Tuesday, Thursday, Sunday, 8 Eastern, 7 Central. Hey, Joel Klatt, Greg McElroy, got Joe Tess joining the show. So subscribe over there on the Late Kick channel. We would appreciate your support. It's free of charge, courtesy of Academy Sports and Outdoors. Same as today. Grace, take it away. Or Emily, take it away.
Welcome back into our CBS Sports HQ audience. I am thrilled to welcome in our next guest, the head coach of the Florida State Seminoles. It's Mike Norvell. And Coach, your group today is just a perfect example of the chaos of signing day. You've got some highs, you've got some lows, but overall, what has today been like for you?
I mean, it's been a great day. You look at this class, and I said earlier, I mean, this is a class that's 4 years in the making. You know, for us, you know, we wanted to have a great emphasis, you know, here in the state of Florida and the state of Georgia. We had 17 of our 21 announced signees that, you know, are from those 2 states. I mean, great, talented players. And we're signing some of the best players in our state, some of the best players in the country. And to be able to have the balance that we did, to get the top players at our positions of you know, some guys we evaluated early and have been committed and played themselves into that. And then obviously being able to attract some of the best, you know, to come be a part of our program is something that, you know, everybody around Florida State is excited about.
Mike, you mentioned recruiting Florida, more specifically South Florida, 5 signees from the Tri-County area. Past 2 summers, you've worked satellite camps. I've seen you out on the road during the bye weeks down there. Is South Florida just a must stop for you guys? Is there a reason why there's been such an investment there?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, there's so many great players, you know, and a great tradition, you know, Florida State, you know, being able to get some of the best and the brightest out of South Florida, and guys that have come in and had unbelievable careers. And I think we've been able to address some great needs, but also being able to get, you know, just an incredible group of young men out of you know, South Florida that, you know, have come in and, you know, made their impact and kind of put their stamp on our program, and just going to continue to get better. But, you know, so much of that investment has been, you know, building those relationships, and you know, we needed the time. Obviously, COVID, you know, made it a little challenging at the beginning, but you know, to see it all come back together, and you know, being able to get some of these guys to come be a part of the program is something we're all excited about.
Mike, you mentioned the success in the Sunshine State, and considering the landscape that college football recruiting is right now, what is it like to be in some of these battles in the state of Florida?
I mean, it's every day presents its own challenges, and you know, when you're going after some of the most sought after kids, you know, in the country, you know, it's just about being genuine to who you are, what you're about. You know, a lot of these guys we've known for years, and you know, they've watched our program grow. We've built a relationship. We understand who they are. They understand who we are and what's important within our program, and you know, trying to find those like-minded individuals. And you know, as they've watched, you know, our football team and the great players that we have, you know, go out there and you know, be able to put on display all of their skills and talents, and to see the growth that they've had off the field, it's something that you know, these guys want to be a part of, and I know that they're going to be the, you know, game changers for us as we continue to take those next steps.
Speaking of building relationships and speaking with guys for years and years, your quarterback, Luke Kromenhoek, is a guy that you believed in early on in the process before he even started a game at the high school level. What did you see in him?
I mean, you're just an incredible competitor. I mean, his sophomore year, he's out there, he's starting at receiver, starting at DB. I've got to see him. He came to work at camp, and you saw the talent. You saw the arm talent, just the ability that he possessed. But I mean, I fell in love with his heart. I mean, he's just a great person. His first year as a starter, he won a state championship there in the state of Georgia. You could continue to see his growth. I think the sky's the limit for him, and he's played himself into one of the best quarterbacks in the country, and there's nobody else I'd rather have than him leading this class, and I absolutely believe in where he's going.
Mike, you said every day presents a new challenge. You got the NIL stuff's going on, the transfer portal. What about negative recruiting towards you guys? I mean, you miss out on the college football playoff after a perfect season. Did you guys have to deal with any of that here down the stretch?
I don't really get into too much of that. We stay true to who we are, and ultimately, if other teams have to try to talk negatively about us, then they're probably lacking in some of the areas of what they need to sell. But for us, we try to present the plan. We try to go out there and be as consistent as we can possibly be, and just in building these relationships. And recruiting is tough. I mean, you have you 17, 18, 19-year-old young men that are making decisions that I know it's hard for them, and ultimately they get one shot to be able to do this. Coming out and coming out of the high school ranks, and we try to make sure that as consistent as we can possibly be to showcase the vision and plan that we have for each of those individuals. And I think we got a special group that's coming in here today.
Mike, on this desk, you've been pegged by someone as the transfer portal king. How do you personally strike a balance between the transfer portal and high school recruiting?
It's always about finding the best fit, for your roster, for what it is, within the positions that you have currently, making sure that, if there is an area of need where maybe you might want a little bit more experience, or, possibly to add a little bit more competition at a spot or two, you always evaluate that, but regardless of the background, but regardless of the path, we still want that best fit for Florida State. And you're finding those similar mindsets, the characteristics that have shown to succeed here within this team. And I think whether it's high school or it's transfers, I mean, you see that common identity within these players, and they all love to work. They care about people, and they really push to be their best. And this year we had 25 all conference players, as most ever in Florida State history. And you sit there and you look at it, and it was almost 50-50. High school players that have been developed throughout, and then guys that have come in as transfers. So we're really showing a great path for both.
Mike, thank you so much for taking the time today. Congratulations on a successful signing day, and best of luck in the Orange Bowl.
Well, thanks so much, and go Noles.
Love it. Love talking with Mike Norvell. We talk about striking the right balance. I feel like he has perfected that and has really set the standard for coaches across the country on the right way of using both the portal and high school recruiting. As we wrap up on this long day, we're going to talk about some teams that are trending up and trending down. I will use this disclaimer. It's not just about what happened today. We take the whole picture into account, how these teams have been doing within the last couple of years, how they're doing in the transfer portal. But let's start positively and trending up. A team that did have a pretty darn good day is Alabama, pulling off two big flips. Why are they a team overall trending up for you?
Well, this is supposed to be expected, right? This is kind of the standard at Alabama, the process under Nick Saban. How much longer does he have to go? I don't know. You look at the 2024 class and you look at the 2025 class. To me, what stands out, they're getting Julian Saying a quarterback. We mentioned we like him more than some of these other arms they've taken in recent cycles. Ryan Williams shot them up in the rankings, and then they go out, and it's a big few days. Ja'Shawn Ross, Arian Hampton, it keeps kind of going and going and going. I think Alabama's going to be as active as ever in the transfer portal, and they have hit there in the past at certain positions. LT Overton, former #1 ranked recruit for us, a 5-star prospect. He's headed to Alabama. There's some other guys out there. So to me, arrow is pointing up for the Crimson Tide.
Kevin Riley, another flip that they got today from Miami, the running back, and I think Alabama has adjusted well to the times and to the differences in this transfer portal era. They able to integrate that a little bit more, maybe something that we want to see from Dabo Swinney, right? I think that blueprint Nick Saban has already started to follow it. So a program that's certainly already up there, but you love the optimism and the outlook for that program.
Quick side conversation here when it comes to teams that are trending up and trending down. We don't know what to do with the Ohio State Buckeyes quite yet because we're still awaiting official word from the number one player in this class, Jeremiah Smith. What can you tell us, Andrew?
Yeah, this feels like Peyton Bowen. Was that last year on this set? What was it? He ended up at Oklahoma, Notre Dame. They were going back and forth.
Committed to Oregon.
Yeah. You know, I just got a phone call from someone familiar with Jeremiah Smith's camp. No LOI announced yet by Ohio State. Someone was telling me last night Jeremiah Smith told the Miami staff, that's where he wanted to be. There's reason to believe that he wants to be a Hurricane. Now, we'll see how this plays out, but I think it's notable we're approaching the 5 o'clock hour, and we still haven't seen that paperwork. Remember, that signing period goes through Friday, and I go back in my mind to a month ago when I was at Chaminade Madonna for a practice. We were doing a Max Preps feature on him when we made Jeremiah Smith the number one recruit. His coach, Damon Jones, told me he didn't think at the time that Jeremiah Smith was going to sign anywhere. I mean, he could just show up and enroll at the school of his choice. Not everyone has that luxury, but when you're the number one player in the country, you can. So this is certainly something to keep your eye on. We know Mario Cristobal is going to work that phone hard, and he's got a lot of former teammates that are headed to the U. So got to keep an eye on this one because it could be some twist. Someone told me another text message, expect a roller coaster here.
We always expect a roller coaster on signing day, but as we're nearing the end of our show, definitely stay tuned to 247sports.com depending on what happens with Jeremiah Smith. Back to some of the teams trending up and trending down. Florida is one of those teams trending down. They did officially get DJ Lagway signed, so that is a big success for the Gators. But overall, how do you evaluate where Florida is headed?
Well, DJ Lagway's big. I mean, we've talked all about DJ Lagway today. He's a guy that can transform the program, one of the highest ceilings in the class. We'll see where he ends up in the rankings. Billy Napier needed to get him. He also needs to get LJ McCray, 5-star defensive lineman. We don't know what's going to happen with him. Reports out there that he's going to push his signing back again. That period goes into Thursday and Friday. Need to hold on to him because he's a difference maker in the trenches. Florida has been searching for those. Ever since Billy Napier took over in Gainesville, they want to get better up front. That's how Georgia does. That's what Alabama does. All these other teams in the SEC. You got Oklahoma coming with Brent Venables. You got Texas coming with their offensive line. They have to get better there. But man, to lose the guys they did down this stretch, it stings because it was strong evaluations for the Gators. I do like the two other prospects they added today. Greg Smith, he's a safety with tools, a little bit raw, and then Jaden Ball, the running back, two-way athlete. Again, I see some Rocket Sanders in him. So there was some positives for Florida, but the reality is October, this was the number 3 class in the country. Lose 5 games, miss out on a bowl game, and now where are they? 15th, Emily? I don't even know in the rankings. I mean, it's been a difficult stretch. And then for Florida, when I think about the schedule they have on deck in 2024, they need to get involved in the transfer portal. They have not really been in the sweepstakes for these Walter Nolans, these high-profile quarterbacks. Yes, Graham Mertz is coming back, but where are the big names in the portal? That really hasn't been Billy Napier's philosophy since he's got there. He wants to build it through the high school ranks. All this noise has made it difficult for him to hold on to those high school players. Now he's got to find some guys in the transfer portal, and I'm talking more than just some Ivy League transfers. You need to go get dudes that can make an impact because you need them in 2024.
And I don't think it's just a recruiting thing. I think this is a resume thing from what we're able to see on the field. I go back to that season opener at Utah where they looked overmatched, and this is a team in the SEC that should be going across the country and really putting on a show for recruits. They weren't able to do that.
We want to end on a positive note, so let's talk about Oregon, a team certainly trending up. Dan Lanning was on the show earlier. That's not just why we have him trending up, but they were trending up last year. But what is it about this class, Andrew, that you like so much?
Flipped 2 top 247 wide receivers. We've gone in depth about Dante Moore, Dylan Gabriel. Held on to Jaquan McCroy. We haven't even talked about that on this show. He's one of the biggest offensive linemen. I mean, Oregon went into SEC country and got a massive tackle. When has that ever happened before? The defensive line looks great. I mean, again, them moving into the Big Ten, out of all the programs that are headed that direction, they are ready to go, I think, year one. In year two, they're even going to be more ready to go.
And then trending up is a holistic look at things. Dan Lanning, you know he's going to bring it. You know he's going to be recruiting the West Coast. He's going to be able to dig into some of those ties in the Southeast. And now going into a new territory, going into the Midwest, playing those Big Ten games, you have to buy all the stock on the Oregon Ducks being that team that has a potential to be in the playoff.
Super quick, final takeaway. What do you got?
I think we're still waiting on Jordan Seaton.
Yes.
You know, that's going to be huge. I think Deion Sanders needs to hold on to this. So if he's able to do that, we chalk that up as a win, with the things that he's done in the transfer portal as well.
He's not the only five-star. Jeremiah Smith, what's going on with him? You got LJ McCray, what's going on with him? There's a ton of different guys out here. Ryan Williams, we're going to have him in February. We thought all the hay was in the barn, but the negotiations here at the 11th hour, it's extending into, past the closing bell.
We will continue to track everything that is happening on National Signing Day and the early signing period, and of course, the OG signing day in February. So you're going to want to keep it locked in to 247sports.com for all the latest news there. A quick shout out to everybody that puts this show together. It truly takes a team effort. And yes, I'm totally biased, but we have the best team that there is. For Andrew Ivins, Blair Angulo, I am Emily Proud. Thank you for watching National Signing Day.